for life. We promise.
This Mother's Day, come home to family.
Come home to Denver's first family of fine jewelers.
Come to Williams Jewelers,
where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers, where Colorado shines. In Inglewood at Bellevue and Broadway, and in Cherry Creek North, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Do you know where to find your favorite tobacco products and accessories at great prices? Well, I do, and I'm telling you, it's smoker friendly. Hey, it's Moj, and you know I can always find my favorite stick at Smoker Friendly. They've got more than 50 locations in Colorado, including right by my house, and multiple cigar lounges. Family-owned and operated, part of the community, and they offer great discounts and exclusive deals with their loyalty program. So stop into one near you or find locations at smokerfriendly.com.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
From the Backus and Shanker studios, their passion is justice. KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield, Denver, Boulder.
Hey, Denver, it's Moj. What's up? We've got Brett Kane at 6 in the morning. Then it's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane at 7. You're locked into the station for all Denver sports.
This is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's 6 in the morning with Brett Kane. Here's Brett.
McKinnon slaps it back to the point. McCarr has to step up off the boards through a set of legs. Reaching forward as Nichushkin can't get there. Second off the far wall. 5 seconds left. Rantanen is going to score a hat trick, if you can believe it, to cap off a Game 7 win for the Dallas Stars. It's an absolute nightmare for the Colorado Avalanche. 4 goals given up in the third after leading 2-0. 3 of them scored by Mikko Rantanen. Face-off at center ice, and Dallas does it again. The Game 7 demons for the Colorado Avalanche continue, and they'll have a summertime to think about it.
Double team. Murray gets to the elbow, fadeaway jumper. Good! The Nuggets lead this thing by 31 points in game number 7. And this thing is over! Book your flights to Oklahoma City, people. Let's go! Across the timeline is Chris Dunn. He's at the point, throws it off inside the arc. Poked away to steal Westbrook again. Dog 2 hands! And if I said it once, I'll say it again. This thing is still over. Denver leads it by 31. Technical foul on Westbrook for hanging on the rim. I don't care. Keep doing that. 2 seconds left to go in Denver. There's the horn. Nuggets win it 120-101 in Game 7. Bring on Oklahoma City. And Steve Ballmer can take that cute little wall he brought to Ball Arena and get right back to Los Angeles. You can go ahead and take that L on the way out as well.
Oklahoma, where the wind comes sweeping down the plain and the wave and wheat.
Well, it wasn't the perfect Saturday. It wasn't the worst, but you got something. The Nuggets move on. I'll get to the Avs in a bit. As go ahead, everybody's on the text line already. Hey, Brett, you still feel better about the Avs? Oh, all right. Got it. I've been wrong before. I'll be wrong again. Thing with the Avs. All right. No. Nope. Not yet. Not yet. Starting with the Nuggets. Because the Nuggets did what they were supposed to do. They won. They took care of home court. Having home court in Game 7 was huge. And what I think is the biggest thing with them is they rose to the occasion. What the Nuggets did in beating the Clippers like that is once again sending a message that when this team is cornered, you are going to have to play and execute at an incredibly high level to get past them. You want to know what's really scary about what the Nuggets just did, by the way? We're used to the Nuggets having postseason success. They've had it. More than just occasionally. But they did that in a series where I think Joker was just okay. Now, it's tough to say that when guy drops 24, 11.5, and 10 on 50% from the floor and 45% from three. But we all know what it's like to watch Jokic execute at a high level. And his high-level execution is somebody's greatest game they've ever played. But it never felt like Jokic had one of those games where he just was overwhelming to the opponent outside of maybe Game 4. Game 4 might have been the one. But he was playing at his usual high level. But in a couple of those games, like this closeout game, Jokic was in foul trouble. He had 5 with less than 30 minutes played in the game. He had 16 points, 10 boards, and 8 assists. You needed help. Well, guess what? 6 different players on that roster scored in double figures. 6 different players scored over 15 points. And I think the things that we've been worried about with the Nuggets are still there. But as a team, holistically, they played at an incredibly high level that can do some big-time winning in the postseason, including giving a team like Oklahoma City a run for their money. Like, we'll get to the OKC stuff in a second. But what did you truly get out of that game? It was every single player executing at a high level. Again, the worst shooter on the floor was Jokic from an efficiency standpoint. He was 6 of 14. Everybody else shot over 50% or damn close to it. Jamal was 7 of 15. When you get that, this is where the depth comes in, right? This is where you start to talk about where the Nuggets are super, super weak or they lack. And that's true. They still do lack depth. But if the 7 guys that you roll out there play like this, then that's all you need. Like, the whole point to having depth is, like, if somebody off the bench isn't feeling it, you can go and rely on somebody else on the bench. The Nuggets won't have that ability. But I'll say this much. For the amount of heat that Russell Westbrook took, especially late in the year, he had a phenomenal series. And thankfully, the injury, where he missed essentially 2 games, didn't seem to affect him all that much at all. He averaged 14 points per game for you off the bench. He shot 42% from 3 during the series. Who could imagine that? But more than anything else, it's the attitude he brings. Most impressive stat from that Game 7. It's not the 16 points. It's not being 2 of 4 from 3. It's not 5 boards. Not 5. He had 5 steals. 5. And that's when he's asked about his role, he says,
my job for this team is to bring my energy, bring my competitive spirit, nature, whatever that may be. I think I told y'all this after Game 1. Excuse my language for my kids at home, but to go in and up. And that's what I did.
That is what he did. He just brings an attitude. I think one of the coolest moments in this era of Nuggets basketball, we're going to look back on it. Him intentionally hanging on the rim to intentionally get a technical foul to just talk massive amounts of bleep towards the Clippers while amping up the crowd. I mean, you don't have to be a great lip reader to see half the things that he was saying. I don't give a whatever about that technical. Take your ass home. They're soft. All of that different stuff. Now, if you want to see where the depth comes into play and where things start to go poorly, both teams removed their starters a little bit into the fourth quarter. I mean, you're up 30 points. Then the backups come in. And in a hurry, that 30 points gets whittled down to, what did it end up being? Like 17? To where you put the starters back in for a couple of minutes? Like, yeah, you're very obviously missing that aspect of it. But if you can get Peyton Watson and you can get Russell Westbrook to play like that off the bench, you can go a long way. But Russell Westbrook was huge that entire series. And I'm so glad, it was never an impossibility that they were going to move on and get past the Clippers. I felt like it was a 50-50 proposition the entire way. And each game was until that. But bottom line is, I thought the way you were going to have to get there was through Jokic being dominant. And the truth is you didn't need that. Not in this series. Now, OKC is going to be a much different story. You're going to need Jokic to, I need Jokic to treat this as if it's the winner of this series gets the MVP. I need you to play and execute at a super high level. But here's the beauty of it. In games in which it feels like he's maybe struggling a little bit with his touch, he's not getting those easy bunnies around the rim to drop as frequently as usual, AG steps up for 22. Porter, who's playing with one wing, again, knocks down some big shots and some big threes. He ends up with 15 points. Jamal only had 16 in that game. Jokic and Murray in a Game 7 combined for 32 points and 9 turnovers. And you dominated because Christian Brown finally had a breakout game. And then when we were talking about with Westbrook and Watson.
By the way, I think the best cut from Russell Westbrook's postgame was a reporter essentially asked him, he said, when you have these moments where you're flying around the court and you smack an inbound pass and then you feed someone for a dunk and then you get a technical, they said, do you dissociate or are you actually still in your body thinking, or are you having these out-of-body moments? And this is what he said.
I think a lot, as much as people may not think. I'm very smart and I understand the game. I understand what's going on. So I am thinking. And I also, just a force, man. I think it's, my ability to be able to be a force in nature on the floor is what I pride myself on. So whatever that looks like, it may be a turnover, it may be a missed shot, but it may be a steal, maybe a dunk, maybe a missed three, maybe a made three. It's gonna be all of that. It's gonna be everything. So you just take it for how it comes, and whatever happens, you go with it. And I've always been like that. As long as I leave it on the floor, and God willing, to be able to go out and continue to compete, I'm grateful for it.
I've never heard anybody more self-aware. He's just yeah, I'm going to do probably some cool stuff and probably some terrible stuff. But either way, I'm going 1 million miles an hour the entire time.
Russell Westbrook is a box of chocolates.
I mean, seriously. And he knows it, though. That's the thing. He knows it. I know one thing for sure about Westbrook. Westbrook hates that team. God, does he hate the Clippers. Nobody was happier about beating that team in a playoff series than him. Think about it. I think the Clippers is where the Westbrook name originated. And he shot 42% from 3 in this series, and he gets to have the final, double middle finger bleep you on the way out with that technical on the dunk. Yeah, he loved every second of it. So the Nuggets move forward. They play tonight, and there's a whole bunch of things that we got to look for in how they match up against OKC. Remember, this is a series. Do I think Oklahoma City's the better team? Yes, but they don't have the better player. The better player's with you. And to that end, that series was a 2-2 series throughout the course of the regular season. Now, sports books are going to tell you differently. We'll get to that in a bit. If you think that a Nuggets upset win is coming, well, then you can make a whole boatload of cash. We'll get to it a little bit later in the program, but I do want to get to the Avs. The nice thing about that Nuggets game is that even though they were coinciding at the same time, you were able to shift a lot of focus over towards the Avs because the Nuggets game was done like midway through the third. The problem was, that's right about the time that things started to go awry for the Avs. What went wrong? Is it fixable with this current iteration of the team? What does the offseason have to look like? We get to all that in a couple of minutes. Stick around.
You've got the station for all Denver sports. Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5.
Their recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Are you looking to be more
McKinnon slaps it back to the point. McCarr has to step up off the boards through a set of legs. Reaching forward as Nichushkin can't get there. Second off the far wall. 5 seconds left. Rantanen is going to score a hat trick, if you can believe it, to cap off a Game 7 win for the Dallas Stars. It's an absolute nightmare for the Colorado Avalanche. 4 goals given up in the third after leading 2-0. 3 of them scored by Mikko Rantanen.
I don't think you could have scripted a worse finish for the Avs and a better finish for the Stars. We all knew that this was going to be a tough series against a really tough team. And once again, in a game that feels like you played better for a majority of it, it's the same kind of theme that has shown itself throughout really the course of this series. The Avs are better for a majority of the time, especially during 5-on-5 hockey. But when you make a mistake, Dallas capitalizes in a way that you just didn't. There were more penalties than I thought there would be over the course of that Game 7. But again, you get an opportunity right out of the gates. You get a high stick on Val from Jamie Benn. It's a double minor. And you barely even get a clean look in 4 minutes. And then it's just, that slog that a Game 7 always is. You get to the end of the first period. You're like, all right, well, it's nothing. And it just feels like nobody is being very dangerous. Dallas gets a couple of grade A opportunities. They're thrown away by Blackwood. Then Malinsky goes off for interference. To me, pretty weak call in a Game 7, whatever. But what does that lead to? The one tried and true. A shorty from your PK. Play made by Logan O'Connor, thrown over to Manson. He rings it off the iron, off Ottinger's back and in, 1-0. You're like, there you go. That's what you needed. Get that momentum going, get the juices flowing. And then Ben's called off for another penalty. Well, Ben is the arms up for the Ben penalty. Mac bursts on the ice at the beginning of the third period, throws it off the hip of Ottinger and in, and it's 2-0. And it honestly feels like 2 might be enough from the way that game was sort of trending. But quickly afterwards, who else but Mikko throws in, I think it was 5 or 6 minutes later, throws one in to make it 2-1. You're like, all right, a little bit nervous. And then once again, power play, Dallas, Mikko scores again. He's got 2. And from there on out, it felt momentum shift really hard to get it back. You were going to have to make some sort of amazing comeback, and it didn't happen.
Which Mikko goal was, which one was the one that he just kind of threw in the general direction of the front of the net and it hit Sam Girard's skate?
The wraparound, that was the second.
Oh, man.
Wraparound off Girard's skate, and that led to a tie game.
If Girard's skate isn't in the exact right place, the exact right time, that's not a goal. I could not believe just how unlucky that was for the Avalanche. When you talk about puck luck and weird bounces, that play encapsulates that right there. And then to your point, once that happened, once it was a fluky goal to tie it, Mikko has 2 goals now. That's when
you've seen the story before.
You could feel the ice tilt completely towards Dallas. You just felt the wind leave the Avalanche's sails.
I'm not gonna play the game this morning in which, and it might be true. Was there a couple weak calls? Maybe. Did you get some bad luck? Yeah. But bad luck is created by opportunity. When you get a double minor at the beginning of the game and you barely get a shot off, you don't have a chance for luck. And I think that's happened way too many times over the course of this series. You know, the killer is Drury getting called for the hold. By the way, I don't know what we're arguing about. It looked like a hold to me. Had the guy around the hip, and then they both fell to the ice. I think he got caught out of position, and he kind of panicked for a second, and that's what happens when you panic. Again, is it weak for a Game 7? Maybe, but it's a penalty. The Avs had 3, by the way, power play opportunities. They scored 0 goals on them. Like, I can make a direct correlation, straight line to Avs lose because you couldn't capitalize in the way that Dallas did on the power play. Or you couldn't stay out of the box. Like, pick your poison. But that's why they find themselves here. And here's what sucks. I truly think these were the 2 best teams in the West. I think whoever wins this series is probably representing the West in the Stanley Cup final. And I think it's going to be Dallas. Unless they just implode. Dallas is good. They did that without their 2 best players, by the way. 2 of their best players, anyway. And Robertson and Heiskanen. And that's the painful thing. You had a whole bunch of advantages going your way, and you just couldn't finish. And so we'll get into, like, maybe the larger conversation of where do you go from here? What do you do? But, Nelly, if you got this, can you give me McKinnon after the game? Because McKinnon was kind of asked that about the way this series has gone and how he feels about the series overall. Here's McKinnon.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they were missing their best D and maybe their best forward, so we still couldn't beat them. So, yeah, I don't know what we're gonna do.
That last sentence is, God, is it a tough place to be? Don't know what we're gonna do. And I got a whole bunch of, like, off-season stuff that the Avs should focus on and the larger questions that they're going to be faced with. But bottom line is, I can only imagine, Nelly, I can only imagine Chris McFarland sitting up in the box during Game 7 and watching the season come to an end the way that it did, which was capped with a goal that ultimately meant nothing, but to Dallas meant everything, which was they get to throw the hats on the ice for the guy that they acquired midseason that used to be on the Avs. And you know what? I know nobody wants to hear it this morning. You got to give props to Mikko, though. Mikko was hearing that all year long, that he was just a regular dude, that he couldn't produce in the same way that he could outside of a McKinnon line, that he wasn't a superstar on his own, and that guy throws in 2 4-point periods when the series mattered the most against his former team. It's crazy. Only guy in NHL history to do that, by the way. But you just couldn't. I mean, how many times you have leads in this game? And then when it came time to close it out, you would trot out to the box. Power play for Dallas would score. Game kind of flips on its ear. I don't know. It's difficult. So when you look towards the offseason, because unfortunately that's where the Avs are at right now, it's kind of like, what do you do? A lot of people talking about a coaching change. A lot of people talking about a front office change. A lot of people talking about a lot of different things. Here's what's difficult to me. Okay? You have this oddity in a few different ways. You had a season in which your team was hurt for most of it. Then they get healthy at the right time. You make a lot of changes in the middle. Could you say there was enough time to gel or not? Could you say whatever? Okay, fine. The issue becomes, do you feel like a change needs to be made for change's sake? Like heading into the postseason, I think most people felt as if the moves that were made for this team were the right ones, including the Mikko stuff. And look, I'm as guilty as anybody. I feel like Mikko scored between my legs 3 times. I felt like I was the goalie out there, and Mikko scored on me, and he's just dunking on me each time that he does that. Because I was one of the guys that was like, you know what? If you don't want to sign the contract, we got to get something for you. And Marty Nachos felt like a really good pickup. Was okay during the postseason. Not quite what it felt like what he was during the regular season. But the change for change's sake. Maybe. There is one big difference. Because I've heard this, I've talked to people about it, the same thing. The Nuggets made a move. Now, there was different things that went into the Nuggets move than what faced the Avs. And let me explain. When they fired Malone, that wasn't a purely basketball decision. It was a lot of it. You weren't going to fire a coach without that. But they were the 4 seed. They were sputtering towards the end of the year. It felt stale. And so you make the move. There was also that thing of him and the GM couldn't get along, and that was sort of a rain cloud hanging over that organization on the way there. This one's different. No, truly, I feel like if you were able to hang on to that lead, you win that game 2-1. I think you're going to the final. So this is the same. I'll tell you what this is. This feels the same territory as where the Nuggets were heading into the offseason last year. And we were talking about, do you blow this thing up? Do you not give Murray an extension? Do you trade Porter? Do you do all these different things? And I always say it. It's what I've said a million times on this show. When you're as good as those two teams are, it's a lot easier to get worse than it is to get better. Doesn't mean you shouldn't try. If you think it's available to you, doesn't mean you shouldn't. But it's just the truth. And I hate that all those numbers came back into play. DeBoer's record versus the Avs and Bednar. DeBoer's record in Game 7s. Like, it felt like that was all coming to an end. And what happened was momentum shifted. A couple of bad things go your way, and you aren't able to recover. And what Dallas executed way better than you did in this series, and maybe the only thing they did way better than you in this series, was when an opportunity presented itself, they buried you for it. And the Avs didn't. But if you put this to something as what should be seemingly simple, as power play is better, the Avs could have closed that game in, I don't know, 5. They could have. And that's where I'm leaving at least a little bit out there in the ether to, Mikko was a big part of your power play, and there was a lot of shuffling of that for the last few weeks of the season. Maybe it just, those guys didn't gel. I don't know. I don't know the reason for it, because it doesn't make sense why the power play looked the way that it did, which was impotent. I mean, it was entirely non-threatening. You were scarier on a PK in a lot of instances than you were on a power play. So again, I would assume if there are major decisions that are going to be made, Nelly, they're coming like today or tomorrow. I mean, they don't wait on these things. It's not like you need a whole bunch of time to think. And when you're ready to head into off-season mode, you want to have all your ducks in a row. So I don't know. I don't know what the move is going to be moving forward. But I do think that the disappointment and the way that it ended, especially with that guy being the one that got the caps thrown on the ice, is just an extra sort of salt in the wound.
And one question I have, and you can weigh in, or any of our texters, Twitchers, YouTubers, with when Chris McFarland was making all these changes before the trade deadline, on this mic, I was saying at least he's trying something. Like, the Nuggets are handcuffed. They can't do anything. They're stuck with their roster. But the Avs are throwing a bunch of spaghetti at the wall to see what sticks. So now that you have fallen very short of your goal, do we either A, blame Chris McFarland for making the wrong moves, or do we say, you know what, he tried something and it didn't work, but at least he made an effort to better this roster? Or is there the third option? Maybe it is a good roster, but it just needs more time to develop.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it could be any one of those. Honestly, I do. You know, the difficulty, and this is, again, you're put in a tough spot. Because here's a worse option than what just played out, by the way. Is the Avs play out this season, they don't win the cup, and they still can't find a contract extension for Mikko, and he walks in the offseason somewhere else. You know what I mean? Like, that was also there, and that's the last thing that you want. I'm not letting a guy of his caliber walk for nothing. You know, ultimately, I've said this from the jump. If Mikko knew that his number was going to be what it was, what he eventually got from Dallas, it was not far off from the Avs, I think he would have stayed. But he thought he was due, $14 million. And that was just never going to happen. But what did Mikko truly have during this series? A couple of incredible, stellar periods. But both of them killed you. I don't know. It's really tough. Where the Avs are at right now is a really, really difficult place. Again, I feel like it's the same thing that we said last year about the Nuggets. I'm telling you guys, you left Game 7 against Minnesota and said, dude, if they won that game, I think they're back in the finals. And I feel like the winner of this series, which is now Dallas, is probably representing the West. Because I think both of these teams were the two best that the West had to offer. They matched up in the first round, and the Avs had control, and they just couldn't finish. So 303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Also get in touch with us on the Voice of the People. Get right in Nelly's ear today with all of your takes, whether it's the Nuggets or the Avs. Read a couple of these texts coming up, along with a little bit of a preview here of Game 1 tonight, 7:30, Nuggets and Thunder in OKC. Get to it next.
2 seconds left to go in Denver. There's the horn. Nuggets win it 120-101 in Game 7. Bring on Oklahoma City. And Steve Ballmer can take that cute little wall he brought to Ball Arena and get right back to Los Angeles. You can go ahead and take that L on the way out as well.
Shout out to the Nuggets, man. I mean, at the point, everybody felt this way, including the organization. With 3 games left in the season, you fire your head coach and GM. And then you get to the point where you're playing in a playoff series against a team that's evenly matched with you and deeper than you to start with. And the Nuggets find a way. And this was the whole point. What did Josh Kroenke say over and over again as the reasoning for letting go of the coach and GM 3 games left in the regular season? It was to squeeze the juice, every bit of juice that this team had.
Oh, juice is high C.
Out of it. He thought there was more in the tank than what they were showing. I did too. And I think we saw that. Because it would have been one thing. We've seen this over and over again, Nelly, in seasons in the past, in which, especially when Jamal was hurt, Jokic would have these amazing postseason games, and then you'd lose to the Warriors in 5 games. Or you get swept by the Suns in 4. When he gets help, and I think it's needed right now, I think that elbow is bothering him more than anybody is letting on. Because you just don't see Jokic's 2 biggest assets are IQ and touch. Those are the 2. His touch was just like not there during this series. And so I think that elbow is bothering him more than he's letting on. But then you start to see, okay, he doesn't have it, who's going to? And then you look at Jamal, you're like, I think Jamal's got to pick up the load now. Well, Jamal only had 16 points. The others, because it's always what this team is about, the others. If the others are going, then you're in great shape. It's always nice to have a Jokic nuclear game or a Murray flurry or whatever. But 6 different guys with over 15 points in that game. And Peyton Watson, by the way, was the 7th guy who played, and he had 9 points on 4 of 4 shooting. When you get the others playing that way, it's just different. How different? We'll ask Coach Adelman.
I thought it reminded me of the year we won it. I thought our rotation in the playoffs, not the regular season that year, held water the whole time and made impact plays defensively. Some of Jamal's shot making tonight through contact and AG, what he did attacking the basket, it allowed us to sit Nikola longer. And then we actually, won those stanzas. And if you do that, and now you're bringing 15 back in, it's an enormous deal. And it also forced them to, to early rotate their guys. And now their guys are being pressed against minutes like we have throughout the series. So, yeah, there's so many factors to that. Saving timeouts if they have to call them and I don't. There's all these little things, these variables that really matter that add up to winning a game like this.
I think he's right. You get production like that from the others, that is like when you won the championship. When you had KCP contributing. When you had Bruce Brown contributing. When you had the others. It's a huge detail. What's incredible? Kawhi Leonard, when he was on the floor for Game 7, was a minus 33. They were 33 points worse than the Nuggets when Kawhi was on the floor. Harden, it was 29. Norman Powell, it was 31. I'm telling you, my favorite thing about that game was Russell Westbrook hanging on the rim until somebody blew a whistle like, no, tee me up because I need to talk to the crowd for a second. And the Clippers, but the crowd. Death, taxes, Clippers, Nuggets, postseason scrum leads to a picture that tells the story of the series. And that was Christian Brown in the face of James Harden. What game was that? Was that 4? Game 3, 4, 5, somewhere in there. Somewhere in the middle. But I love it. I didn't think if they were going to win a series, I didn't think it would look that way. But it's the best way they could have won it. You know, and shout out to a whole bunch of guys out there that are kind of grinding their way through it. You know, Russell Westbrook playing the emotional roller coaster thing, but for him to get 5 steals, that's why he needs to be on the floor. There is an intensity that he brings that quite literally I don't think anybody else in the league matches. If I told you the most intense basketball player on the floor of any NBA game throughout the course of this postseason, who is it? And I don't think there's any question it's Russell Westbrook. For good and bad. A couple texts coming through here. I actually love this one because I'm kind of in the same place. Texter says this: I have witnessed 4 Broncos Super Bowl losses and that double overtime loss to Baltimore. I was never mad about those losses. I don't know about that, but never mad about those. The Avs game Saturday night left me severely pissed off. I don't know who I'm pissed at, but I've never seen a 2-goal lead in a Game 7 just disappear like that. The Avs had that game. I'm still mad today, but I guess things could be worse, like St. Louis. Yeah, St. Louis. They get got on an overtime winner in Game 7 by Winnipeg. Joy I felt watching Jordan Bennington. Miserable after that. Different. It at least was a little bit of a salve on what was the bad hockey weekend anyway. I'm kind of with you, though. Like, that one statement, though, Nelly, I'm mad. I don't know who I'm mad at. That's the thing. I don't know either. But I am mad. You had it. You multiple times, by the way, multiple games you had it. Leads that just disappeared late, and you're like, why does this happen? Well, if you go through each of them, it's simple execution stuff. And I don't know, do we have any Bednar after the game here, Nelly? Because I would love to hear what Bednar's, at least an opening statement from him. Because it's tough. You're faced with that. Your season ends. You got to walk to the press conference. Last time that happened for Michael Malone, he accused the media, I think correctly, of stupid-ass questions. But let's hear Bednar.
Coach, both Nate and Gabe talked about how shocking all that was. How hard is it for you to even process what just happened in the third right now?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. It's just like, because you put your heart and soul into, the whole year, the series, all of it, and then you're in a good position, and then slips away on you, and so it's tough because I know how hard these guys worked and how bad they wanted it, and that's all you can kind of really think of at this point.
Yeah. It was on a tee. And just couldn't finish.
Was there anything in particular that changed in the last 13 minutes of that game?
Well, they had a couple of guys make some big plays for me. Besides that, not a whole lot.
Yeah. The way it went down, too. It's just, if you give yourself the opportunity for luck, it can happen. We saw that with the McKinnon goal in Game 6. You just throw something out there, it hits off a shoulder, and it goes in. Okay, great. What did Mikko do? Tries a wraparound. That was not going to be close to being scored, but because you throw it on net, it kicks off a skate and it goes in. There felt like there was too many moments in which you stopped trying for stuff like that. The games in which you won, 4 and 6, 48 shots apiece in both of those. I know Game 7 you aren't getting 48 shots, but at least when you get presented an opportunity like that, you have to make an attempt. It's what the Stars did. So a lot more to discuss about this moving forward. I almost feel like I'm not ready for another game tonight, by the way. I was so emotionally drained at the end of Saturday. But
tonight,
the Nuggets are right back at it tonight. Game 1, 7:30 in OKC. Broadcasting for the Backus and Shanker Studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Lot to break down. 2 Game 7s on Saturday, and then we look ahead to Game 1, Nuggets OKC. You can watch it on Twitch. And that's a Safeway Twitch stream at Safeway. Get everything you need to make mom feel special. Mother's Day is around the corner, and they have you covered with fresh fruits and gorgeous flowers to help celebrate mom. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Also, that YouTube simulcast. Search Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel today. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
McKinnon slaps it back to the point. McCarr has to step up off the boards through a set of legs. Reaching forward as Nichushkin can't get there. Second off the far wall. 5 seconds left. Rantanen is going to score a hat trick, if you can believe it, to cap off a Game 7 win for the Dallas Stars. It's an absolute nightmare for the Colorado Avalanche. 4 goals given up in the third after leading 2-0. 3 of them scored by Mikko Rantanen. Face off at center ice, and Dallas does it again. The Game 7 demons for the Colorado Avalanche continue, and they'll have a summertime to think about it.
Double team. Murray gets to the elbow. Fadeaway jumper. Good! The Nuggets lead this thing by 31 points in game number 7. And this thing is over! Book your flights to Oklahoma City, people. Let's go! Across the timeline is Chris Dunn. He's at the point. Throws it off inside the arc. Poked away to steal Westbrook again. Dog, 2 hands! And if I said it once, I'll say it again. This thing is still over. Denver leads it by 31. Technical foul on Westbrook for hanging on the rim. I don't care. Keep doing that. 2 seconds left to go in Denver. There's the horn. Nuggets win it 120-101 in Game 7. Bring on Oklahoma City. And Steve Ballmer can take that cute little wall he brought to Ball Arena and get right back to Los Angeles. You can go ahead and take that L on the way out as well.
Okay, so it wasn't the perfect Saturday. And it wasn't the worst Saturday. I actually appreciate this. Let's start the show with a text. It's from Chris on the text line. This feels like my dog died, but I still have my cat. I'm heartbroken, but I guess it's okay. It is weird. Like, it's a very odd feeling I've had for 2 straight days, actually.
Do you want to know what the lead story is this morning, what our lead story should be? What is top of mind?
It's the Avs, is what it feels like. Yeah.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
Of course it is. I mean, listen, we all appreciate what the Nuggets did and they played tonight, but I've had trouble sleeping for 2 days.
Here's the thing, though, Vic. The Nuggets play tonight. Like I'm not even emotionally ready, I think, for another playoff game. But
I know it's weird. It's the Avs loss that is the lead story on this show, and it should be.
Yeah.
Not only because they lost, the way they lost.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, I know.
No, I know
you probably
you're right.
planned. You guys were like, "Hey, man, let's see. Let's first segment Nuggets." Guys, that was nightmare fuel. Mose, you were there. I had to do a wellness check on Moser yesterday. People ask, "How's Moser doing?" I go, "Man, I don't know." I called him yesterday afternoon. He didn't answer, so I called again. I called Karen. She didn't answer. I texted him. I said, "Answer your phone." Moser.
Yeah, buddy.
I feel for you, man. That was hard to watch.
Yeah. I've been trying to think now. It's been 24, 40 hours. What's it been?
I don't know, but it's not any better. It's not any better.
I've been going over things in my head from the entire series, from that game, from that final period, and it's incredibly brutal. And I don't know there's any other way to frame it. Talking to Landeskog in the room afterwards. Why is that? It's the coffee is what it is. It's that one first cup.
Yeah.
Talking to Landeskog afterwards. Look, Vic, anytime I've ever gone into a room or talked to guys after a series loss, and I thought about this too, I've felt like this. The way I feel right now, the way I saw Landy looking and feeling, Kale, Nathan McKinnon, all these guys in the room after the game. Mm-hmm. And it's the truth. I felt like this, and they've felt like this, and they will feel like this a hell of a lot more in their lives than they feel the joy of winning. Mm-hmm. Because it's hard to win in pro sports.
You're right.
You're going to feel Sidney Crosby.
But this is different, Mose.
I know it is. I know it is. I know. I'll get to that. Sidney Crosby's won 2 Stanley Cup championships. he's felt a lot more pain in his life, his sporting life, than he has joy. That being said, this is one of the all-timers because you had a team that was ready to do it all, that I think could have done it all. People say, well, if you can't beat Dallas, can you do it all? Yeah, you can.
Yep.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you simply can. It was a hell of a tough matchup for both teams in round number 1. Both teams didn't want it. Both teams had to face it. And Nate was right. Dallas is missing Robertson and Haskin, and that mitigated things just a little bit, but not enough, obviously. There's so much of this onion to peel. I don't know, Brett, how you want to start peeling it. Yeah, I'm in total pain still this morning. I'm sure every guy, every person associated with the team who was on that airplane and beyond on the way home and beyond feels the exact same pain here on this Monday morning. It hasn't gotten any better. There's no salve.
Can I ask you guys, and this could be a sports poll there, Nelly, if you want to put this out as a Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 sports poll. Over the last 20 years, let's keep it to this generation. I don't want to go too deep here because I know we have new listeners.
I would say, Vic, the loss to the Jaguars in
January
that's too far
of
away. I know, but in January of 97, that was friggin' painful.
I know, but let's remove that from the equation. There are 3 Denver losses, 3 losses that affect the hometown teams that were heartbreak losses that took, for me, I can't speak for everybody, weeks to overcome. Number 1 was the Raheem Moore play in Baltimore. All right? No particular order here. I'm just doing historically. Number 2, the loss to Minnesota in Game 7 last year when you're up by 20 at home. And number 3, the Avs lost when they were up 2-0 with 12:30 to play on the road with a chance to move on. Those 3 losses had the same impact on me. They were right there. They were teams that were ready to win it all.
Go through them one more time.
Here we go. Broncos, Baltimore, Raheem Moore, a team that could have won it all.
Yeah.
Number 2, Nuggets, Game 7, Minnesota, up 20, a team that certainly could have gone to the NBA Finals.
They would have
and had
gone
a
to
chance
the
win
NBA
it all.
Finals, no doubt about it.
Avs, Game 7, up 2, 12.5 to play, a team that could have won it all. Those 3 games will live in infamy in Colorado sports history as the most painful losses I can recall.
The issue that I have, and this is, I mean, what you're talking about peeling the onion. I think we just start here with kind of like why what happened, and then we can look sort of what the offseason is going to look like for them in a bit. To me, the series came down to a couple of very simple things. Number 1, you outplayed them for the majority of the series. In most games, you outplayed them for the majority of the periods in these games. But it was the same sort of story with each loss. What really happened? They capitalized on the power play. You didn't. They executed in moments that mattered. You didn't. It's 2 just very simple things that I think led to 4 losses in this series. If you were to take this in totality, you're like, you know what? The Avs were better than they were. But the Avs didn't deserve to win more. Because when it really boiled down to the pressure-filled moments of can you make a play or not, Dallas did, you did not. I mean, think about the prime opportunity you're given. I mean, forget the fact that you're up 2-0 in midway through the third. You start the game on a double minor. You get gifted Jamie Benn high-sticking Val with blood. And you barely got a shot on net in 4 minutes.
That was just a terrible excuse for.
And how many times has that happened through the course of this series? Like, you are put at an advantage that you barely get, like, dangerous opportunities on net. Didn't it feel like every time Dallas got that, they felt dangerous whenever they were on the power play? Now, ironically, twice you get shorties that change, feels like they're flipping the momentum. The game starts, and who makes a play again? LOC
again.
Sets up Josh Manson on a shorthanded goal. Off the post, off Ottinger's backing in. You're like, oh, man, how great is that? We might have missed the double minor, but we get the shorty. But still, Moj, I don't know. It's just the very simple execution stuff. Dallas capitalized. You didn't. And they did that for 7 straight games, it felt like.
Absolutely. I go back to games 2 and 3. Right? I mean, you're talking about overtime losses where, yeah, Dallas made a play in OT. You didn't make a play in OT. I mean, you could have had a 3-0 lead going into Game 4 on the home ice. I mean, it easily could have been that.
There's a world that exists that the Avs finish this out in 5 games if they just do their job on those little details.
1,000%, yes. And I think that's what's going to be part of the pain, is looking back and saying to yourself, hey, man, what didn't you do in this one particular game? Heck, this one particular shift. That I've told you guys all the time. We can look at Game 7.
Guys,
we can look at that final 12 and a half.
Even matter.
But Vic,
none of that matters. Game 4, Game 5, none of that.
It does matter. I understand.
But
it does
for
matter.
Me, historically,
you never get to that, though, Vic.
I know.
If you take care of the business at other times.
I get it. But historically, 30, 40 years from now, again, when you look back at that game, 3 years from now, you're just going to focus on the fact you're up 2-0 in Game 7, halfway through the third period, and you let it slip away.
I still focus on the fact that the Avs had 4 one-goal leads in Game 7 on the home ice against Minnesota and lost that one.
I also just think it's emblematic of what the series was that last 13 minutes. Because what really happened there? So Mikko's going to get all this glory. By the way, Mikko had 2 good periods this entire series. 2. And he's going to get...
He had, outside the game, by the way, his entire line in Game 6, in a 7-4 loss, mind you.
Yeah.
His entire line in the second period was awesome.
Yeah.
Granlund was awesome. Hintz was awesome. That entire line was awesome. And I'll give them full credit. They were fantastic in that second period of that game. Beyond these 2 periods, he had 4 points in the entire series.
Yeah. Well, and this is what I'm getting at. But what did he do in that third, especially on the second goal? They're down 2-1. They got another power play, right? Just throw it around the net. Like, he tries the wraparound. It was going to have no shot of going in, and what happens? There just happens to be Sammy G's skate right there, and it pops in.
Ironically,
and you're just like,
yeah.
How does that happen? And how is because you at least give it the opportunity.
He ironically blew his own tire going around the net, which, for Mikko Rantanen, that's not an uncommon thing, blowing your own tire and falling down.
He's 6'4".
Okay.
Without that stretch, I'm just saying that stretch allowed him to get around the net.
Anyway, he falls down. It goes off the end of his blade. There's nobody even in the slot. So he's trying around. He's not trying to pass it up the slot to a teammate.
Right.
He's trying to wrap it around. Hang on.
We're not playing the puck luck game today because the Avs had plenty of it in Game 6. We're not playing that game.
Hey, let him finish.
All right.
This is therapy for me and for a lot of listeners, okay? And they can be mad at me all they want. He's trying to wrap it around. He falls down.
Mm-hmm.
He's just throwing it up the middle of the ice.
Yeah.
Gerard had his blade there as well, but a split second too late, then it goes off his skating in. You're like, you got to be kidding me, right?
But and that's the thing, though. Like, the puck luck game is created by opportunity.
Yeah, that's why I'm not...
You have to...
Previous, but the heartbreak, Vic, the brutality of it all, this is where all the Legos stack up to equal brutality. Can I just finish for a second?
Sure.
It's still, he made a brilliant play and cut to the middle of the ice and ripped it home short side to make it a 2-1 game. And that was a good play by Rantanen. He's getting paid $12 per. He should make plays like that. You have a chance to go up 3-1. Makar's walking into the slot. He picks his spot and his stick explodes.
Yeah.
And you're like, you gotta, are you mother trucking kidding me? Really? Right then? They come back down, obviously. He doesn't have a stick. He's trying to get the puck with his skate. Hintz goes flying over him in some dramatic fashion, like friggin' Iron Man, flying through the air with his rocket hands. And they get a power play. And then what do? They score on it.
Yep.
So it's like, I'm just telling you the twists and turns of a series, the twists and turns of a postseason run.
Makar, back to Makar, you mentioned one instant with Makar. Kale Makar was not Kale Makar during that series.
I agree.
Okay, he was far from the player that we know. And if you want to start,
I don't think he was far,
reasons,
Vic, but he didn't produce the way that he typically does.
No.
I'm not saying he wasn't terrible at all. He wasn't bad. I mean, but we expect more
he's
than
held
5
to a higher
and 7.
standard than that.
Exactly, he is. Yes.
How about the fact, all right, listen, I mean, I understand what took place for Mikko to score the wraparound. I understand what broke down. I understand. But if you wanted me to go through the anatomy of every single goal in this series, I could tell you more than half of them are the result of luck, dumb luck, both good and bad. So I don't want to play the anatomy game, Moj. I know it hurts. They lost the game. They lost it on their own accord. They gave the game away just like the Nuggets gave the game away a year ago. They gave it away. The Avs gave it away. From here on out, you got to figure out how do you stop giving these games away, especially to Dallas. The one thing I can't get over in my head, as great as the Avalanche have been, this is one of the great franchises in hockey. The first team in Major League, NBA, and NHL history to lose 7 consecutive Game 7s.
Yeah.
What the hell is going on in the most pressure-packed game where this franchise cannot win?
Well, that's over the span of a couple decades as well.
Yeah, we'll get back to this in a second.
So there's
along
different
with
personnel involved in it, but you're not incorrect.
Get back to this in a second, along with the Nuggets, who did win, not just win, dominate their Game 7. All that coming your way. Stick around. If you're into the idea that the Nuggets are going to pull off an upset against the one-seeded Oklahoma City Thunder, well, jump on the Circus Sportsbook and put your money where your mouth is, because they are heavy dogs in this series price, plus 480 to win this series against Oklahoma City for the game tonight. The game one alone, 9.5-point dogs. You can find that, all the game props, all the live odds, the best odds in the game on the Circus Sportsbook. Download it today, or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Boy, today's going to be an interesting program. We've got game 1 tonight. Nuggets at Oklahoma City. And I'm fascinated by if OKC is real or not. Because the Nuggets and OKC went 2-2 against each other in the regular season.
Yep.
And I think Oklahoma City is a young, studly team with 68 wins on the regular season. 68-14. They're a 10-point favorite going into tonight.
This is not the game to determine that. This is not the game. They've had, again, more than a week off. The Nuggets just went 7. They've had 1 day off. Tonight, I'm of the opinion, and I'll get into this more as the show proceeds, if it looks like this game is going out of control tonight, pull everybody and go to game 2.
Okay.
This is going to be one of those games where, all right, listen, if you're in it, they look rusty, they can't make shots. If you're in this game, then all hands on deck. But if this game gets out of control at any point, the schedule's against you. I mean, dude, they've had more than a week off. They're a young team ready and willing and waiting. They're ready to pounce.
Okay.
The Nuggets just went through hell.
Yeah. Okay, we'll get to that coming up here momentarily, Brett. Sorry, I'm just sort of taking over here for a second. But, Vic, here's another thing that I'm going to lay out there today. If we're going to talk about the Avs loss and the reasons why and the realities of it and the power play and so on and so forth and the deals that were made that didn't pay off, that's great. But we need to be able to talk about it, not just have you go, they lost. I know, Vic, they did lose.
I don't know what I did. What I'm just trying to counteract a lot of the – see, what I don't like after you lose a series, you started this whole thing about how Mikko got lucky. I didn't say he got lucky. I said him and his line in Game 6 in a game that they lost, though. Yeah. But that was as good as I've seen a line play in postseason hockey, maybe ever. They were awesome. And you know what? I said his first goal to make it 2-1, a critical goal for the Dallas Stars. Yeah.
When nothing was going their way. And the Avs were.
What broke down there? Tell me, analyze that play, because I went back and looked at it, and it was a great shot on his part. Who messed up? It looked like one of the D-men, instead of coming at Mikko, dropped back. What happened there?
I believe that's Arturi Lekkonen's guy. Two Avalanche players took one Stars player into the circle. And
to the right of Mikko.
And Mikko is wide open.
To the right of Mikko, which allowed him to dance to his left into the slot for the shot.
So it was a breakdown.
It was and it wasn't a pick play, but it acted like a pick play. Right. Okay? But Lekkonen's backing into the circle. He doesn't front and go this way. He's backing in. Now, is that his guy? Is that guy's guy? I mean, it was a pretty chaotic situation because you're coming down the right wing with everything. But it was a breakdown on the Avs' part. It allowed Rantanen to pivot, dance to his left, between the circles, and let it go. Great shot, great play.
Let me establish something right now. I had an argument with somebody yesterday.
So if you want me to sit here and lick the play of 96, fine. I mean, I'll give him his flowers because he made plays. But we also must acknowledge the result, and they're on the power play. The result of his wraparound try, he's going hard to the net, and it got cut off on the short side, and he tried to wrap around, and he blew himself up.
He made a play, though. And here's what I'm going to tell you. Here's exactly. And I told somebody this yesterday. Would I make the same deal? Would I make the same deal again as Moser walks off the show? I knew this was going to happen today.
He's getting coffee and yelling to himself.
Yeah. Would I make the same deal again? Mikko, the trade. Yes, I would. 100% I would. They had to make that trade. Did the Avs get deeper and better? Yes, they did. 100% they did. Even in hindsight, would I make the same trade again? Yes, I would. I would. Did he have the last laugh and play his best hockey at the most opportune time possible? Yes.
Yeah.
All can be true.
He gets the glory at the end.
If you're going to trumpet what Russell Westbrook did to the Clippers, sending them home, playing his best basketball, his best playoff basketball at the most opportune time, it's the same thing with Mikko.
Yes, and I want to get to the Nuggets on that subject in just a second. I would say the difference is Russell Westbrook played great. Every second it felt like he was on the floor. Mikko had really good moments, and he was also disappearing for moments, but he steps up at the end, and he gets a hat trick in the final period of the most pivotal game of the series. Now, can I go to the Nuggets, though? And I know that it's just easy to focus on the negativity. It's the overwhelming emotion that you're feeling this morning. I do want to say something. The Nuggets were basically told with 3 games left in the regular season, you guys are dead. You fired the coach, you fired the GM. And the reason why the move was made by Josh Kroenke was because he used a certain word. He wanted to squeeze all of the juice that this team had left. Because he said it feels like they have more than what they're showing on the court right now. I'm going to make a move and see if that's the case. And to their credit, in a very evenly matched series against the Clippers team, when it mattered the most, you kick the holy hell out of the Clippers in Game 7. You run them off the floor to the point they waved the white flag with, 8 minutes left in the fourth quarter?
And you kick the holy hell out of them with the best player on earth possibly having his worst playoff game in years.
I would say this is going to sound stupid, what I'm going to say, when I put these things side by side. I think this is one of Jokic's worst overall playoff series that he's played in years.
So he averaged
and he still had 24, 11.5, and 10. But you know what I'm talking about. Jokic's efficiency is like the beacon of his game, and I think his elbow is really bothering him. His touch just isn't there on the rim, but there's a beauty to this. Jokic scored 16 points in a closeout game in Game 7, and Jamal Murray scored 16 points, and you essentially won the game by 30.
You waxed him.
If I had told you, Moj, that late in the third quarter of a Game 7, Nikola Jokic, his stat line read 4 of 13, and he had 5 fouls late in the third quarter. You would say, and I said to you after I gave you that stat line,
the score would be opposite.
Yeah, and I said, what team is up 30? One team is up 30. He is 4 of 13 with 5 fouls. You're going to say Clippers every time.
We did that. We did that for a previous game as well. Like, if this is Joker's stat line, then they got smoked. No, they didn't.
You know what? You know what it showed me? Here's what it showed me. All year long, we sat in front of these microphones saying, gosh, the Nuggets are a one-man team. Joker needs help. The Nuggets are a one-man team. You know what Game 7 was for me? It was those other players finally saying, screw that. We can play too. And we're going to show you we can play. Christian Brown can play. Aaron Gordon can play. Those are championship pedigree players. Russell Westbrook came off the deep end and he teed himself up. He was that good. Those guys can play, and they prove to all of us that they're not as bad as we think they are.
Well, it's rare that you get all of them playing together. You had 6 different guys getting with at least 15 points. 6 different players, at least 15 points in that game. But Russell Westbrook was the star of the show for Game 7. He was, because it wasn't what he did necessarily offensively. He was good on offense. 5 steals, 5 in that game, stole the soul of the Clippers. And he said it again, what his role on this team is.
My job for this team is to bring my energy, bring my competitive spirit, nature, whatever that may be. I think I told y'all this after Game 1. Excuse my language with my kids at home, but to go in and up. And that's what I did.
That is what he did. Now,
that's what he does.
You know what also is funny about him? He's very self-aware. He was asked about the thought process. I think what's going to end up being one of the cooler moments of this iteration of the Nuggets, when you look back at big playoff moments during these runs for hopefully multiple championships, but you think of Joker over AD, at the end of the shot clock. You think Jamal Murray hit a shot. You think of Paul Millsap staring down one of the Morris twins, forget which one, that it was in the bubble. You have all these different things. Westbrook hanging on the rim to intentionally get a technical, to yell at the Clippers and the crowd and call them soft is one of the coolest things I've ever seen. And he said this about that after the game.
You know what? I thought about when I was about to get off the rim backwards, then I just said, nah, I'm going to just stay up here and try to break the rim. And then the tech came and, intensity, just the emotions and everything. And just for me, the fans here are great, give me a lot of energy, feed off of them. So the moment, just a lot, I think, just for all of us and for the fans, and a sign of relief, that we kind of had the game in hand.
I loved Cause's call on that, too. Got a text. I don't even care. It's good stuff.
Yeah,
good
the game
stuff.
was so far out of reach. It's anxious moments anytime you're watching the Nuggets with a lead. The Nuggets in the lead is I mean, the lead got up to 16. I'm like, it's still a close game. Lead got to 18. Hey, it's still there. Lead got up to 20. We've been there before. Oh, God. Lead got up to 25. Hey, guys, every possession counts. Lead got up to 26, and Joker got his 5th foul, and I'm about to hide under a table at that point. It's unbelievable how anxious those moments were, even though they were up by a lot and the game felt over. My 2 biggest takeaways from the game, guys, here they are. Because it's hard because my mind is clouded after watching the Avs, but I have to go back and think about it. Number one, this team is resilient. This team has shown it still has that championship pedigree, and it still is fueled by that. I think David Adelman has 1 foot in the job already after what he's done.
Sure.
I don't know that for a fact. They're going to open it up, obviously. But I think 1 foot in the job because he's done a brilliant job redirecting this team. All right, that's number one. Number two, when I saw the 125 Clippers fans that Steve Ballmer shipped in, paid for their tickets, paid for everything, nice gesture by Steve Ballmer, I was irate. Some people thought it was cute and they went home empty. I was irate. And maybe I'll get in trouble for this. Who knows? Maybe this is my last show.
Pretty damn cool.
I don't think we should be allowing that. There are other markets that they don't sell tickets out of state. OKC doesn't sell tickets out of state. They don't allow it. When the Rockies played the Boston Red Sox in the World Series, a lot of those tickets were gobbled up by Boston fans, and it really ticked me off.
How do you police it?
What's that?
How do you police it, though? I guess
Very easy to police. You do a geo-fence, basically, on who buys the tickets. They do it in different markets all the time.
But when there's a will, there's a way. How did he buy them all in the same area?
It's embarrassing that he was able to do that. I don't know about you guys, but I was embarrassed by that. And I'll say it. You may not. I will.
Well, I'd never seen it before, so I guess I didn't know it was possible.
I didn't know that it was possible either.
I didn't realize there wasn't a policy inside the NBA that one team cannot import on their own dime, import their fans to another team's building.
I just don't know how you pull that off, how you orchestrate that. There are season ticket holders in those sections. There are people that already have. I mean, did you just buy everybody out? Is it like did you buy out on a city block? Is it eminent domain? What? How do you do that?
I have no
idea.
idea.
How do you pull that off? I mean, how do you import an entire fan section and move them to the opposing team's gym? I just can't. I can't fathom that happening. I've never seen that before.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how it happened that way.
I know there's an allotment for the Clippers for them to purchase tickets.
For their family members, not for those people.
Exactly. So my point is that, and you'd think that they'd want to have family members there at Game 7 and so on. How did they get extras? I don't see, but I don't know how it happened.
Now you shut them up real quick, and they left town.
Thing.
Sure.
You put it on them and did not release at all until there was like 8 minutes left, and then it's funny. You throw the backups in, and then you're like, all right, maybe a couple more minutes from the starters just to make sure that we make the finish line, and it was fine. The difference, though, Adelman mentioned this after the game. When the Nuggets are operating at a championship level as they did 2 years ago, there's one thing that's necessary. We all know Joker's got to play well, Jamal's got to play well, whatever. It's about the others. And take whatever you want to classify as the others, to me, is a big ball of AG, MPJ, Christian Brown, and your bench pieces. Because back 2 years ago, the others involved KCP. The others involved Bruce Brown. The others were the groups of guys that you wouldn't think to be worried about on any given night that did exactly what these guys did on Saturday, which is put together like 15 points and make some plays. Adelman noticed the others and said this.
I thought it reminded me of the year we won it. I thought our rotation in the playoffs, not the regular season that year, held water the whole time and made impact plays defensively. Some of Jamal's shot making tonight through contact and AG, what he did attacking the basket, it allowed us to sit Nikola longer. And then we actually, won those stanzas. And if you do that, and now you're bringing 15 back in, it's an enormous deal. And it also forced them to, to early rotate their guys. And now their guys are being pressed against minutes like we have throughout the series. So, yeah, there's so many factors to that. Saving timeouts if they have to call them and I don't. There's all these little things, these variables that really matter that add up to winning a game like this.
The others. Russell Westbrook plays like that, you get a good shot to win. Christian Brown gives you 20 points, you got a good shot to win. AG dominates the way that he did inside the paint, you got a good shot to win. That stuff matters. And it happened, again, in a series in which I think, just from a strict efficiency standpoint, was Jokic's worst in a while.
Yeah. Let me tell you where the game was won. Everybody's going to point to the third quarter when they went on that huge run. The game was won by the Nuggets early in the second quarter when Joker went to the bench in those ever-important non-Jokic minutes. Peyton Watson comes in. AG moves to the 5. So they didn't go with DJ. They went with AG at the 5. And in those 3.5 minutes in which Joker sat early in the second, they opened that quarter down by 5. And by the time Joker returned, they were up by 3. The Nuggets were +8 in those non-Jokic minutes. Peyton Watson was huge. That was the turn in the game, in my opinion, because it could have gotten out of hand. When you're down and Joker goes to the bench, that's where you're just holding your breath like, oh, my God. And instead, they played some of their best basketball of the night.
I loved it. I mean, to go out there and not just win, but to win that way and put on that sort of a statement is pretty incredible. And there's a lot more to break down, especially they play tonight, 12 hours from now.
Crazy.
So we'll break that down in just a little bit. Get back to the Avs here. Biggest problem all series was very obviously the power play. We'll get audio from Bednar in the postgame of that next. Microphone is now on. The words that you were just saying cannot be said for the next 15 minutes.
Well, they're appropriate. I don't know how anybody gets over this for a while. And I don't know that you ever do. I'm sure there are great players of years gone by, Vic, great players, who look back, oh God, the late great Peter McNabb, God rest his soul. We talked hockey so much over the years, it make your head fall off. And he was on some great, I've told you all the stories, right, about those Boston teams and trying to beat Montreal and so on and so forth. Peter McNabb was on the second best hockey team in the entire league. And they had to face the Canadiens all the time, and they couldn't get by. The Canadiens had 11 Hall of Famers on their team. But there's no, I mean, he would tell me, man, we regret we had them in this series. We had them, and we let him get away, in the span of a half a period. But all the great players, Vic, they're going to go back and say, sure, I wish I would have, I wish I could have. I'm sure Peter Forsberg and Joe Sakic do it. The late great Pierre Lacroix thought that they should have won more Stanley Cups, and they probably should have. But it's hard, man. They went 5 years with all of those Hall of Famers and how great those teams were. They went 5 years between cups. It's painful, man.
You know what's interesting about this?
And I'm not excuse making because you had a team this year. It friggin' hurts.
You know the worst thing about it, Moj, with the Avs, is we clearly do not like the fact that they set up the playoff structure the way it is, where the Avs and Stars play in the first round. However, think about it this way. In this particular case, it helped the Avs because in the first round, they're missing Robertson. They're missing Heiskanen. If you wait until the Western Conference Finals, perhaps those guys come back and they're healthy. You got them when they were most vulnerable. You got them without two of their star players.
You did. They had two very, very good players out of the lineup.
Just look
and those guys probably return for the Western Finals.
And so if you buckle down, let's say in games 2 and 3, or even if you win one of those 2 overtime games, you take advantage of that situation and you're out of the series in 5 or 6. It's tough.
Avs power play at the end of that series was 13.6. Only 2 teams worse is Tampa, who had an 11% power play percentage.
New Jersey, who had nothing.
And Jersey, who had a big fat 0. Dallas, by the way, clipped along at 30.4%. I think that's the difference in the series.
The Avs were 3 of 22 on the power play, which is so far removed from what they had shown in the regular season and who they are, yeah. And there's a variety of different reasons for that, Vic. Dallas's penalty kill. By the way, the Stars had come in the last 2 weeks of the regular season when they were leaking oil big time. Their penalty kill was terrible. Terrible. They still finished 4th overall in the league. They were a top 3 PK the entire season. And they're incredibly aggressive and incredibly good. But I think the Avs found something in that Game 7. While they didn't score a power play goal, I think if they had employed it for the vast majority of the series, it might have been different. But look, that's neither here nor there.
We have our poll up right now that Nelly put together, and it's about a half an hour into it, and we've got over 600 voters so far. The 3 most painful losses in Colorado sports over the last 20 years, because we can go way back, but we're going to limit it to 20 years. And right now, the leader in the clubhouse, the Raheem Moore game with 52%. Second is that Avs Game 7 loss, 32%. And then the Nuggets Game 7 loss to Minnie at 13%. So that's what the fans think. Keep the fans voting. Keep coming in, because I happen to disagree, and I'll tell you where I disagree with that order a little bit later.
Real quick, sorry, Brett. The shock of the Raheem Moore game, because it was one play and then it was over, it was incredibly shocking. Yeah, here's Coach.
Yeah, I think different earlier in the series, got more dangerous as the series went on, but tough capitalizing on our chances for sure. I think our first power play tonight was probably my favorite. Obviously, we have like the refs can continue to call the game. We had a couple opportunities later in the game to, get a lead, stretch out a lead, and we didn't capitalize. And one of them, we weren't that dangerous, and then they came down and put it in the back of the net. So it's obviously a big swing and turning point in the series. But so, obviously, you'd like it to be more dangerous than what it was at times in the series.
You know, here's the other thing. I saw our boy Kiefer said this yesterday after the game. Is Keith okay, by the way?
I don't know.
Because this is the last thing that's on his Twitter account right now.
I haven't talked to him. Mark Rycroft and I are not talking until after May.
He said 2-2 in a Game 7 in the third period, and the story is the refs neat. I don't think so at all. I mean, I know that people have had their quibbles, Moj, Drury, it was a stupid thing to do.
I know.
It was just stupid.
The argument is you don't even look at anything in a Game 7 third period. I mean, it would take a stabbing. It would take a multiple stabbing to warrant a penalty. I understand where he's coming from. It's not the reason, but I understand the mindset there.
Yeah, I just there's so much more that's kind of baked in this cake about where you got to this point. And look, when we take a step forward of what's coming next, like, are there major moves on the horizon? Are there minor tweaks that you make? I said this earlier because I truly feel like it's an apples to apples comparison. Because you've been talking about this game this morning, Vic. It feels a lot like I felt about the Nuggets last year,
100%.
where you're in a tough spot. You are in a Game 7 where you had control late. You gave it up, and you felt like if you win that game, you're going to a final. Like, I felt that way about the Nuggets last year. I feel like the winner of this series is going to represent the Western Conference in the Stanley Cup final. And so you ask the question.
I don't think Winnipeg is beating that Dallas team.
I don't either. So you ask the question, well, what do you do? If you feel that way, and it was just a miserable, terrible, bad end to what was a competitive series. Because remember, the Nuggets last year, they got ripped apart in 2 separate games against Minnesota. And then they did their own ripping apart stuff. The Avs did that in Game 4. They did that, Game 6 turned into a close game that they took off again. The point is, I feel really similar of, you could convince me, hey, fluky finish wasn't good enough, not up to standard.
Don't touch a damn thing.
But let's not touch it because
Right.
it still feels like this team is really good. Like, would it make a difference to you if this happened in the Western Conference Finals as opposed to the first round?
The pain would still be there.
The pain's still there, but would you feel different about the team? The fact that they got matched up with this team in the first round, that's all I'm asking.
Yeah.
Because you could convince me either way. Just being honest.
To be honest.
The same way last year, Vic, we went into the offseason, I said, man, I think I'd give Jamal the extension, but you could probably convince me differently.
You know the angle I look at more than that. Much like the Nuggets have a Minnesota problem, the Avs have a Dallas problem.
Yes.
And I don't know how to reconcile that. There's no solution for that. That's something in the mystical stratosphere. That I never want to see the Nuggets play Minnesota. I frankly, I don't want to see the Avs ever play Dallas again. They just can't beat them in the playoffs.
Yeah, I don't know.
Moj, help me out on this. Explain that to me.
But this is why I'm saying, Vic, it feels really similar to where the Nuggets were last year. Like, okay, a team just kind of has your number one. You had the chance to beat them, and you couldn't close the game out.
And this isn't a 2-year problem. This is a 25-year problem.
I mean, you've beaten the Stars in the postseason, but they've beaten you more, obviously. It's painful, Vic. I don't know. Listen, I can go back to the past 2 years, 23 and 24, and I can give you all kinds of reasons why the Avs lost. That Seattle series.
Sure.
The tough part about it is, and again, this is what adds to the brutality of this. They're pretty damn healthy.
Yeah.
I mean, they were pretty. You're missing Ross Colton, who's a very good player.
Whatever. They're missing Robertson and
Listen,
Haskinen.
I understood.
No, I'm agreeing with you.
The last 2 years,
get a
no
chance
Gabe and the Val issue. You could point to reasons why they exit stage left the last 2 years.
Let Moj finish. Sorry.
The McCarr suspension, the different injuries, guys being out of the lineup. I mean, all these different things. You're like, okay, listen. It stinks to be a defending champion and lose in the first round to a quote an expansion team. But you can kind of see why. This one really hurts because it was all set up correctly. It was ready to go for you. Yeah. It was there. It was there in front of you, and you did not take advantage of it. And again, Vic, I know it comes down. We'll be talking about Game 7 for the rest of our lives. Game 7 with a 2-goal lead in the third period for the rest of our lives. But I'll go back to Games 2 and 3. and you're going to overtime, and you let them come back, and you had power plays that you didn't take advantage of when you could have put the games away. And you could have had a 3-0 series lead. Yeah. I mean, it's things like that again,
I get it, but
these guys will be turning over for months ahead, years
ahead. You're trying to replay the series. Just because you win a game 2 or 3 doesn't mean the series wouldn't go 7 from there. It went 7. Moshe, you're looking back at games 2 and 3. Moshe, Brett, answer this question. If I gave you a 2-0 lead with 12:49 to play on the road in Dallas, would you have taken it?
1,000%.
All right, well then, those other games, none of that matters. I gave you a 2-0 lead.
You're
with
looking at the micro.
I'm
looking at the macro. I understood.
I agree with Moshe, though, too. Like, I understand what you're saying, Vic, but I agree with Moshe. Like, the point is, it didn't have to get to.
But if you win game 2, it doesn't guarantee you win the series in 5. It doesn't guarantee anything. Series change. Everything goes back and forth. Everything changes. It's an animal.
Understood. But if you wanted to make it a really small conversation, like as micro as I can make it, your power play is just average. You own this series, it feels like. You owned 5-on-5 hockey. When did Dallas make runs?
When
you ended up in the box.
Correct.
When did they make their run in Game 7? How many of the goals that were scored were power play goals, Moshe? In their comeback yesterday?
2.
By the way, how do they keep allowing that pass from Duchesne right across the crease? That's the second time they've allowed that in this series.
It's hard not to, Vic. Actually, they've done a reasonable job of defending it. I thought, to me, and again, this is going to sound crazy. Maybe it doesn't. On the PK, that would come and go. There were times during the course of an entire game where they defended that very well and defended the bumper spot very well. Mm-hmm. You saw early on in the series, you know what the Stars do? They put a man high, and they slide it down to the slot, and then there's a quick redirect. You're not forcing it from the circle to the bumper. You're above the circle, sliding it down the slot for the redirect. The Avs were able to mitigate that eventually, and so it forced them into different things.
Gosh, you know what I just thought about?
What?
The Avs, over the course of 7 games, had how many power play goals, Moshe?
3.
How many shorties do they have?
2.
Yeah. It feels like the most dangerous player on your special teams was Logan O'Connor on a PK.
Yeah. You almost preferred it. You almost preferred Logan O'Connor on a shorty. That's how bad it got. Who was the better goalie in this series?
I think Ottinger was.
Ottinger. I don't think Blackwood was bad.
But Blackwood was not bad.
No.
But Ottinger in a game where the Avs scored 7, I thought was phenomenal.
So I guess what I'm trying to break down. All right, better goalie, Ottinger. Better special teams in this series.
Dallas.
Better finisher. Better pressure team in this series.
Dallas. I mean, he gave up 3
Although the
third-period
Avs,
leads.
the Avs were down. Yeah, correct. They were down
3
4.
third-period leads.
They were down 4-2 in Game 6, and they stuffed them. Whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever.
No,
I just think those little things, those tiny, those tiny factors add up, and here we are. And we're talking about...
That's what I'm trying to get at, Vic. You got to take it as a whole, all-encompassing.
Get back to this in a second. Also, Nuggets and Thunder, Game 1 tonight, 7:30. Can hear right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Back after this.
Guys in their early to mid-30s. You're feeling pretty good, right? I got a long way to go. That's good. But do you realize you start to lose 2 to 3% of your testosterone production every single year? It's life, man. Happens. Happened to me. Maybe it's happening to you, and you're not feeling the same way you did when you were younger. Putting on weight, decrease in libido, less productivity at the gym, not seeing the gains, poor sleep, sad or depressed even. All that could be a sign of low testosterone. So go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz. Super simple. 10 questions, yes, no. And if you feel like maybe that's your issue, schedule a consult. They're going to draw your blood, results within 30 minutes. Colorado licensed medical providers going over everything with you, and you'll make a decision on whether or not you need low T treatment or not. It's very easy. It's very beneficial. You're going to feel better. You're going to look better. You're going to behave better. Everything's going to be great for you. And Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, well, they've been on the front range for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. A lot of guys wait a year or longer. In fact, most do. Don't do that. Fix yourself now if you've got an issue. 5 locations from Fort Collins down to Colorado Springs. Give them a call, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or again, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Two seconds left to go in Denver. There's the horn. Nuggets win it 120-101 in Game 7. Bring on Oklahoma City. And Steve Ballmer can take that cute little wall he brought to Ball Arena and get right back to Los Angeles. You can go ahead and take that L on the way out as well.
Game 1, Nuggets Thunder tonight right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 at 7:30. Just one thing real quick.
I have so many mixed emotions, though, Brett. I may need a good therapist after all of this, so if anybody knows one.
Well, I think a good therapist is just the Nuggets beating the Thunder. That would also help a lot
That
of
would
things.
help. That would help me, yeah.
Just for a second. Table that for a second. One quick thing. as miserable as the finish of that Avs game was, that the overriding emotion of anger, disappointment, all of the stuff, fury, outdid all of the good things that the Nuggets were providing, which was a total ass-kicking of their opponent in a Game 7. Imagine St. Louis. You got a 3. I understand, but it's a 3-2 lead, and with the extra attacker and less than 2 seconds left, you give up the game tire and then lose in double OT. Also brutal.
So let me ask you, and I'm trying to remain unbiased here and objective. Which was more brutal? St. Louis, the way they lost, or the Avs, the way they lost?
There's such a different thing. I would say, Vic, if you're saying 2-0 lead with 13 minutes left is a brutal way to lose, imagine we're advancing in 1.6 more seconds.
Understood.
And then you lose that way.
Awful. But it's who did the losing. Who did the scoring.
I'm telling you, it's not a small detail at all that the nothing goal that was scored, the empty netter, that was unnecessary, but necessary in hockey, obviously. Everybody's going to take that shot. It just had to be Mikko with the caps being thrown on the ice. It had to be that moment, didn't it?
You know, I'm pulling like hell for Winnipeg, obviously, and I think Winnipeg's going to get rolled by Dallas, but the scene, they kept cutting to that scene of all the Winnipeg fans outside the arena, right, in that little mall of sorts, and it was jam-packed, and they're sitting there counting down, and all hope is lost. What's that guy's name? Perfetti?
Cole Perfetti, correct.
He had 2 ridiculous deflection goals. Ridiculous in that game. And when he made that, when he scored with 1.6 left, the level of emotion, you knew at that point Winnipeg was going to win in overtime. You felt it, right? You felt the heaviness of the moment. You felt it. You knew it was over. I am all in for Winnipeg. I don't know if Hellebuck is going to be able to hold, but my God, if there's a way they can, if they can find a way to beat Dallas, I'm all in for it. Are you, Moshe?
Yeah. But Hellebuck got ganked 3 times.
I know he did.
3
in the
series.
I know
he did. And he didn't look very steady in that game either.
And they won.
I know.
And they won that series.
So, listen, hockey.
Is Scheifele going to be okay or is he out?
I have no idea. That's a great question. The brutality of postseason hockey is just, it giveth, it taketh, it hurteth, it joyeth, it happieth, it all the ifs. Get all your Shakespeare out there. I've been through this a billion times. Like I said earlier, guys, I've been sitting here. This one is especially difficult, but they all sting. They all stink. They're all painful. Hey, I go back, Vic, to the late 90s, and again, there's a lot of youngins out there who can't relate to this. Maybe you weren't even born, or maybe you were little. But those losses to the Dallas Stars or the Detroit Red Wings, they were painful, man. They were painful losses. Even when you win, great, but the losses still really, really hurt because those teams are different teams. Those teams can win it all. You know those Avalanche teams from 96 all the way through 2000, whatever you want to say, before the lockout and Forsberg and Footer gone and so on. Those teams all could win it all. Okay. And they won twice. So you felt a lot more pain than joy in that time.
It's funny. We keep every segment, like this segment we started, we were supposed to talk Nuggets, and we hark back to Avs. And I don't mind that at all because the pain is still, it's still an open wound.
I got something on the Nuggets in just a second.
That's fine. We'll get to the Nuggets because they do play tonight. But I understand. Let the pain go. You have to do this. And I have no problem doing it because it's the only therapeutic way to do it is to talk about it. I believe that series, and everybody is going to focus on Game 7, and rightfully so. If there's one other game I will point to in that series that I believe when I walked away from the arena, I said, ooh, there's something wrong here. I have never seen anything like it. The roof off of Ball Arena in Game 3 when Gabriel Landeskog was introduced was about to explode. And you lose that game? That, to me, was a huge turning point in this series. You cannot lose Game 3.
That's what Moshe was saying earlier.
Yeah, I know. And I agree with you, Moshe. Now that I look back at it, now that I have a chance to sit there, eyes wide open, and see every game for what it's worth, you're exactly right. That, to me, is equally as important as the Game 7. You cannot lose that Game 3. You can't. You can't.
That emotion, 6 power plays that game, get nothing out, lose an OT. Yeah, it's brittle.
You can't lose that game.
Just quickly here. I do want to look ahead to tonight's game, but also give the Nuggets their flowers for what they did on Saturday as they demolished the Clippers.
They're a big-time dog tonight.
Well, they should be. They should be. They're on a day's rest. OKC's been waiting for them at home. And I'm with Vic. We'll save that because I'm with what Vic said earlier about if this game gets out of control, what you can do. But how surprised are you that the Nuggets won that series? Honestly. We went into 3 games left in the regular season. We all thought that they were done. They fired their coach, fired their GM. We're like, all right, this is the last sort of push to try and make something happen. They beat a very good Clippers team that was red hot heading into the series.
I am pleasantly surprised that the Nuggets won that series. I did not expect them to win that series, and they did. I fully expected them, after Game 3 in L.A., what'd you think about that series?
That it was done. I mean, Vic, I remember talking about it heading into Game 4. Being like, you know what? I have no expectation for tonight. It might go poorly, whatever. That, I literally was thinking
But they squeaked it out, man. They squeaked
the resiliency they
still
displayed.
Fight, yes.
Yes. The resiliency they displayed in Game 4 took all of those doubts from my mind, washed them away, and said, oh, I forgot.
So, Vic,
they're the Nuggets.
Maybe what the Nuggets did, I don't want to call it more impressive because I don't know how much the national pundits know. All of those people, all the ESPN people, didn't they pick the Lakers in 5 and the Clippers in 5, both of them?
All 10?
But
one.
All but one.
Yeah, I had the Clippers winning that series, and that's fine. I was listening to a national radio show on our airwaves, Fox Sports Radio.
And maybe
yesterday.
they were right, though, Vic. Maybe they were right. Maybe they looked at it from afar and go, you know what? The Clippers are playing great ball down the stretch.
18-3 down the stretch.
Yeah, the Nuggets are in disarray a little bit. I mean, they just fired the coach and the GM. I don't know if that's disarray, but you know what I mean. The Nuggets, they're grasping right now because they were dead in the water at the end of the regular season or toward the end of the regular season. Maybe they were correct. And maybe that's why we should give this Nuggets team even more praise.
Yes, but don't tell me.
Or maybe not. Maybe, you know what? Maybe they should have been doing this all along, and they were just goofing around.
I don't know. They pushed the right buttons. All I could tell you is this. From a national perspective on the radio yesterday, somebody said, and I'm not sure who this was, a national NBA insider, that the LA Clippers just sabotaged themselves. And there's nothing the Nuggets really did to win this series. It's the Clippers losing the series. He called it hogwash. And I said to myself, see, this is how it always works with LA teams. When they lose, it's always because, well, this didn't go right. Or that was the closest sweep in NBA history. Remember that retort?
Oh, yeah.
See, I look at it, no, the Nuggets took it. The Nuggets got blown out in Game 3. They were down 2-1, and they said, you know what? Let's put our big boy pants on. They came out and won the next one, and the one after that. They won the series. Nobody gave them anything. CB shut down James Harden in 4 games. 4 of those games, especially the last one. James Harden was a no-show. CB was awesome. The Nuggets took it. You know how I know they took it? Their best player was okay in the last game. He wasn't the best player on earth. And they still blew them out. The Nuggets took the series. Nobody gifted them anything.
The final numbers, by the way, plus minus, this is crazy. Kawhi was a minus 33. The Clippers were 33 points worse than the Nuggets when Kawhi was on the floor. Harden, 29. Norman Powell, 31. On the other side, Michael Porter Jr., plus 31. And I got to tell you, I'm going to keep mentioning this. I am blown away that Porter's been able to look at least decent.
Brett,
dealing with what he's dealing with.
Brett, he can't take his jersey on or off. He can't pull it on. He has to have help because he can't lift his left arm. After the game, he has to have help removing his jersey.
And
that's crazy.
Putting in 15 points. He dunked in that game. Now, if you notice, how does he dunk, Vic? Left shoulder's down
Carefully.
like this, and it's one hand with the right. But still, for him to gut that out because they could not afford anybody to go down right now. No one.
I also have a bit of an issue with OKC because it's not really a team that I dislike. OKC to me has always sort of been the little engine that could.
They're a little big for their britches.
They might be. They might be. And I'm sure that during the course of this series, there are guys. Look, I don't like Caruso. I don't. I guess I can admire
Chet's face is going to kill you.
Chet's face.
Yeah,
those faces.
Those two
will be
faces.
your most hated.
And here's part of the problem too. I'll be staring.
Plus, his name's Chet.
Right.
What is that?
What's that short for? Or is it just? It's just Chet.
Chettery.
Hold on.
Chetalicious. I'll be looking at his ankles all series.
Look at that.
Oh,
Look
my
at
God. I'm going to be staring at his ankles all series long. These pencils that go into his shoe.
Hey, do you know how many times we're going to see that AT&T commercial with the three OKC guys in it?
Yeah. I know a lot. But I'm
You're
going
right.
to be
You're so right.
My eyes are going to gravitate toward his ankles, and I can't help myself.
Okay, so now that we're brewing some hatred.
This looks fake.
Yeah.
It looks fake.
So hatred is now percolating for the next round. It took time, right? It usually takes a game to get
How
that
long
going,
does it
but
take?
here we are.
How long does it take to tape his ankle?
Here we go. Yeah, it takes one. It takes a Band-Aid.
Right, exactly. Hey, give me
Scotch tape.
Jesus.
All right,
That's
calm
not-
down.
I know.
That's mean.
I know.
He's a
I
good
know.
player.
He's
good
a
player.
very good player.
All right, so I do agree. I do agree with you on this. They won 68 games. I mean, that's an historic season in the NBA. But I think what the OKC Thunder, their best attribute is the depth that they produce on the court. They've got 10, 12 deep.
Yeah.
In the playoffs, doesn't mean as much. In the playoffs, guess what? That just means 4 or 5 guys that you usually play aren't going to play. So what good does that do you?
It gives you an ability. If one of your bench guys is off, you can go to somebody else. I mean, you can do that.
But it's not the same game, is what I'm saying.
Sure.
So let's erase that. The one thing that doesn't go away is, they got 2 All-Stars. The Nuggets don't.
Yeah.
The Nuggets have 1 All-Star. They have 2. Don't forget Jay Will. He will play a big role in this series.
Hey, you want me to break his ankle on the way to break?
That's
You want me to
mean,
do it?
dude. You're being mean.
Yeah, let me see.
I don't even want to poke that bear.
You're being mean.
Let's just see.
You want to?
No. Hey, I want no part of this segment.
No, it's done for.
You were?
What, you don't want to play these games?
I'm not playing those
I
games.
threw a piece of paper at it. So
I hope Chet sees you pregame and comes up on you pregame.
I hope he likes getting kicked in the shins.
Dude, that's oh my God.
Imagine if
I
Achilles,
hope he slaps you.
the
open-hand
old
slap
myth of
across the
Achilles, actually had like an advertisement like, you can take me out here. That's what I see with Holmgren. Why are you guys shaking your head? I can't talk trash about an opponent heading into a series?
I don't. You're body shaming him.
You body shame me every day with how
yeah, but
pale
you're
I
my
am.
brother. You're my brother. Your translucences can be shamed because
When he's
it's-
my enemy.
Yeah.
303-504-0925. Back after this.
Good morning, guys. Still reeling from the Avalanche loss. I'm not calling for Coach Bednar's job. If anybody is to blame here, it's Chris McFarland, who's traded away prospects, picks, Mikko Rantanen, and in the end, it came back to bite him. I would think there's changes coming. I'd start with Sam Girard, maybe Josh Manson, and Charlie Coyle. And last, Moser. Do you think Nabokov is coming to the U.S. next year from the KHL? Thank you.
All right, that's Roberto on the Voice of the People. You can use that. Just go to your Altitude Sports Radio app. By the way, that is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. But if you open up the Altitude Sports Radio app, there's a microphone on the bottom. You can send those messages directly to Nelly.
He's talking about Ilya Nabokov, who is a bright, young goaltending prospect.
There's a lot of people saying some stuff about Blackwood, and I thought he was fine.
I thought he was fine, too. It's his first time ever in the postseason. I think he played fine. I mean, again, who's going to stop Rantanen from cruising down the slot and wristing one by you?
Yeah.
He had opportunity. I mean, he had different – look.
Second goal goes off a skate. Your own guy's skate.
All right. Anyway, the deal with Nabokov is he's a bright, young, talented goalie playing in the K. He's only 22 years of age. You've got Scott Wedgwood under contract for one more season as well. So I would say probably not yet on him. What is to come? Look, Roberto's getting on Chris McFarland. What did we all say when this is all going down, the deadline and everything else? What did you say?
Brilliant moves.
You
Brilliant.
said,
one
and
after another.
they're going for it.
Yeah.
Okay, now it may work, it may not work, but they're going for it. They're not sitting back and just letting things happen to them, and they're actually being. We've always said it's better to be proactive than reactive.
That's why this Nico thing is killing me. I had this argument with somebody yesterday. Well, that's what happens when you trade away a great player. Well, really? Because I remember about a month ago when everybody was applauding and praising the Avs for doing that exact same trade. Listen, it happened. It happened. I would still do it. Still.
Well, here's what's really frustrating.
The guy ends up in the Western Conference. You send him east. You send him east to avoid what you just saw. And he ends up in the Western Conference on that team.
Can I say a couple things here real quick too, please? Let me say a couple things. If Nathan McKinnon had gone free, and this is, again, let's just keep things in perspective, okay? Because it's that guy who burned you last night big time. And that's really, when you look at game number 6, he had 4 points. His entire line did all the heavy lifting in that second period, and that's all they had, and they lost the game. He killed you in game 7 in the third period. But with Nathan McKinnon would have gone free, Vic, would he have gotten more than he makes right now?
Of course.
If Cale Makar had gone free,
of course,
would he make more than he makes right now?
Of course.
If Gabe Landeskog, by the way, signed that deal at the 11th hour, right? But if he had gone free, the Avs captain, would he have made more on the open market than he did?
We're not going to relitigate something.
Hang on. Let me finish. Devon Taves, the same story. These guys that would all have made more on the open market, they chose to take less to stay. And this other guy chose to put the screws down as hard as he possibly could for a year and a half, okay? That's all I'm saying. These other guys made the decision early on, I want to stay, this is my home, I will take less to stay with this group because I know we can win. Now, I'm not faulting a guy for getting his money, okay? I'm saying there are different perspectives on different players, on what's more important to them. Okay, but hang on. You can have your full say. This guy chose to put the screws down till basically the 11th hour is what it was, okay? And did he hurt you on Saturday? Yes, he did. He hurt you big time. He earned the right to get his money. But let's not relitigate the past and not say that it was the right move, because overall for the franchise, it was. It happened to be that guy that hurt you. And we know he's a great player because that's why he's getting paid $12 million a year, and that's why the Avalanche offered him $12 million a year.
See, that's where you and I sort of I'm with you every step of the way until you start. I'm not going to rip Mikko for wanting more money. To each his own. I'm not doing it.
Exactly.
I'm not going to do it. Hey, to each his own. I don't get in other people's business when it comes to their money.
Absolutely.
Moj, if you want to go renegotiate your contract here, go do it. I'm not going to tell you, oh, you're not a team player. Look at Moser. He's not a team player. You know, we got a great show. And I'm not going to do that. That's your right. But here's the deal. You cannot tell me then, Mikko, I would have done that trade 10 out of 10 times because I think the Avs made the right move and they got the right pieces back. But you have to look at it and say, in the most pressure-packed moment, Mikko got his. He got his, and did he ever? And I'm going to give him credit, even though you don't want to, and I know you don't. I'm going to give him credit for stepping up at the most ridiculous pressure-packed moment of this series. He stepped up and played his best hockey. And afterwards, when he was interviewed, class. I love those players like they're my brothers. I will always love them. He was full class. It's okay to say that. It's okay to admit that. It's okay to give Mikko his props. It's okay. He deserves it.
No one's saying it's not okay, Vic. I'm not saying it's not okay to give him his props. I'm saying perspective-wise, yeah, that Game 7, yes, he scored a really good goal to make it a 2-1 game.
He scored 3 goals. The last one's an empty netter. He scored 3 goals.
All right. No guff, Chet. Thanks. He scored a really good goal to make it a 2-1 game. You're back the other way. The chances of it being a 3-1 game are pretty damn high as Makar's walking in and his stick explodes. I mean, I'm reliving this through my head right now, Vic, because it's what I do.
Why
do they explode?
Breaking?
I don't know. Because Cale Makar puts a tremendous amount of torque on his blade. Yeah. You got to dig it into the ice somewhat in order to get that kind of torque to be able to get the release, to be able to fire the puck at nearly 100 miles per hour.
Gotcha. You know what's crazy?
His stick explodes. He comes down and goes right to Hintz, and he's defending well, but he's got no twig. And he's so good with his stick. Tripping penalty. Rantanen, aggressive to the side of the net. Aggressive. Hey, man, you're right. Pressure-packed time, Vic. He's really ramping it up. Look at me go. I'm going to go.
Look at you. You're not. You're just being. This is you being you again.
Yes.
You're not giving the guy his credit. You're just not.
He went hard to the side of the net. Tried to wrap around. There was no other play. Had nothing else. Fell down on his own. Crashed into the end boards off the end of his blade and off his skating in. Now, again, did he go hard to the front of the net and try a wraparound? Yes, he did. Did he blow his own self up and get lucky? You're damn right he did. And if you want to talk about how great an empty net goal was with 2 seconds left in the game, then go to your closet and play tickle fight with yourself.
I'm not saying,
because I ain't going to do it.
Hey, Moj, did the Avs get lucky in Game 6?
Well, sure. Did they?
All right. Well, then don't discount a guy's play. Did the Stars get lucky
in Game 5? Absolutely,
just give him his props, man.
I did give him his props. I said that his first goal of the game was not only absolutely critical for Dallas, but it was a brilliant goal.
Yeah, I don't know what's being argued here.
What else do you want me to do?
No,
what you want me to do is massage him.
No,
and,
I'm not.
And rub him and
no, because there's a faction of you guys out there that just you cast him off as evil. Not you necessarily. He's not evil. He went after his money. Big freaking deal. Happens all the time in sports.
Good.
He got his money.
And
he made his way back to the Western Conference. But if I would have done that trade, if I'm the Avs, I do it again and again and again. Great trade. Great move. Great move. We said it then. You can't rewrite history just because he played that well in that Game 7. You can't. Well, it's a trade that had to be made.
This is what I hate, though, because I saw guys like Greg Wyshynski saying stuff like this. The Avs, they gave up on him or wanted to let him go, and it's just like, here's the reality of this.
It's just so stupid.
Both.
It's just such a lazy outsider take. It's so dumb.
The Avs wanted to keep Mikko. Mikko wanted to be an Av. But it got to the point where the Avs said, I can't risk a player of his caliber walking for nothing this offseason. If we can't come to agreement on a number, then I have to get something in return for him. They ship him to the Eastern Conference to directly avoid what happened yesterday, which is I don't want to face that guy in the postseason if I can help it. And what you didn't foresee is that going so poorly that, 3 weeks later he gets shipped off again? Traded twice in the span of a month. Like, that's the weird stuff. Now, Mikko made plays. This is what's also hilarious, because I saw this from Stars fans, and they get to have their victory lap this morning. They won. And Mikko came up with a big period. One of his 2 gigantic periods that he had over 7 games in this series. But they started doing the, how about all those Avs fans that he can't produce without being next to Nathan McKinnon? And I said, dude, you were saying that up until after game 4. So let's not get too crazy here.
It's funny how things can change in a hurry. He looked vacant until the last part of that series.
Yeah, Stars fans weren't all that happy with Mikko until Mikko had a really nice last 3 games, points-wise.
But I just don't understand. I don't understand people throwing rocks at the organization and saying, oh, my God, they just don't want to win. All they did is try to win. They spent the last couple months crafting a team trying to do it, trying to run. I mean, what are you talking about?
Well, it's an easy 1-to-1 to make. Mikko was one of the more important pieces to a core of a championship-level team. You traded him, and then he beat you just a few months later. Like, I'm sure you're going to feel some type of way about it. Doesn't mean that it wasn't the right move at the time. Doesn't mean it won't be the right move moving forward. But we said it heading into the series that the Mikko part of this is a small story, but because it's hockey, it's always about the overall game, right? It becomes a big story when it happens like that. I mean, a hat trick to close out your former team in a Game 7, storyline writes itself.
You know, he could have pulled a Russell Westbrook and hung on the rim and roofed that last shot. And really, he didn't. He didn't. He was classy in the post-game interview. He could have said something else. He didn't.
I'm so in the middle of you guys. I can tell Moser's about to, his head's going to explode.
I mean, Russell Westbrook was ticked off that the Clippers gave up on him. And what did he do? He hung on the rim for 20 seconds, and rightfully so. It was awesome. As a Nuggets fan, it was awesome.
Moser's not here for your Mikko was classy.
I'm just telling you. Mikko could have taken that last shot on goal, waited till they got...
Nobody in hockey does that. It's different than basketball. You know that. Hockey's not built that way. Players aren't built that way in hockey. Moser, did I save you from exploding?
No, you didn't.
Okay. All right.
I'm not going to explode. I'm not going to revisit this.
The holy
No.
Moser.
No, Lauren.
I'll tell you right now, how about this? I think that Russell Westbrook hanging on the rim and getting an intentional technical just to talk massive amounts of crap.
That was awesome.
Was like a top 5 Nuggets moment since I've been here. I'm not kidding. I think it really is truly a top 5 Nuggets
now, how
moment.
do you feel about it if you're a Clippers fan and you see that? I mean, that's why our perspectives are all different and they change based on who you pull for.
Yeah.
I'm reading Ryan Clark, our old buddy Ryan Clark.
Here's the thing, though. That was well personal way before this series started.
Sure it was.
I believe that the reason the Westbrick name came about was during his time with the Clippers, where his own fans were calling him that.
Right.
People weren't like that with Mikko.
No, I'm reading Ryan Clark, our old buddy, who now works at ESPN. And they're going through the series and talking about the margins for error extremely tight. That's true. Likely to be the case, 2 teams clearly in the championship window, 2 teams with more than 100 points in the regular season. It was going to be tight. No doubt about it. But it says the Avs' impressive wins were far more impressive. The overtime Stars games in games 2 and 3 were the difference in the Avs either sweeping the series or being knocked out in a 7th game when your former player decides to show up 52 minutes into the game.
No, that's why I was agreeing with you earlier. Like, I know that it's, there's 2 schools of thought, and I actually agree with both of them. What Vic was talking about earlier, you got a 2-0 lead with 13 minutes left in a Game 7, you take that. But also, you had plenty of opportunities to make it not about that.
Can we be real for a second here as well? It hurts, Vic. I think you can see on my face and hear in the tone of my voice that it's painful. It's painful that of all the guys to do it, I mean, for God's sake, if Dutchie had done it, it might feel less painful than having 96.
It totally would. Are you kidding? Of course it would.
But you haven't liked Mikko since the whole deal went down, and I've always wondered.
It's not that I didn't.
No, just Moser. Just be real. Just don't lie to us.
Can I give you my true feelings?
No, Moj. Every time we mention Miko over the last 2 months,
can I give you my true feelings on this, Vic?
Let him say it. Let him say it.
I loved Mikko Rantanen. I've seen every game he's played in the National Hockey League, not as a professional, because he played a year in the A. I've loved everything about him, his personality. Like, you have certain guys on your team. Like he was one of my guys. Okay, always has been. He made I would even argue to you to this day, sitting in his airplane on his way to Winnipeg, that he would argue he wants to be a Colorado Avalanche.
I totally agree.
He said in the postgame, "Those are my brothers." He let his agents make a major miscalculation.
Okay, all right. Well, then why are you killing him?
I'm not killing him.
Sounds like it.
What I'm saying is that he screwed up. Probably for everybody.
He did. That's the thing. Why I'm not like all, I don't know. I don't have the same sort of feelings as a lot of people do about the classy post-game stuff and the things he said about the Avs is because the Avs didn't do him wrong. They offered him a contract, which is essentially what he got from Dallas. And I think that he knows.
Virtually, it's funny. All these Texas people now.
Like he doesn't.
Well, actually, it's a lot more because there's no state interest. You know what? Suck it.
Here's the thing, though.
All these Texas people trying to correct me all the time. Well, it's $200,000 more, Moj, per year.
Hang on. Mikko doesn't get to play the "they didn't believe in me" card. The Avs did believe in him to the tune of offering $12 million a year. They believed
Russell Westbrook could play that card, though.
He totally can.
Yeah.
They shipped him out and said, "You made us worse, and you're a big reason why we lost."
Yeah, they wanted Chris Dunn over Russell Westbrook.
Yeah. That's why those are different. Why is Russell Westbrook doing that?
Yeah.
Because they literally said, "You suck. Get out of here."
We want Chris.
And both players, you can argue, both players are the reason their teams won.
You could.
Sure.
There's a lot more to get to with this Avalanche team in the coming months. But there are a lot of their window is still open, okay? But there are a lot of big decisions coming up with guys who are UFAs and guys who you'd like back and so on. There's still a lot of work to do.
Yeah, we'll get into that now. I mean, we'll talk about every respective player. Now, today's a grieving day still, obviously.
But it's also look ahead to tonight because there's game 1 of Nuggets and I was about to say Clippers again. That's over. Nuggets and Thunder. We'll get to it next.
If you're like a lot of people in Metro Denver, and at the final seconds of the Avs-Stars Game 7, you took your television, pulled it out of the wall, and ripped apart every electrical component that exists, you probably need AAA Service Plumbing, Heating, and Electric. They do it all. And right now, they got a deal for you, too. If AC is necessary, summer months are approaching, they've got a $49 tune-up special for air conditioning units right now. So schedule your appointment. AAAtoday.com. Go to AAAtoday.com.
Across the timeline is Chris Dunn. He's at the point, throws it off inside the arc. Poked away to steal Westbrook again. Dog, 2 hands! And if I said it once, I'll say it again. This thing is still over. Denver leads it by 31. Technical foul on Westbrook for hanging on the rim. I don't care. Keep doing that.
So, Cause.
Nobody cared.
Great job, Cause. That's so good.
I don't care. Keep doing that.
I got a number for you guys.
Hey, by the way, Vic, I will say this about this schedule coming up. It's every other day for the Denver Nuggets and the Oklahoma City Thunder. There's no goofing around in between and whatnot. Yeah. It's every other day.
Oh, is it? No 2-day breaks or anything?
There is a 2-day break between games 6 and 7.
That's it. But I can tolerate that when we get there. I almost want to go to Oklahoma City.
I've been to OKC.
Not much to see.
I don't think it's that bad of a town.
I've been through it. I've never actually.
It's a tiny guy, but I don't think it's that bad of a town.
I think I stopped and got gas and took a whiz. I'm pretty sure if I got gas, I probably took a whiz. And I know I got gas in Oklahoma City, so
I always
never
root for
stayed
the smaller
there.
markets.
Hey,
good for them.
Speaking of that clip right there, Westbrook hanging on the rim. There's Westbrook's self-aware. And I think this post-game quote proves it.
I think a lot, as much as people may not think. I'm very smart, and I understand the game. I understand what's going on. So I am thinking. And I also, just a force, man. I think it's, my ability to be able to be a force of nature on the floor is what I pride myself on. So whatever that looks like, it may be a turnover, it may be a missed shot, but it may be a steal, maybe a dunk, maybe a missed 3, maybe a made 3. It's gonna be all of that. It's gonna be everything. So you just take it for how it comes, and whatever happens, you go with it. And I've always been like that. As long as I leave it on the floor, and God willing, to be able to go out and continue to compete, I'm grateful for it.
He knows what his game is, and he's like, look, I'm either going to be awesome or horrible, but I'm going to do it at 1,000,000 miles an hour.
Listen, I'm either going to miss a layup that's a gimme and then foul somebody with seconds left, or I'm going to make corner threes when they leave me open. You're exactly right. Russell Westbrook, I'm not going to call him the main reason. They do not beat the Clippers without Russell Westbrook.
No chance.
I am going to call him the main reason. Russell Westbrook is the main reason the Nuggets won the first-round series. He was the Nuggets bench.
He just rethought his entire position in the span of 9 seconds.
You're exactly right, because you know what? The starters did what they do. We had one of the Jamal Murray games. Joker averaged a triple-double. Nobody's surprised there. AG looked good. He's the reason. 2 reasons. Russell Westbrook and CB's defense on James Harden for 4 of those games. Those are the 2 reasons the Nuggets emerged. When you look back at it, the Nuggets won 3 of the last 4 games. Think about that.
Yeah.
They won 3 of the last 4 games. And nobody thought they'd be able to do that when they were down 2-1. And they did. They did. Here's the bad news. And it's nothing that should be surprising whatsoever. We know rest is a huge factor in the NBA. Someone said to me, well, the Rockies rested. No, baseball's a different. Don't equate baseball to basketball. Rest is good in basketball. Rest is necessary. Rest is you grow off rest. If you have a team that's rested versus a team that's just played, advantage team that's rested. 8 days Oklahoma City has had off. The Nuggets had 1. Since 2000, teams coming off a sweep facing a team that just played a 7th game. Do you know the record for that team that came off the sweep?
253-0.
14-1. 14-1. So tonight, I'm going to measure this game. I'm going to look at it, guys, and tell me if you're the same as me. If this game gets out of sorts early, do you just punt? If the Nuggets show whoa, this is close. Whoa, the young OKC Thunder, man, they don't know what they're up against here. They're not ready. Now you play, you go. But if things get crazy, what do you do tonight? Do you punt?
You could. I mean, there is another head coach in the league that did that.
And won the series.
Steve Kerr did. And now, They lost the game after that one, too, and it got forced into a Game 7, but still, they won the series.
I always want to battle. I always want to give it the old college try. But at this point, with this experienced of a team overall, with the core, I would say I would have no problem with them punting if you're down by 17-20 in the third quarter. Is that what you're looking at, Vic? What's your line of demarcation on punting?
If you're down 20 late third, it's just rest the guys for the fourth.
It's also a feel thing, right?
Yeah, it is a feel.
It's like you can be down 15, but be like, hey, I think if they go on a run, then this could be close. And there's some games you're down 15. It's like, this is no shot. I'm honestly like, it's going to come down to how fresh do they look? Like, they aren't going to be as, I guess, fresh, obviously, as Oklahoma City. But do they look like they have their legs or not? And I think you'll know that pretty early in the game. And maybe they give it like an initial rush and it starts to taper off. I don't know. But they just had a 7-game, tough, hard-fought series. Now, if there's any good news, Vic, you didn't expend energy until the clock's hit 0 in Game 7. You got at least a little bit of a chill at the end.
And Joker only played 33 minutes. You know, the other way to look at it, again, and the Nuggets, when you think they're going to zig, they zag. So that's why I'm done trying to predict stuff from this team. They're just resilient. Maybe it's a situation where they're already in sprint mode, because that's what they had to do, while OKC's in jog mode.
OKC hasn't been tested either.
So perhaps they come in and they say, all right, let's just keep it going, where you're right. Vic, you and your snowblower of all things. Now, you may have the highest end snowblower on the block, but when you go to try to start your snowblower, what happens?
Well, I got rid of that one. I got an electric one. It starts every time now. It's
okay, but what happened to the old one?
Well, it was so bad I sold it because I couldn't get it started, and the guy who bought it got it started 10 minutes later.
Right. There are Oh, did he really?
Yeah.
That'll make you feel like a man.
Oh, here it's right here. See, you got to put gas in it. See,
he did something with the spark plug. He carried spark plugs with him. I'm like, okay.
Okay. Well, the point is this is maybe OKC, and this is wishful thinking on my part. Maybe you're going to need a couple, 3, 4, 5 pulls on that cord tonight before you actually get the motor fired up and ready to go.
By the way, this is what happened last year with OKC. So OKC plays their first round series against New Orleans last year.
Mm-hmm.
They sweep them, dominate. The next series they play against Dallas, and they lost in 6.
And they had home court.
They're still a fairly young team with not a ton of playoff experience. I want to see what it looks like if they get tested a little bit. If they get some pushback. It's such an odd thing, too, because they were hands down the best team in the league this year, 68 wins. You dealt them 2 of those losses, 2 of the 14. An even series against the Nuggets, because playing against the Nuggets is never easy for anybody.
It's interesting, too, because coming into tonight, the Boston Celtics, I think, Brett, can you get your little app thing up that you do? What is it called?
Circa?
Whatever it is you do.
Circa Sports.
There you go. Get your little app up and tell me what the lines are, the favorites are tonight.
For the game tonight?
Both games. Celtics and Knicks.
Both teams, Nuggets and Knicks, road teams, are 9.5-point dogs.
Okay, what's interesting about that is that the Boston Celtics beat the living snot out of the New York Knicks all season long. In fact, Vic, Boston went 4-0 against the Knicks this year with an average winning margin of more than 16 points per game.
The series prices, by the way, if you were to bet on the series, the Nuggets are plus 480.
Wow.
Huge dogs to win this.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The Knicks are plus 555.
Woo, baby. Well, I don't think the Knicks are going to win. But what I'm saying is the Nuggets split with OKC. In fact, one in their building. So I would just feel like there's more of a puncher's chance.
Hey, I agree. I think OKC did not want to see the Nuggets. OKC would have been more comfortable with the Clippers, who they swept. Trust me. Hey, we just saw it yesterday, a 4 seed beating a dominant 1 seed. Indiana went to Cleveland and beat
It's amazing.
the Cavs.
Absolutely amazing.
Yep. It's a matter of how tested are you. In fact, Vic, let's do this real quick.
Do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza.
Experience the power of the Plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza. Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
7:30 tonight right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, Game 1, Nuggets Thunder, Vic.
Listen, Jamal Murray's going to have his hands full in this series. I mean, he had Kawhi Leonard and Chris Dunn guarding him in the Clippers series. And now you got Lou Dort, only one of the best in the league. You got Alex Caruso, only one of the best perimeter defenders in the league. You got Case and Wallace. You got three dudes who can defend at an elite level. Good luck with that. So, having said it, this is Joker's series.
Yes.
If the Nuggets want to win this series, it's Nikola Jokic's series. You take that man that you put up on your screen behind you with the very small ankles, and you say to Nikola Jokic, you don't got Big Zoo behind you. You got Chet, who weighs half of what you weigh, and you go to work.
But who do you think OKC is going to guard him with? Is it going to be Chet, or will they throw Isaiah at him?
They'll throw Hartenstein on him with Chet behind. They'll play that hide-and-seek game. Chet will come in to block shots.
Twin Towers.
Yes.
Okay. So Chet's going to be across the key, eyeing. So if Isaiah's one-on-one against Joker in the low block, then you're telling me that the big...
He'll come over. He'll get plenty of help.
Okay.
He'll get plenty of help. But you see, though, the perimeter defenders OKC they have more perimeter defenders than they know what to do with. So it's going to be tough for the Nuggets guards to get off in this series. It has to be Nikola and AG.
Keys to the game, powered by Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the Plaza. They have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used, all in one place. More to break down with Game 1 happening tonight and both Game 7s from over the weekend. Get to it next. All right, get back to the Nuggets in a second. Game 1 tonight at 7:30 right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I want to go back to the Avs, though.
I think everybody associated, Brett. I mean, the players and the coaches in the front office most, because it's their team. And they're the ones in it. They're the ones doing it, right? They're the ones that have the control over everything. It's going to be painful. Like I said before, do you think if you asked Peter Forsberg today, Vic, the 1999-2000 season, and you trade for Raymond Bourque, right? And you lose to Dallas again. And Adam Deadmarsh hits a post late. Do you think that these guys, even 25 years later, do you think they look back and go, damn it, we should have had that?
Of course.
Of course they do. These are the kind of losses you probably wear for the rest of your life. Probably. Can I give a little perspective, and this is not excuse making, but can I give Vic some perspective to you and to everybody else? Will you allow me?
You have a microphone in front of you. Go ahead.
All right, here we go. Pittsburgh Penguins. In the mid-2000s, were they an awesome hockey club?
Yes.
Let me give you a little bit of their history. They end up losing the Stanley Cup final to the Red Wings in 07-08. They lost the Cup final. Crap. You come back the next year, and you beat the Red Wings in 7 games to win the Stanley Cup. Holy crap. We've got Crosby, we've got Malkin, we've got Letang, we've got studs all over the Hall of Famers all over the place, right?
Mm-hmm.
Coming off a Stanley Cup championship. 2009, 2010, you lose in the second round. 10-11, you lose in the second round. 2011, 2012, Brett, you lose in the first round to Philly in 6 games. You won a Stanley Cup, and 3 years later, you're losing in the first round. Does that sound familiar?
Yep.
What's that sound like?
Sounds like this place.
Let me go on to year 4 after the Cup. You lose in the conference finals. You get swept by Boston. The next year, this is 5 years removed now. Those Penguins teams with Hall of Famers. You lose in the damn second round of the Rangers in 7 games. The year after that, 6 years, 7 years removed, whatever it is.
So what's your lesson in all this?
2015, 2016. You got to go all the way from 08-09 to 15-16. You finally win another Stanley Cup against the San Jose Sharks. I mean, those great Penguins teams went, 7 years between Stanley Cup championships.
Yeah.
And you're like, damn, is it hard? And then you win back-to-back cups. Then you beat the Predators in 16-17. So I'm just saying it's hard to win. Those teams were loaded. And still key things happen or whatever, and you're the better team and you lose. And, man, those Penguins are probably going to wear all those years. They probably should have had more than 3. They should have had 6 maybe.
The thing is, though, look, nobody thinks that the Avs are now, like, incapable of winning or anything like that. The question is, do you feel like you need to change things up? Do you need to – I mean, they made a lot of personnel moves midway through the year.
How much do you like this hockey team as it's constituted right this second?
Yeah, it's funny you say
because
that.
Because I love this hockey team, and they just lost.
We said it after McFarland put his final touches on this roster, all right? He continued to touch up the roster, touch after touch after touch. I've never seen a reconstruction of a roster during the regular season like we saw this year. I've never seen anything like it. 2 goalies gone before Christmas. I mean, one of your star players gone. Multiple players in return. Trade day, a bunch of other players coming in. It's unbelievable how much was done. And we all agreed every step of the way, this team is better. This team is deeper. This team is destined to make a championship run. Well, they didn't. That doesn't mean you just say goodbye. I think you now, all right, you know you got the wheels. Put them in motion, and let's try it again. That's all you can do.
Yeah. Well, and that's what I'm saying is you're heading into an off season that's going to have some questions. And could you make a case to keep things together as constituted and just move forward? I think you absolutely could. You absolutely could make that argument that, you know what really failed us was the power play. We can get that fixed. And you know what? Even without that, we should have taken Dallas out in Game 7 and advanced. And then hopefully, probably, I think we all kind of think this way, your toughest test was going to be that first round. Who knows how far it could have gone?
You know, but what if, right? So last year I had that same mentality. I really did, Brett. I sat here last year and I said, well, the Nuggets just blew a 20-point lead at home to Minnesota. They just blew a spot in the NBA Finals. And what happened next round? Minnesota, the team that beat you, lost to Dallas.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, but here's the funny thing. I mentioned this earlier. I feel like it's the exact same feeling that I had about the Nuggets. It's like you could have gone into the offseason with major questions, by the way. Do you give Jamal an extension? Do you make a trade of like Michael Porter Jr.? Do you do this? Do you do that? Like all these different things still existed. They decided to keep it together. That team just won their first round series. Who knows what's going to happen here? But I'll caution you this. There's another team that faced that a couple years ago, and they said, let's do it. Let's do the home run swing. And they went out and they traded for Damian Lillard. And they've been awful since that trade.
Yeah.
Never gotten back.
You're always chasing it. If your window is open and you know you have an open window, you're always chasing it. And other teams have open windows as well.
But the main question is trust. Do you trust the people that you trust the team first, the actual players on the ice? Do you trust the people in charge above them, head coach, front office, everything that's involved with it? It's all about trust.
Yeah. I'm going to enter a sensitive subject for us, the three of us, because, we have to put everything on the table here. I'm reading a lot, it's time to fire Bednar. It's time to move on from Bednar. I personally am going to recuse myself from that conversation. I consider myself a friend. So I cannot think or react objectively and unbiasedly with Jared Bednar. I can't do it. It's not possible.
I think we all kind of feel that way.
I can't do it.
But I think
at the same time, hold on. At the same time, I just want everybody to know this. Not that they're going to go in that direction. But if that's a choice they made, Jared Bednar would have another job in the NHL before I finish my next sentence.
Yeah. Well, all I'm saying is this. Moj, it's a legitimate question. It absolutely should be a legitimate question. As much as we love Bednar, I mean, if you look at this from the fan base's perspective.
He's also my friend as well. So talking on matters like this are very difficult, even if they're justified, and I don't think they are at this point, but I think some fans, look, people, when you have a window and you have a very good team, people want blood. And it may be at times irrational blood. It may be, golly, I can't even think straight. I just want everybody's head type of blood. You're not thinking like a normal human would think. You're the pain of losing hurts so bad as a fan that you want everybody gone and everybody traded and okay, fine. So I understand where people are coming from in that regard. He's one of the best coaches in the National Hockey League. You look at what just happened with look at Bruce Cassidy getting fired in Boston. What did he do? He went immediately to Vegas like that.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Sullivan just left Pittsburgh, right? Kind of a mutual thing. Where did he go? In less than, I'm sure it was less than 24 hours the deal was worked out. New York Rangers, like that. Jim Montgomery fired in Boston this year.
He nearly pulled off a miracle in St. Louis.
Yeah. A team that was dead in the water.
It's not about
these top-end coaches. Yeah. Vic is correct about that. But again, will Jared Bednar, would he look back today, whatever he's doing, and go, damn, if I had pulled this string different? Well, of course he's going to second-guess himself. Of course he is. There's no way, I know Jared Bednar, there's no way he goes, you know what? I did everything right in this series. I think he did a lot of damn things right. But he's also not on the ice on the power play going, shoot that puck right now.
Well, this is what I want to get to.
See what I'm saying?
Can I finish something real quick? Because, look, I think it's pretty obvious to everybody here that we have a personal relationship with Bednar that makes this a little bit weird, this part of the conversation.
Oh, it's not weird. It's just, listen, I make no bones about it. If you're coming here for objectivity on this very subject, you ain't going to get it here.
But this is what I'm trying to say. I think it's a legitimate question that people need to ask. You should be examining everything after this.
I'm sure they will.
You should be.
I'm sure.
And I think absolutely is their head coach the right guy for the job right now. If you could make this into the same thing with Michael Malone. Does anybody think Malone's a bad coach?
No.
But
He'll
it
have a
ran
job.
its time.
Michael Malone will be head coach in the NBA.
But for the Nuggets, they decided it ran its time.
It was
I don't
time.
know if that's the proper answer right now for the Avs or not.
There was other stuff going on with Michael Malone that led to that.
That's what I was going to say. It wasn't just a basketball thing either with Malone. There was some organizational turmoil that was taking place. What I'm telling you is, I don't think that Bednar was the problem here.
No.
Okay?
No, and the difference too.
Hang on. Because the issue is, if I look at this in totality, and I say, there's a lot of changes that were made midseason, and you have to give Bednar a lot of praise for keeping that team together when they were brutalized with injuries early this year. Not to mention, if you're blaming the playoff failures on the head coach, which is what we do, it's like quarterbacks and coaches in football and all that different stuff. It's an easy thing to point to. At the last 2 years, your exits from the postseason, everybody said Georgiev was terrible. And you're trying to hang on for dear life in the middle of postseasons in which your goalie play just wasn't up to standard, right? But you also want to throw that on the coach. I think there are a bunch of arguments to be made that this is not on Bednar at all. Because you said it, Moj. Is it really on him that's like, shoot the puck during a power play, get shots on goal, put pucks on net, all these different things? I'm just saying. So yeah, like, again, we're biased in this. I don't think it's a secret to anybody. But I do think it's a legitimate question because you should be looking at everything when a season ends this way.
I think as a franchise, no matter what the sport is, if you suffer a disappointing baseball, Game 7 of the ALCS, right? And the manager goes to the bullpen and brings this guy in the 8th inning, and he gives up a 2-run dong.
Yeah, is that on the manager for bringing him in, or is it the pitcher for giving up the bomb? You know what I mean?
But I think what you'll do as an organization, no matter what, you're going to look at everything, okay? I mean, the manager, was it bad to bring this guy in? He gave him, hey, this guy's one of the best closers in the league. And he gives up a 2-run dong, and you lose, right, to not go to the World Series.
You know what, Moj? Two things. The Malone thing happened in lockstep because he and the GM, there are things going on. That was not the case with the Avs. He and the GM worked hand in hand. There was no issues, no organizational dysfunction. So that's not the same. But the more this show goes on and the more I let the pain and the shock of Game 7, as I'm sitting there doing Nuggets postgame, watching this unfold, people watching our Nuggets postgame show, looking at the monitors, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The more I think about what you said earlier in the show, and I want to apologize profusely to you, Moj, because I jumped your case for it, but you're exactly right. This series was lost in Game 3.
Yeah, you could have took a stranglehold on it in Game 3. And that could have been a game with 6 power plays where you could have won that game
the series
6-0.
was
You know what I mean?
You had the single loudest moment I've ever experienced at Ball Arena. You had a spark from which you could have won 8-0. And instead, a first period you came out listless. I don't understand what happened there. But that Game 3 is where I believe this series, in addition to the final moments of Game 7, was lost.
Or allowed to be a series, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said this earlier, Moj. There is an alternate universe if you believe that what is it? The old theory about there's about 15 different universes that we all exist on at once, and you're just in this one, right? There's an alternate universe that exists where the Avs close this out in 5 games.
Yeah.
If they just took care of their business on the smallest stuff.
I'm sure.
I mean, what killed you was the small details, all the little things that make up for winning. Dallas did better than you, and you did the overall hockey better than Dallas. And it's bizarre. It's crazy.
It's postseason hockey. I'm sure to a man, every player in that room is probably saying the same thing today.
Yeah.
They're going back, I'm sure they're going back over every shift of every game. Especially 2 and 3 when, man, they made the play. They won both those games in overtime.
Mm-hmm.
In their joint and in your joint, when you had your captain coming back and so on. Now, you recovered in Game 4. Nice 4-0 win. Didn't come easy, by the way, but difficult. You see what I'm saying? I mean, it's You go back, and if you could just replay everything again, would it be different? Would you do something different? Sure. Back to Ryan Clark real quick and the realistic expectations for 25-26 for the Avs. And this is absolutely true, and this is what's hard to keep in perspective when you're having a postmortem. They're still expected to remain among the top contenders that will challenge for a Stanley Cup.
Of course.
Their core and quite a few members of the supporting cast are under contract at least through next season. What they do in the offseason will play a role in supplementing what they already have, with the notion they're going to be amongst a handful of Western Conference teams that feel the title is within reach. Man, other teams have open windows too. It's tough. And it's not excuse making.
Not to go full Ishbia right now, but there's a lot of teams in the NHL that would trade their rosters for the Avs immediately, and their situation for the Avs immediately. A lot of them. 303-504-0925. Get back to the Nuggets here. Game 1, 7:30, right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Back after this. I don't know what you want
Hey,
from
Vic.
me. I don't know what you want, dude.
Somebody sent me a video, by the way. It said Nolan Arenado smashes a baby. Did you see that?
No.
He's going for a foul ball. It's not that big of a deal. Anyway. But they have this complex in downtown St. Louis near the Cardinals baseball stadium. And it's a big indoor place with sports bars and honky-tonks and all kinds of stuff. And they've got massive, giant TVs all over the place. So apparently after the Cardinals game, everybody stayed in the places. I mean, there's like 1,000 people in there watching the Blues and the Jets last night. So somebody has the reaction of Winnipeg not only scoring to tie with 1.6 left, but the actual loss itself.
Crazy.
And listen, I have no affinity for St. Louis, but I think when you go through that emotional roller coaster, the pain of sports, anybody who's a sports fan of anybody can relate to it in some capacity. And I was thinking about this too. Even the coaches that win it all, Stanley Cup, World Series, Super Bowl, whatever, they go back, I'm sure, and go, you know what, I didn't do this right, I didn't do that right, but we were able to win any. Everybody's going to have doubts and regrets and things they wish they could have done over. Everybody.
Kane is right around the corner. You can be at the top of the mountain. You can be on stage at Civic Center talking to a parade of fans, and less than 2 years later, you can be out of a job. Pain is right around the corner. That's how pro sports works. I want to say something about Peter DeBoer, too, because everybody props him up, and rightfully so, deserves it. He's now, 8-0 in Game 7s? Is that what it is? Where is he
Something
in Game
like
7?
that, 8 or 9, yeah.
Okay. How's he doing in Stanley Cup championships?
He's never won.
So, by definition, I'm asking, by definition, who's the better coach then? Is it one who wins a cup or one who wins Game 7s in the playoff runs? I
don't know.
I'm just curious how you would define that, because it's great. You won Game 7s, but you've had really stacked teams and you haven't won it all. You haven't won it all.
Yeah,
correct?
Yeah. The difficult thing is like when you're doing the comparison between the two. DeBoer is undefeated in Game 7s and undefeated against Bednar, correct? And just head-to-head matchups in the postseason?
With 3 different teams, yeah.
Right.
But again, you go back to it. Was that Avalanche team going to beat that Sharks team? I mean, come on, man. They were very, very close. Very close. Nate got hurt in that Game 7. Now you go back to one of the Vegas series. That was tough.
Well, this is why I keep asking this question, though, is, DeBoer's a good example. DeBoer has all these different accolades that people praise, like his Game 7 record and all that. And yet he's never won a cup before. And so I asked earlier, I go, does it make this any difference? Any different? The pain that you feel and faith in this team moving forward if this happened in the Western Conference Finals as opposed to round 1? And I do think that is at least an important question for context of, okay, we all said it a million times, how stupid the playoff seeding is, and these might be the 2 best teams in the league or in the Western Conference and blah, blah, blah. Well, does it matter if it's in the Western Conference Finals or in the first round?
Yeah.
What matters, and I think you're onto something here, and I was talking to my brothers about this. What matters is not that you lost Game 7, it's how you lost Game 7. If the Avs had been trucked early, let's say Dallas scores 2 goals and they're up 2-0, and Dallas wins 4-1, would we feel differently? Would we be less stunned today? Of course we would. Of course we would.
A little bit, yeah. I mean, if it was a foregone conclusion, yeah.
It would be a different feel.
It probably would be. It's the 2-0 lead in the third.
100%. You're up 2-0 with half a period left.
By the way, going back to...
But the reason I throw that out there is because the ammo being used as reasons why Bednar should be let go by those who want that to happen is he's only made it past the second round once, and that's the year that they won the cup. And I would say, well, that's a pretty big advancement past the second round, but that's what I'm wondering. Does it matter that it happens in round 1 or round 2 or round 3, or is it just that you got bounced? Is that all you're worried about? And for some people, maybe it does matter. Maybe it does make it. I don't know.
I think it's that you got bounced because you had a team that you thought could win it all.
But does it matter when?
That's what I'm saying. No, it's just the fact that you got bounced, period.
If
you
lost
the West final, it would
but
still...
see, no, the win doesn't... The win is just a circumstance of this weird playoff format the NHL gives you.
That's what
the
I'm
win,
asking.
I think we're all sophisticated to understand that they are two of the best in the league and in their respective conferences. It's the how, Brett. It's the how.
Okay. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, would this make any difference to somebody? They get past the first 2 rounds. Let's say they play a couple of patsies. And it's it's a first round sweep and a second round sweep, and then they match up with Dallas, and the series goes the exact same way. I don't think it feels all that different. I don't think you're clamoring for, oh yeah, but they won 2 series before that. I think you just felt like the team could win the cup, and now they're out.
My mind is frazzled. Mark, help me out. So McKinnon scores early in the third. It's 2-0, and at that point you're flying high. It is Denver sports nirvana. The Nuggets had just executed a blowout win in Game 7, and you're like, oh, my God, the city's going to go 2 for 2. In those few minutes after McKinnon made it 2-0, and again, I couldn't keep my eye on the screen. I was doing the postgame show. Weren't there a couple opportunities to make it 3-0?
Yeah.
What happened? Just walk me through those, because I didn't see it.
Missed the net here. Great save there, that kind of thing, yeah. I mean, there were opportunities. Power play, didn't score on it.
So, wait, you had I didn't know this.
I got
power play after
back.
being up 2-0?
I'm pretty sure. I got to go back.
No, it was 2-1.
No, it was 2-1. You could have made it 3-1 because...
Yes.
Gotcha.
And
so
Kale,
Duchesne trips Natchez.
Right.
And...
You get it right back. Dallas is like, ugh.
Did they get anything going on that power? Was there any shot on goal?
It's also, well, yeah, but then McCarr walks in and his stick explodes and it goes, and the puck muffins to Hansen, it goes back the other way.
To me, that's the play of the game. It's Kale lines up a one-timer, stick explodes, it goes the other way. He tries to, and I think he made a great play. No stick, just gets in front, but then he's called off for a trip, so then it's what, a 4-on-4? Not to mention, in the middle of that, Nate just goes against the boards and leaves holding his wrist. He came back out, but
right, got plastered.
It was that moment right there. Kale's stick explodes, then it's a 4-on-4, and then Mikko scores again. That's where the game flipped. And that's the second that went in off Sammy G's skate.
And I would say 5-on-5, you had one breakdown in the entire game.
Yeah.
One breakdown and was it a pick play? Not necessarily, because your guys backing up into the circle as he's picked. So he's moving away from the puck carrier, which is 96, Mikko Rantanen. And then that guy makes a play at the top of the circles down the slot, and we know what happened. But you're 5-on-5 breakdown the entire friggin' game. And it ends up in the back of your net, and you're still with the lead, and then the circumstances that follow that, Vic.
I still don't know what Drury's doing.
I don't know. Hey, Peter DeBoer, you realize this is his 5th team in the National Hockey League. 5th. Lasted 3 years in Florida, 4 years in Jersey, 5 years in San Jose, 3 years in Vegas. This is his 3rd year in Dallas. Is he a good coach? Keeps getting jobs. Does he win Game 7s? Yeah. But he ain't never won anything.
I know. I'm just saying, how do you rank coaches? I mean,
so people say DeBoer's better. What? The proof's in the pudding.
I mean, he's had great teams. I mean, that's a great roster. Now, I just...
What?
I just can't get over it's 2-0 with 12:40 to play.
I can't get over the fact that Cale McCarr's stick blew up. I mean, it literally mid-shaft exploded.
I mean, the exact... See, I'm
having But what are the odds? What are the odds that right then, when he's walking in, and McCarr, by the way, again, in terms of scoring the puck in this series, he had 5 points. We expect more out of him, certainly from the goal perspective.
Yeah.
He had walked down Broadway on numerous occasions, and Ottinger had stoned him on numerous occasions. So the Dallas goalie had a little bit to do with it. And Cale... again, I think it would tell you that he could have been better and so on. But he's walking in down Broadway, Brett.
Yeah.
Look, he finds his spot and his stick explodes. Like, what? Come on, man.
Mose, you're going to have that play replayed in your brain for years, much like last year when the Nuggets blew that 20-point lead. I'll never forget it. Jamal hits a corner 3. They're up by 20 in the third. And the one play that I remember most from that Minnesota comeback, and it just looked it looked surreal. It was happening in slow motion. I remember a fadeaway shot by Rudy Gobert with the shot clock about to expire. Do you remember that?
That's when you knew the game was over.
And I'm like, okay. And at that point, and I had the same feeling when Mika had the wraparound. It was lucky. It went off escape. I mean, he made his luck, but it was lucky. The result was luck. And I had the same exact feeling for both plays.
Yep.
Like, okay, the fates have spoken.
Yeah. Now, I do want to focus, again, it's difficult because you're going off of anger and depression about talking about the Avs, and the Nuggets should get their fair due today too, which is joy and kudos for the way that they handled themselves in Game 7.
That Game 7 performance by them was exemplary.
Well, in the texter says, I'm way behind, but I'll tell you this, not everybody thought the Nuggets were done. It's insulting to those of us who believed in the Nuggets. Let me just tell you something right now. The people in charge of the Nuggets didn't believe in the Nuggets. That's why they made a move with 3 games left in the regular season.
And listen, nobody is knocking you for believing in them.
Yeah.
Kudos to you. We can only speak from our own hearts and our own opinions. The Nuggets, every single time I think the Nuggets are toast, they prove you wrong.
Yeah.
They just do. They have that inherent ability, that resiliency. It's a beautiful thing. It's the reason we watch sports. After watching Game 3 where they got whipped.
Toasted.
In every which way. I looked at the roster. I looked at the situation. I looked at tired faces, and I said, how are they going to win this series? So what do they do after that? They win 3 out of 4 and win the series.
They are at their best when they are doubted. And you know what? They don't need any fuel now. Told you guys earlier, the series price, who's going to win the series between them and the Thunder? You can make $480 off a $100 bet. That's how big of an underdog they are in this series coming up. And I actually think that's a little steep, considering that the Nuggets were 500, 2-2 against the Thunder throughout the course of this series.
But I would also argue to that person, whoever that person is. Well, who's that person? You have a specific person?
It's a listener.
It's
a fine listener.
I would
to our
argue
program.
to that, Rob. I would argue to you that if you go back to the Nuggets' loss against the San Antonio Spurs at home, they were dead in the water towards the end of the race. They were dead in the water. Blake Wesley had 15. Malachi Branham had 13. Stephon Castle, 15. Chris Paul, who's 100 years old, had 17. Harrison Barnes went off for 20 in that game. The Nuggets lost 113-106 at home to the San Antonio Spurs without Wemby. And you're like, I mean, at that point, they are dead. They then lost to the Warriors, got blown out. They lost against the Pacers, who's obviously a very good team. Then that's when the change was made. Then they won 3, and now we're into the postseason. They were dead in the water. We watched them drop from number 2 in the West all the way down to, hey, are they going to be in the friggin' play-in?
Yeah.
So if you want to believe, that's great. And maybe you had blinders on. And you know what? Good for you. Good for you. But rational people who know this team, who watch this team, at that point they were dead, which is why the change was made, and they've responded in a big-time way.
What the Nuggets possess is that one thing you cannot quantify. You can't. It's beyond numbers and stats and analytics. It's beyond trends. It's beyond coaching changes, front office changes. They have that dog in them that very few teams have. Very few. They just have that ability to regenerate. They lose a limb, they regenerate one. They don't quit. And the reason why last year the loss to Minnesota the way they did was so shocking, because it's one of the few times it went against them. Usually they're the team doing it from the other angle.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you who exemplifies that to a T is Russ. I mean, the fact that I know he gets grief, he's well aware of what his game is too. He played the sound earlier. He's like, I might turn it over, steal, miss a 3, make a 3, miss a shot, make a shot.
Do you realize he shot 42% from 3 in that series?
Yeah.
Pretty amazing.
They left him open and said, go ahead, beat us. He goes, okay.
Pretty
I will.
amazing.
Not to mention, he single-handedly, I think, game 1, maybe not single-handedly, but game one, he literally stole the game away from the Clippers on that final possession. If you remember, they were inbounding with a chance to tie or take the lead in overtime, and he knocked the ball out of James Harden's hands.
Basically, I'm looking it up here. The only mammals that really regenerate anything are like the deer family.
Like
deer,
antlers?
moose, elk, yeah, that kind of thing. Everything else, man, is something gross. So if you want to talk about regeneration, Vic, like crabs, right? You get claws back.
Do worms do it?
It depends on, earthworms can, flatworms can, planarian. I remember when I was in middle school, planarian, we cut them in half. Starfish will regrow an arm, right?
Okay.
Can an octopus regrow a tentacle when it gets bit off or something?
I don't mess with those, man. Those things are scary.
They are.
Too smart.
But the ability of these animals, like sharks lose teeth. They have a conveyor belt of teeth. We
Okay,
lose
that's
a
great,
tooth.
Moj. That's
All right,
awesome.
stop. I'm going to give everybody an update on the series.
What I'm saying is, what do we want the Nuggets to be? Sharks?
Game 1 is tonight, 7:30. Game 2 is Wednesday night, 7:30. Then the series comes home to Denver Friday night, 8 o'clock. Sunday, 1:30. Games 5 through 7, Tuesday in OKC, Thursday Denver, and then Sunday the 18th, if it gets to 7, in OKC.
Starts with game one tonight. Again, 7:30 right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. One last quote here. David Adelman, after the win in Game 7 against the Clippers on Saturday, gave a little, update on what to expect from OKC for Game 1. Again, the difficulty of this, they've been waiting for a week for you to get to OKC. You just played a 7-game hard-fought series. Get David Adelman's thoughts next.
Are you suffering from low testosterone? How would you know? You got to get tested. You got to check it out. If you're in your 30s, 40s, or 50s, you want to get higher energy levels, better gains in the gym, sleep better, wake up feeling refreshed, more productive at work, no more brain fog, maybe your sex drive is back, all of that stuff. Well, do yourself a favor. If you're not really feeling like yourself, go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. In fact, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz right there on the website. 10 simple questions, yes, no answers. Takes 2 minutes. Maybe that is your case. It was for me. Had a regular old physical. The doc said, "Oh, man, you're getting some low T there." I said, "What do I do?" He's like, "You're getting up there." Man. Did something about it. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is the best. They've successfully treated tens of thousands of men along the Front Range here in Colorado, and it could be you as well. Most men wait a year longer to get it checked out. Don't do that. Give them a call today. 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. 5 locations in Colorado, from Fort Collins down to Colorado Springs, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Game 1, 7:30 tonight. You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. So,
I'm trying to think back, Vic, Brett, to some of the painful losses of the past. How long did it take us, me, to get over the Raheem Moore game?
You won a Super Bowl a couple years later, so that helped, right?
That helped a lot.
You won a Super Bowl, so that helped ease the burden of that game. But it took until probably that Super Bowl, yeah.
Yeah, a long time. And this one's going to stick with you.
It's natural. It's natural. It's the way it should be. It's tough.
Losses like this also carry over, that doesn't just end when next season starts. Because you could get to Game 7 the following year, and then that's still in your head, as was a topic of conversation with the Nuggets going into Game 7 over the weekend.
Sure.
And it's why Vic was still scared when they were up 25 and it looked like the Clippers had no life. He's like, well, I saw this happen last year where I thought the game was over, and then it wasn't. And even though I never truly felt like the game was out of grasp, when they put the backups in and a 30-point lead turned into 17 in the span of 3 minutes or whatever that was, I was like, all right, that's about enough of that. And Adelman thought the same thing because he put in Jokic in the starters for another couple minutes. Like, guys, just calm this the hell down and let's get out of here, please. Speaking of, Adelman on the upcoming series against OKC, which starts tonight.
I'll say this about them. They're the best team in the NBA throughout this season. And I had a really good friend the other day make me feel awful. I said, yeah, if we win this series, man, we got to play a team that's 68-14. And he said, no, man, they're 72-14. I was like, okay, that's right. Appreciate that, bro. So, yeah, we know what this is. Their defense is so impactful. They turn you over. They have great one-on-one players in depth. Very good coaching staff that sets them up for, to be the aggressive team they are on both ends. But, you got to be confident going into it. I know they've had the rest. We will be smart about it, do the best we can to keep guys off their feet. But right now, tonight, this is about the success of what this was.
I'll tell you what, I don't feel nearly as bad about a matchup with OKC as I thought I probably should. When you just look at this on the surface, 68-win team going against a team that fired their coach 3 games left in the regular season, I think this is going to be a battle. I'll tell you one thing I'm not looking forward to. How many times am I going to roll? My eyes will roll to the back of my skull, and I'll actually see. I think they'll roll all the way upside down, and I'll see down my throat when SGA tries to sell a call. How many times is that going to happen this series?
I'm not sure that's physically possible, Brett, but I dig where you're coming
from.
Hey, Christian Brown, you just guarded James Harden, one of the greatest floppers in NBA history. What do you win? You win a week's worth of SGA.
There's not a whole lot of guys on that team that I dislike, though. I'm sure by the end of this series, there probably will be.
I'm over the young hubris. I'm over it.
That's what I'm saying. They're getting a little big for their britches for not really accomplishing all that much
for
yet.
a team that's never gotten past the second round.
And what's this? So Nikola, what's their Nikola's name?
Topic. He's out.
Topic. Okay, he's out. But who are these Nikola Oches coming into the league thinking they are? Topic, Jovic, Topic, and all.
Vucevic,
Vich, Bogdan, Big Don, Bagdon.
Hey, can I just ask you a question? Because maybe this is hubris on my part, Vic. If you were to go through the docket and just say advantage to who, does OKC win pretty much every category except for best player on the floor?
I think the Nuggets' front court is better than their front court, and that's where the Nuggets have to win this series. Front court.
Okay.
AG and Joker.
But you talk about
and MPJ
perimeter shooting, OKC, defense, OKC, depth, OKC.
Yep.
I mean, all of that. I think it's just like, what do the Nuggets have that's at their disposal is you possess the best player in the world.
Hey, I was listening, again, I go back to this national show, right, that I was listening to yesterday. Nelly, I don't know if you heard the same one, but the guy that said the reason the Clippers lost that series is because the Clippers sabotaged themselves, and there's nothing that the Nuggets did to win the series. I'm like, are you?
What does that mean?
Cool, Carl.
I didn't understand it either.
Did he give like some evidence backing it?
I have no idea what he was talking. He said, "Oh, they just laid down in the most important." Well, yeah. Well, then the other team sort of has a role in you laying down, right?
Yeah.
And so he said, "It's all about coaching." And I said, "Huh, interesting," because the team that had the experienced coach in that series, Ty Lue, he was 4-0 in Game 7s. So, are you telling me they got out coached? Was it all coaching? Is that what it was? Coaching helped, dude. The NBA is a player's game. Coaches are instrumental in their messaging. Players play.
All right. Something just hit me. So it's the second time. The Nuggets and Clippers haven't met since the bubble, right? In the playoffs?
Correct.
So the last 2 times the Nuggets have beat the Clippers, there have been people that have argued. So, Vic, you just heard somebody say that they laid down and they didn't care.
Yeah.
If you remember in the bubble,
same thing.
The Clippers players said, "Yeah, we could have won. We were tired of it, so we left."
Yeah. Every time, and the Nuggets sweep. Remember, Nuggets sweep the Lakers. Well, that was the closest sweep ever. Next year, the Nuggets beat the Lakers in 5. Yeah, but it could have gone either way. Every time the Denver Nuggets dispatch an LA team, and it's become common practice now, Nuggets own LA. Every single time the Nuggets beat an LA team, it's not because the Nuggets did it. It's because the LA team was disinterested.
Yeah, they didn't care. They wanted out of the bubble or...
Every time.
Yep.
I'll tell you what. There is one guy that has my respect. I love this guy. I don't think this series will change it. Maybe it will, though. Because you know how playoff series go. You start to hate people that you didn't know you hated. But there's somebody that I love right now. And OKC, God, I would love to have him on this team. I love Lou Dort. And I think it's going to be a challenge because I would assume Dort's going to be matched up on Murray, Vic.
Yeah.
Murray's going to have his handful with that.
And if it's not Lou Dort, it'll be Caruso. He'll get a dose of both of them.
And now Murray does okay with guys that are kind of his size, that are a little bit stockier. That's what Dort is. He struggles with length a lot, but Dort is like an elite on-ball defender. And you're going to need Jamal to find a way to break through that. And maybe that means running Dort over and over again through Jokic on a high pick and roll. I don't know.
By the end of this series, which Jalen Williams am I going to like less?
Yeah, I think that should be illegal. You can't have two guys.
You can't
with
have
the
two
same name.
Jalen Williams on your team.
Just because somebody throws a Y in there doesn't change anything.
Not only that, but how sick am I going to get of Caruso's headband?
You guys are really bothered by Caruso.
I am. He bothers me.
I would love him on my team.
He bothers me.
I would thank the lucky guy if he was on the Nuggets. Yeah, but this week, nah, nope. You take that fellow translucent player and you can have him. You and Caruso and your translucence, you guys can hang out together.
Again, I started doing this to Chet Holmgren earlier, and now all of a sudden that wasn't okay.
I think that was an insult towards you.
It was, I insulted you. Nah.
He's got the headband. Nope. He's always had the headband. Even when he had a little bit of hair,
he's not that
he had
pale.
The headband. He's pretty pale, dude. That's good lighting for him.
Well, I need that lighting then.
Great player. I would never just, and again, we're all having fun. This is Sports 8. It's facetious. Calm down, everybody. We're having fun. Nope on that face. Nope on that face. Chet's face? Nope.
Yeah.
I'll
tell you
combine those? Chet. No.
Chet, we keep showing the picture of his ankle. Chet's face is like, it's just the worst. It's the worst.
And I don't want to, boy, this is going to sound insulting.
It feels like he chose basketball, but he'd rather be a rapper.
Kind of.
That's what the face looks like to me.
Yeah.
Like a little bit Jamie Kennedy,
yes.
Malibu's Most Wanted sort of feel to it.
I know he was a second
Don't
overall
be hating.
pick. I know he was a second overall pick, and I know he was a very good player in college. He's a lot better player in the NBA than I thought he was going to be already. And he's just 23 years of age.
What in the world
no
is this?
On the face.
What is this troll
I know.
doll look we got going on here? That's insane.
Bad face. Really. And that's coming from me, that's a really big statement.
All right, I got it. This guy thinks Macklemore is one of the greatest rappers who's
of
ever
all
lived.
time.
Yeah.
100%.
I don't know, dude. I'm just really into Thrift Shop. Have you heard that one before? It's great. Yuck. See, this one, it's like all right, I keep getting another idea for this. Every picture you pull up, Nelly, now he looks like, zoom in, please. Can you zoom in on this? Okay, not that close. That is somebody who grew up Amish and broke away from his family and trying to find like a new life. That's what that is. He got tired of working with his hands, and he said, you know what? I'm 7 feet tall. I don't need this. And he left.
Hey, Hezekiah.
Yes.
Peace out.
Why is his name Chet? Because it was Jedediah, and he was like, no, I can't do that anymore. Yuck.
Why are the Amish catching drive-bys from us?
Well, he just looks like it is all I'm saying. I got respect for the Amish.
Okay. I
You know what he looks like?
But
He
never
looks
in my
like
life would I feel like we would.
No.
By the way, Moj, if I did insult the Amish, they would never know.
We drive by the Amish and they catch strays on us. Ever.
He looks like the son of a really tall shoemaker from Holland. A young son. He's the youngest son, and his pituitary gland's going crazy. But his dad is a shoemaker in Holland, and he just learned how to play.
Got another one for Chet. Just popped in my head. He's the big lurchy-looking guy at Texas Chainsaw Massacre. The brother who can't really talk, and he's that guy. And he tries to help the people that are captured. Nellie's laughing because you know what I'm talking about. There's always a big guy.
The new one or the old one?
There's a big, dumb guy that's surrounded by a serial killer that wants to help the people instead of hurt them. That's Chet.
There is?
Yes, of course.
Well, you tell it to Nightmare on Elm Street. Who's helping those kids with Freddy Krueger?
Well, that's in your dreams. I mean, you can't do anything about that.
My bad.
I'm telling you. It's the case. Oh, I can't stand this guy already. Oh, God. Jokic, please drop 45 on this dude. Please. I can't have this.
Well, the way the Nuggets win this series is, listen, they have the youth. They have the legs, clearly. 8 days off. They have every advantage basketball can offer. The Nuggets have to remind them that you can't artificially produce championship pedigree. It takes adversity and work. It takes failure. It takes years of failure, years of knocking on the door and getting slapped in the face. That's what it takes. You can't win your 68 games during the regular season and all of a sudden cast yourself as a champion. You got to go through failure, and hopefully the Nuggets give it to them.
on winning.
All right, fact checker Nelly.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker.
Today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Can I just start this off real quick by saying, fact checkers, you guys missed my joke? You said, what if the Amish were listening? I said, how would they be listening? They would never know if I insulted them.
That got caught up in Vic just spouting back.
Literally would never know. I could say whatever I want. Nobody would find out.
I challenge you.
And you can't do a drive-by for the Amish. It's like a trot-by.
Maybe somebody would drive to Amish country who would listen to the radio and say, hey, by the way, these guys in Denver.
Again, I got respect for them.
Hey, bro.
It's a hell of a life.
My best friend lives in Lancaster, PA, Amish country. It's sweet.
Yeah. It actually looks like it'd be fun. Not for me. But go ahead, Nelly.
Vic, earlier today...
Can the Amish golf?
Maybe with analog clubs?
No
I don't
carts.
know. Take the butter churning stick and then use that as a club? But Vic, today to start the show, you asked the question, limiting it to the past 20 years, what is the most painful Denver or Colorado sports loss? And you gave us three options. Yeah. It was the Raheem Moore game, Nuggets blowing Game 7 to Minnesota last year, or what the Avalanche just did on Saturday. And the poll's still up on our Twitter. You can go vote. But so far, the Raheem Moore game is off to a commanding lead with 51% of the vote. And then the Avs loss on Saturday comes in at 32%. Nuggets Game 7 to Minnesota brings up the rear with about 15%.
How about that? It was brutal. God, again, you had two teams that played in Game 7. One killed it. The other one ruined your night. And that's the only feeling that you have heading into today. But hopefully that changes tonight. 7:30 right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Game 1, Nuggets and Thunder. Go Nuggets! Talk to you guys tomorrow. Love you.
Please, Nuggies. Let's go.
A wild weekend in Denver sports ends in a Nuggets victory as they move on to take on the Oklahoma City Thunder tonight in Game 1 of Round 2 of the NBA playoffs. A 7:30 tip, 7 p.m. pregame show right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The Avs lose yet again in Game 7, have not won a winner-take-all playoff game since all the way back in 2002 against the Sharks. We will get into that a little bit later, but as we welcome you to the Morning Sprint, Alex Ryanemi, Coach Mike Sanford out there live in Las Vegas with KJ Granderson behind the glass. We start with the positive. We start with the Denver Nuggets, who, yeah, it was a 19-point victory, but that thing felt like it was over with 5 minutes to go in the second quarter. And love him or hate him, Coach Mike Sanford, you do not win the first round without Russell Westbrook.
The Russell Westbrook revenge tour. It is on. And I like the Russell Westbrook revenge tour with his former teams to continue against his real former team, the Oklahoma City Thunder, in round 2. Russell Westbrook, man, he was really, really good and was highly impactful in this series. But I think I looked specifically to that second and that third quarter in this basketball game, because that was the best stretch of Nuggets basketball that I have seen in forever. And a lot of it had to do with the effort plays, the hustle. I loved Peyton Watson in this second and third quarter. I loved Christian Brown and his effort. And then Nikola Jokic, while he didn't score a ton of points in these impactful games, he leads all playoff participants in steals right now. Would you ever have thought that? It was defense that ultimately won this series for the Denver Nuggets, and here we are, still alive, and there is a plenty bit of good news that you still have if you're a Denver sports fan.
Now, Joker wasn't at his best, and I say that tongue-in-cheek because, well, he averages a triple-double through a 7-game series, and that is no small feat whatsoever, but 16 points, 10 rebounds, 8 assists in Saturday evening's game. You didn't need him all that much. Obviously, they bring the starters back into the game in the fourth where the lead shrunk from like 33 down to 17 or 18, something like that. You know, the fourth quarter, I guess, didn't go the way that you wanted it to, but at that point, it was over. Who cared? Once it was a 30-point lead in that third quarter, you knew that there was not going to be a repeat of what happened last year in the second round against the Timberwolves. In order to beat OKC, you need Nikola Jokic at his very best. And what's going to help is that you don't have to go up against a big body in Zubac. Sure, Isaiah Hartenstein's there. Sure, you do have the length and the shot blocking ability of Chet Holmgren. Now, are they going to throw Holmgren on you like body up, or are they going to bring him from the backside to try and help on doubles? That's what we're going to see tonight. That's what we will learn tonight, is how they are going to come at Nikola Jokic. If he's a 16-point player in this series, I don't know if they're going to be able to get it done. Now, if he averages a triple-double and that scoring gets up into the 25, 28, 30 range, again, that is asking for astronomical numbers. If you get up to averaging a triple-double at 28 or 30 points, then you get into a true dogfight. I saw ESPN this morning, 10 experts, 10 analysts. Not one of them chose the Nuggets to win the series.
It felt a very similar way about the Nuggets and the Clippers series. All the turmoil around the Denver Nuggets. You fire your head coach who had recently won an NBA title, and you elevate a first-time head coach in NBA basketball. We've got to throw some major flowers in the direction of David Adelman. DA has done a phenomenal job. And when I think about what David Adelman has done schematically, and he has empowered and implored certain players to go out and to realize that they have the power to go out and play confident basketball in a Game 7. Okay, first off, David Adelman is now 1-0 in a Game 7. Okay, he's 1-0.
Only 8 more to get to Peter DeBoer.
Yeah, I wish that we could say the same about his friendly occupant of Ball Arena, because that just doesn't seem to be the case these days. But I love this scoreline, and I think this is David Adelman basketball of empowering players and playing well-rounded team basketball. Aaron Gordon, 22 points, 4 rebounds, 5 assists. Christian Brown with 21 points. Jokic was 16. Russ was 16. Jamal Murray was 16. And Michael Porter Jr. with 15 points. That is remarkable to have your top 6 contributors to do that kind of damage on the floor in a Game 7. This was a winner go home. This wasn't a sideshow act. David Adelman, I think he coached a masterful series, and right now he has won, 7 of his last 10 basketball games. That's pretty dang good.
It's a good winning clip, and I'll eat it, right? We asked the questions last week. Who do you feel better about going into the series, going into game 4, game 5, game 6, game 7? We asked it before every single one. And while I did flip-flop back and forth between what team either had home court advantage, home ice advantage, or who had the lead in the series, the overall arcing theme for me was I feel better about the Avalanche moving forward than I do the Nuggets. I feel better about the path that the Avalanche had moving forward than I did about the Nuggets. And I'm here to say I was simply wrong. I overlooked the inability to beat the Dallas Stars. I overlooked the inability to beat Peter DeBoer and didn't give enough credit to, well, is the bench actually showing up for the Nuggets? Are they deep enough to get this thing done? And against an LA team that was arguably the hottest team in the NBA going into the playoffs, they cooled them down. Like, James Harden at 7 points in Game 7, I know that's been the conversation about him for his career as well. His game goes to crap when it gets into the postseason. 7, you're holding that player, a future Hall of Famer, probably a first ballot Hall of Famer, to 7 points in a deciding game. The defense has been the story of the series. And that was the story about the Nuggets all year long. They suck at defending. They were one of the best offensive teams in the league. And the conversation was, well, if you can put up 125, you can win any game. They don't need to do that anymore. Like, the defense has been stellar.
Raj, they have the pieces to play really good defense. And I think it's the pieces off the bench. It's the bottom of your starting 5, which is Christian Brown. I mean, he's been the most consistent Denver Nugget, in my opinion, for the entirety of the regular season and here into the postseason. But when you have Christian Brown, Russell Westbrook, and Peyton Watson coming off the bench, those three, they need to carry a ton of weight on the defensive side against a lethal Oklahoma City Thunder. And let's just be honest, your back is against the wall, Raj. I looked at this stat from ESPN this morning on SportsCenter, and it was titled, "Ain't No Rest for the Wicked." Rest days in the Nuggets-Thunders series. How many days off have the Denver Nuggets had? 1 day off. How many days off have the Oklahoma City had? The Thunder have had 8 days off ahead of this series where they're going to be at home, well-rested. And then so since 1985, this is the 7th matchup of a 1-day rest team versus an 8 or more day rest team. And the teams with more rest in those 6 matchups that precede this one were 6-0 with an average of a 20.3 point per game differential. So, hey, you are up against it here. You are up against it. There is no doubt about it. David Silver said, you know what? I'm going to take care of the guy that's going to win the MVP and give them a favorable matchup. And, of course, the Oklahoma City Thunder, they took care of business as well.
Hold on. How is Adam Silver giving OKC a favorable matchup? That's just the way that this cookie crumbled. OKC swept their opponent. Denver had to go 7 games. How is this favorable? You can't put this on the NBA.
Just because I wanted to complain about a commissioner. Can I do that?
No, you are complaining about the wrong commissioner. I'll tell you that for free. You want to complain about a commissioner? Complain about how the fact that the Western Conference Final got played at the beginning of May in the NHL this year. You want to complain about a commissioner? Adam Silver ain't the guy. Gary Bettman's the guy to complain about.
I've got something to say about that. I am about to my eyeballs in disgust for everybody excusing a first-round exit.
Oh, I'm not excusing. Oh, I am not excusing it whatsoever.
It's a first-round exit with the most talented roster in the National Hockey League. And you lost in the first round, but you know what? We're going to make ourselves feel better about it by saying this is the de facto
I'm not making myself feel better
final.
about it. I'm just spitting facts. I'm just spitting facts. All I'm doing is spitting facts. The Western Conference Final, and if you ask Matt Duchene, like Mark Moser did after Game 7, Moj talked with Duchene, and Duchene went, "We just played the West Final." Literally told him, the guy who played in the series for both teams.
Duchene. Well, then what you're telling us is that you already have won the Western Conference.
I mean,
so
I
believe that.
I think the Dallas Stars are the team that come out of the West. Especially when they get Hastings and Robertson back. I'm not making myself feel better about it. It still sucks. I still feel dead inside for the last 48 hours. You think I'm making myself feel better about it because they lost? I'm not the type of guy that goes, "Oh, now I want the Dallas Stars to win the cup because that means that my team got beat by the..." No, screw that. I'm not making myself feel better about it. I'm just telling you the 2 best teams in the Western Conference played each other in round 1. The players
We'll
hate
find
it.
out about
The
it.
GMs hate it. The head coaches hate it. The fans hate it. The only guy who loves this is Gary Bettman. The only guy who likes the playoff format is Bettman. And he tells GMs, don't even bring it up to me. You think this is about me making myself feel better? Get out of town. I've been dead for 2 days.
Didn't even win their own. They didn't even win their own conference. They didn't win their own division. Like they weren't the number one team in their dang division. How can you say that this is the de facto Western Conference final when it was the first round of a second and a third place team in their own respective little conference? It is what it is. Winnipeg won their conference.
Hold on, you're the one for the last 2 months that you and I have yelled at each other about the regular season doesn't matter when we talk about the Oklahoma City Thunder. So hold on, does the regular season matter or does it not, Sanford? Tell me. Does it matter or does it not? Is it the be all end all? Because apparently with the Winnipeg Jets, you think it's the be all end all. With the Dallas Stars, the be all end all.
The Jets are still alive.
What a shame too. What a shame too that I couldn't enjoy last night because my energy and my love for the sport of hockey has been Kalimad out of my chest. I couldn't enjoy last night, which was an unbelievable hockey game. A 2-goal comeback with under 2 minutes to go against the 8 seed, where it would have, like, Winnipeg would have burned to the ground last night. They come back, they score 2 seconds to go in the third period to tie it and send it to OT. They win it in double overtime. And guess what I felt? Nothing. I felt nothing. I felt no joy. I felt no admiration. I felt no respect because the Avalanche have killed me. The Avalanche have killed my joy for the sport of hockey, and I'll tell you why on the other side.
I apologize for asking this right after the game, but just like, where does this go from here for this group, for the franchise?
No idea. I'm not even thinking about that yet.
Avs fall yet again to the Dallas Stars and Peter DeBoer, a 2-goal lead with 14 minutes to go in the third period of Game 7 on the road. They played 47 minutes of nearly perfect hockey, Coach Sanford, and then when Mikko Rantanen walks through the middle, and sure, there might have been a little bit of interference there, a pick play, but it doesn't go called. As soon as Rantanen scores and rings one off the post, off the bar, the Avs shudder. They pucker up. They start to panic. And 4 unanswered goals in the third period on the road spells doom yet again as the Avs fall to the Dallas Stars, man. And I told you going into the break, I wasn't able to enjoy a historic comeback from the Winnipeg Jets last night to stave off elimination against the 8 seed as the number 1 seed in the Western Conference. I wasn't able to enjoy it because of what happened on Saturday after honestly, a perfect 2 1/4 periods of hockey in Game 7. It went poof.
Raj, in the 2 major goal-scoring sports that are measured by scoring goals, and we're going to go with soccer, and we're going to go with the NHL with hockey, there is no worse lead that you can have in a elimination game than 2-0.
Especially on the road.
2-0, right? You saw it last night with the St. Louis Blues. I have a buddy of mine that's a diehard Blues fan. You know, he was feeling himself, talking all that mess about Connor Hellebuck, and all of a sudden it evaporates over the course of the next period and a half. Man, with the Avalanche, can you have even thought of or conjured up a more nightmarish scenario than what happened? And it's a nightmarish scenario for Jared Bednar. It's a nightmarish scenario for our very own favorite, that did an unbelievable job retooling this roster in McFarland. This is a nightmare scenario for a general manager.
Yeah, it is.
The guy that you traded away has a hat trick for what is the first ever in playoff hockey in a Game 7?
No, the first ever in the third period.
So there's
been multiple Game 7 hat tricks, but first ever in the third period alone. And I guess we can. There's so much to talk about with the Avs, right? We are in the middle of post-mortem, and I'm going through my offseason and my depth chart and pending free agents. I've got pipeline and cash salary cap projections for all of these players who are getting new contracts, whether with the Avs or without the Avs. So I'm going through all of my postseason trauma right now and postseason prep. I'm going through the coaching carousel as well because I think it would be idiotic of us not to talk about, is Jared Bednar's job safe? The LA Kings just fired former Avs Stanley Cup champion in 2001 Rob Blake as their general manager just a handful of minutes ago. We'd be burying our heads in the sand if we didn't say that ownership, who fired a head coach who had a championship, the best and most successful head coach in Nuggets history with 3 games to go in the regular season. Jared Bednar is the best and most successful head coach in the history of the Avalanche. Is his job safe? The answer is no, not a shot. His job is not safe right now. And you were saying, you're trying to make yourself feel better about this being a Western Conference final. I'm not. I'm just trying to paint the picture of, I firmly believe the 2 best teams in the West are Colorado and Dallas. You should have beat them. Nathan MacKinnon went on to say they didn't have their best players. Actually, let's hear from Nate.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they were missing their best D and maybe their best forward, so we still couldn't beat them. So, I don't know what we're gonna do.
I haven't heard Nate MacKinnon sound like that since 2021 when the Avs lost in 6 games to the Vegas Golden Knights. And I guess the good news is, like, if you're trying to go off history, they won a championship the next year when he felt that dejected. You should have beaten them on paper. You were the better team on paper marginally throughout the 7-game series. You were better 5-on-5. Where you were not better was special teams. And I'll start with special teams. There's a bunch of pillars that we're going to talk about today. We will talk about the in-game stuff. Special teams is one of them. Panicking at the end of a game and not being clutch is another. The off-ice stuff we will get to. Jared Bednar's position as head coach, Chris McFarland's move as general manager during the season. We're getting to all of it, but I want to start with power play. You lost the series because the power play was worthless. You lost the series because the penalty kill, even though you got a couple of shorthanded goals, you got one from Logan O'Connor, you got a bonus goal from Josh Manson shorthanded in Game 7, which means you should win. But the PK, when it came down to it, every time Dallas got set up in the zone, they felt dangerous. Every time that they had the puck, it felt like you were hanging on for dear life.
Raj, you had the players, did you not? You had the construction of a roster that can be successful in a power play. And you go in a 7-game series with 22 opportunities in the power play. How many do you convert, Raj?
3.
3 out of 22.
3.
And you've got Nathan McKinnon, Cale Makar, Val Nichushkin, Gabe Landeskog, Jonathan Drouin. Make that make sense to me. 3 out of 22. A power play is supposed to feel like an advantageous situation. And in this series, we all dreaded a power play. How can you have a man advantage on the ice and think it is a disadvantage?
For some,
you're wasting 2 minutes, wasting 4 minutes. The double minors that ended up leading to 4-minute penalties, and you get nothing out of it.
Dallas found a way to gain momentum, even on power plays that they did not score on. It felt like they were dangerous. It felt like they were just on the doorstep of scoring a goal every time they went out. Even on the ones that you score shorthanded against them. They felt dangerous, and momentum is a real thing in this sport. Momentum's real in all sports. And I believe that Dallas created momentum off of their power plays, even if they did not score, and Colorado had it sapped out of them. They did not score on a 5-on-3. They had 2 double minors that they failed to score on. They had 2 power plays at the end of regulation, one of which transferred into overtime. They did not score on either of those. They would go on to lose both of those games in overtime. Jared Bednar talked about if you find a way to score, the Avs sweep the series. They sweep the series if you find a way to score on the power play in clutch time. But that will be, so far, and again, Bedsy is still under contract right now. If they don't win again, that will be the story of the tenure of Jared Bednar, that his teams in clutch time fall flat on their face time in and time again. And that is not a good history to have written in the books. You are, right now, they are as unclutch as possible, and unfortunately, you match up against the clutchest head coach in the history of professional sports. 9-0 in Game 7s. And I know he doesn't have a cup ring, but 9-0 in Game 7s.
Raj, when you look at the tenure at this point of Jared Bednar, unbelievable regular season success, and I hate this. I hate for this for the Colorado Avalanche. But if you look at the 8 playoff appearances that Jared Bednar has coached with an MVP candidate, a Norris front runner, many of those years, nearly each year, Jared Bednar has 4 second-round exits, 3 first-round exits, and 1 Stanley Cup.
So the one, I look at his tenure, I don't look at the 8 playoff runs. I will look at 6 of them. Because the first 2 playoff runs, they were an 8 seed. And you can't tell me that you expected the Avs to do anything in those 2 runs. The first one, they get in after a 48-point season. You go up against a number 1 overall Nashville team, and you have to play like Scott Hammond or whatever his name. Andrew Hammond is your goalie in that series. You get him to a Game 6. Awesome. Cow hearts all over the place. That was cool. But you were not in a window where you expected to win a series, let alone a Stanley Cup. The second year, you're just starting to knock on the doorstep, but you are an 8 seed. You stun the number 1 overall seed in the Calgary Flames that year in round 1. And you lose in 7 games to a San Jose Sharks team who, if I'm correct, get all the way to a Stanley Cup final that year and lose to Sidney Crosby and the Penguins. I believe that's what happened. I could be wrong there, but I know that you, again,
what year would that have been?
Off the top of my head, you got to take a peek at it. It would have been 2018.
Yeah, 2018.
Something like that. So those 2 years, I go, all right, you're building. But every year after that is win a championship expectation. So if you take the first round exit away from the first year and the second round exit away from the second year, it still feels like you've underperformed.
You've absolutely, without question, you have underperformed. Here's my take on Jared Bednar's job security. I think he is in a position now because coaches with really, really, really good rosters are evaluated on what they do in the postseason.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a bad roster, like you're the Chicago Blackhawks currently, or you're the San Jose Sharks, it's a different story. It's a different conversation. Those two rosters are in a complete rebuild mode and will be for at least a couple more years. Jared Bednar in this roster, 9 years. You have won a Stanley Cup playoff. You have won the championship. You've hoisted the trophy. But you have underperformed in every single other year outside of those first two that you're talking about, where you were building towards what you ultimately were able to do.
I can explain some of these away, right? I have no excuses for the Avalanche in 2021 against Vegas. You should have won that series. You should have won a cup. I have no excuses for that whatsoever. I guess I can explain away the fact that everyone was hurt against Dallas the first time that you did it in the bubble. Everyone was injured and you just didn't come through. I suppose I can give you an excuse for the last 2 years, right? The Val Nichushkin situation. This year I have, no excuses this year. There are no excuses this year.
Dallas had the better excuses built in.
Of course they did. If Dallas loses, you can explain away and go, no Robertson, no Heiskanen, Colorado's completely healthy. And you could look at the series, and I bet you if the Avs win in 7 games, you go, well, it should have been 4 games. We should have lost in 5. It was a miracle we were here anyways. There are no excuses for the Avs losing this series whatsoever. I would have been just as upset in a Western Conference final as I am right now at the beginning of May. I still believe those are the 2 best teams in the West right now. I do. Colorado and Dallas, it just didn't go your way. But you've changed everything. So we're going from pillar to pillar, right? The power play was terrible. That's the main reason why you lose the series. Let's go over to the general manager. They did everything. You can't sit here as an Avs fan or someone criticizing the team and going, well, they've wasted all of these years. They've just sat there and hoped that the same team could go back and forth. They did everything. They traded everything to go and chase a championship this year. It's the only thing that you can ask for, either as an analyst, a broadcaster, a fan, a player on the team. They went out and did everything. They emptied the cupboard to go get you playoff performers and a playoff-ready netminder. And they still fell flat. And I guess we have to come back to, did you make the right decision trading away Mikko Rantanen? Now, the discourse has gone, it's the player that you traded comes back to hurt you. McFarland, I can't fault for trading Rantanen to the East Coast. Like, they thought that, okay, maybe in some world we play Mikko in a Stanley Cup final. In no world did they think you were going to get him in the first round of the playoffs. That stinks.
Raj, I was on the train that moving on from Mikko Rantanen until the last 3 games of this series against the Stars, I thought it was 100% the right move to move on from Mikko and then be able to shore up your roster, to be more playoff ready, to be built different, as this team told us that they were, to be stronger with Brock Nelson down the middle, with Jack Drury as a third, fourth line player, to add the speed of Marty Necas. You essentially got 3, 4, 5 really good players to get rid of one awesome player in Mikko Rantanen. Raj, you've said it time and time again that Mikko Rantanen is without question going to be a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, you guys questioned me on that. The fact that you guys question me on that is insane.
But you know where Mikko Rantanen, he secured himself as a future Hall of Famer, is his performance in the postseason.
Yeah.
And he did it in games 5, 6, and 7 in a historic run for a player, and particularly against the team that parted ways with him. There was consternation of about $250,000 to $500,000 on the contract. That's ultimately what it ended up being. Am I right?
You still ask me, though, I still make the trade. Because we found out that even with Mikko Rantanen on this team, they were not good enough to beat a team like Dallas the way that they're constituted. 4 lines deep, big through the middle, physical. Even with Mikko, you were not good enough. I still make the trade because I thought that they were deeper. I thought that they were more multiple. It allows you to have this cap space to bring in different types of players, and we'll get to the cap space later on in the show. I've done all of my notes. I still believe in F them picks. I love that thought process. Was Callum Ritchie going to help you in this series? No, he wasn't. Are you up against the wall in terms of the salary cap? Yes, you are. You're going to have to make some moves. I still think I make the trade because you didn't know if Mikko was going to re-sign. And you also had in your back pocket, we're not good enough to beat this team if we're top heavy like that. You just fell flat on your face again. And
why did Mikko Rantanen, under the tutelage and the system of Peter DeBoer, perform at a level that he didn't really perform at?
Whoa. What are you talking about?
And the 24 postseason. Dude, Mikko
He's
Rantanen,
a top 10 points per game playoff performer in the history of the league, and you're trying to tell me that the vast majority of games that he's played in the playoffs were with the Avs. You're trying to tell me that he wasn't the same guy?
You just told me, and I listened very carefully, that even with Mikko Rantanen, that this Avs team, with Mikko in it, it wasn't good enough to beat a team like
but
the
you
Dallas
also
Stars.
but what
So
you
what's
just
the
said is that
difference?
Mikko's never performed like, and he hasn't. I will give you, he's
I'm
never
talking
performed
about
like he had in
Nobody
period
has,
2
Brian.
of Game 6.
No,
one
nobody
has.
has.
But you're acting like Dallas. You're acting like Dallas unlocked Mikko Rantanen. Look at it. Look at his stats from when he was here. He was always an elite goal scorer. It's not
Mikko
Rantanen.
Rantanen.
Oh my God.
Mikko Rantanen just rewrote the NHL record
I know
book.
he did. I know he did, but it's not like it came out of nowhere. It's not like it came. You're acting like it came out of nowhere. And it didn't.
Third period hat trick in a Game 7. Net a Game 7 hat trick against his former team. Have 4-point periods in back-to-back games in Game 6 and Game 7. Drop a 4-point Game 7 on a former team and total 10-plus points across Games 5 through 7 of one series. It's never happened in the history of hockey.
I understand that, but
but
but the way that you're going about this, what you just basically said to me is that it came out of nowhere, and because he's a Dallas Star, now he's able to do this. The historic aspect is not lost on me. That has never happened there before. There's never been a precedent for that. But it's not like it came out of nowhere for Mikko Rantanen. He's always been an elite goal scorer. It just hurts more because it happened against you in the first round. He's always been that guy. And people.
What was the frustration level we all dealt with in 2024 with playoff Mikko? What was the frustration level we felt in 2023? Not physical enough, not productive enough. Needs Nathan McKinnon to tee it up for him.
Hold on, wait for it. Not productive enough in the postseason in 2024 when he only put up 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 points in 5 games against Winnipeg. And then he added in a 6-game series against Dallas another 5 points. So he combined for 14 points in, was that 14 games last year in the postseason? 11 games in the postseason last year. He had 14 points. You're telling me that's not producing? He didn't produce last year, but he had more than a point per game. That's not producing, though. No, that's not producing.
Not when it mattered against the Dallas Stars.
What are we doing here?
Not when it
like
mattered.
It came out of nowhere. It came out of nowhere. Like he's Joel Kiviranta in the bubble. Scored a hat trick out of nowhere. Yeah, it's historic. Yeah, it sucks. But we're acting like Mikko Rantanen never did this in Colorado. He was a surefire first ballot Hall of Famer when he left Colorado, and he is more so now.
I think he is now. I didn't think he was until this performance.
Yeah, but I was wrong there. So much more to get into the Avs on the other side. Don't go away.
What's good, Colorado? We may have the end of the Colorado Avalanche season, and the boogeyman Mikko Rantanen came back to haunt you. But guess what? We got tons of action still remaining for your Denver Nuggets. And if you go to the Circus Sports Colorado app right now, you're going to see that the Denver Nuggets in game one are major underdogs. You get plus 340 for the Nuggets to cover on the money line, and plus 905 is the spread that you're given for the Nuggets to cover. So if you like the Nuggets and what they found on the defensive side and you love that matchup, make sure you download the Circus Sports Colorado app today, because it's sports betting the way it should be. Like you see, you got tight money line splits, exceptional customer service that treats you like a VIP. I actually just ran into Derek Stevens, the CEO, president of Circa, just an awesome guy that's boots on the ground around the property. So whether you're looking for futures on the remaining of what happens here down the stretch of the NBA playoffs, even if you want to make some revenge bets against the Stars, go ahead and do that. So download the Circus Sports Colorado app today, or visit circusports.com. Reminder, you must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Nate used the word shocking. Is that kind of the state of the locker room right now?
Yeah, I think we felt like our play was good enough at 5-on-5 and controlled that pace of the game. And just again, even when it went 2-1, I felt like we weathered it well. Just some unlucky stuff.
I don't know if unlucky is the word, but shocked, devastating is certainly the word. Cale Makar there after the Avs Game 7 loss. Alex Reinemi alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. The Morning Sprint. Join us today, 303-504-0925 on the Shout Mazda text line. One price, one person, and 1 hour. You can also use the Voice of the People hotline on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app. Just download it and scroll to the bottom, hit the little microphone, and let us know what you want to say. It'll get sent to KJ, and we can play it on the air. The Sports Radio mobile app, the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app, is powered by Wilhite Law Firm. They're injury lawyers. Go to WilhiteWins.com. That is WilhiteWins.com. Coach and I have been screaming at each other over Mikko Rantanen. I guess, though, and I want to leave it with this. Do you still make the trade?
I do.
I do as well.
Because revisionist history coming off of that Game 7, you would say it was a bad trade. It was a bad decision. But what are you ultimately needing to do? Now you have a healthy Gabe Landeskog back in your roster.
Yeah, he's worth 7.
Are you going to keep him around? Yes, he's your captain. Would you have been able to pay him? No, you would not have been able to pay him. Would you be able to pay other members of this team that are continuing to come up on contracts? No, you wouldn't have. Could you have gotten bigger and more physical? No, you probably wouldn't have been able to do that if you hadn't moved on from Mikko Rantanen. So I still make the move, and that's where I personally do not fault Chris McFarland whatsoever for this Game 7 collapse or the first round exit, because I think he did everything he possibly could have. Revisionist history is easy to look and say, what happened? Well, Mikko Rantanen scored a hat trick. One of them was an empty netter. One was a deflection. He had one really, really good goal out of the 3. Points are points. Goals are goals. You have to give them all what they are. But I think this is just one of those nightmare scenarios for the Avs. And ultimately, it was the failures in the special teams that cost you this series. And I think that, in and of itself, that does go back to coaching.
Now
it does.
They changed everything, and Chris McFarland did change everything. He made his team better during the regular season. I think Mackenzie Blackwood is the answer. I thought he played well enough, although outplayed by Jake Ottinger, certainly in the series. Ottinger was better.
Ottinger was fantastic.
He's got a little bit more playoff resume to his career. Ottinger was fantastic. I expect him to be the American-born goaltending matchup in the second round for Winnipeg and Dallas is unbelievable.
The winner gets to start in between the pipes for the U.S. national team.
Pretty much.
For the remainder of the 2020s.
And Jordan Bennington was excellent last night for St. Louis, stopping like 44, 45 shots, something crazy like that. So I do still believe that McFarland made the right moves and made his team better and gave them a better chance to beat a Stars team that, honestly, I didn't think they really had a good shot at beating had they not made those types of trades during the season. Does it hurt that you don't really have a pipeline? Yeah, it does. It hurts that you don't have a Callum Ritchie, but was Callum going to help you this postseason? No, he was not. Was he going to help you next year? I suppose, but like, would you guarantee that Callum Ritchie is your step-in number 2 center next year? I can't guarantee that. I can't. Maybe he will be. It hurts that Nelson might end up walking. You mentioned it goes back to coaching. It does. You've changed everything. You've gotten better. You've emptied the cupboard. You don't have any draft picks in the first 3 rounds for the next 2 years. And you still lost. So what's the one thing that you haven't changed so far? And that is what's happening behind the bench. So I think it's worth talking about right now. If they believe in Jared Bednar and the team believes in him, there still has to be a change made. If I'm ownership and I don't want to get rid of Bedsy, I'm walking into Jared's office and I'm going, your staff's gone. Ray Bennett, who's in charge of the power play, gone. Those are the things that need to happen. Now, do you have to make a change at head coach? Maybe. The ownership group has told you that they've done that in the past. Unfortunately, I think like the best head coach that was on the market this year is currently coaching the St. Louis Blues on a long-term deal in Jim Montgomery. So I don't know if you'd be able to upgrade at head coach, but at the very least, staff changes need to be made. That's my thought process on the situation at whole.
Raj, in college and pro football, shoot, even the high school level, but if you're an offensive-minded head coach in football, and your defensive coordinator is truly the head coach, the true head coach, the voice, the play caller, the leader of the defensive side of the rock. Is that the same case, would you say, with, say, special teams coordinator in hockey, the guy that's responsible for your power play? Is he truly the head coach of the power play, or is he just somebody that assists in the plan and implementation? That's the real question.
It does change from team to team, but it's very clear that, like, the two assistant coaches that you have on the bench for Bedsy are Ray Bennett and Nolan Pratt. And Pratt does the PK, and Bennett does the power play. The other guys that they have on the staff, like Toby Peterson, Brett Heimlich, UC Parkala, those guys are up in the booth. They're next to me and Connor and Moser. They're not on the bench. And when you watch their practices, like the guy who is running power play in terms of X's and O's is Bennett. The guy who's running Pratt or running PK in terms of X's and O's is Nolan Pratt. Now, the final say is up to the head coach. That's when the conversation goes, well, where does the buck stop, truly, right? If you're ownership, or if you're the GM, or if you're president of hockey ops like Joe Sakic, and you don't want to move on from Bednar, because I do firmly believe top 5 coach in the league. I think if Bednar lost his job today, he would be hired within 2 days. There are a bunch of openings in the NHL right now. The Ducks, the Penguins, the Bruins, the Blackhawks, the Flyers, the Canucks, and the Kraken. He would be hired by one of those 7 teams, without a doubt.
It's a lot of openings there. I don't think that Jared Bednar is going to be fired. And here's why. I think
that's my lean too.
You and I both talked about it. I mean, we were rage texting one another right before you jumped on Between the Pipes. Actually, it took a while for you to get onto the Between the Pipes because your Wi-Fi connection. I saw you get into your car and I had
to run to Ball Arena to get into my car.
You were at Rhinehouse, right? You couldn't get on the Wi-Fi because it was probably an absolute zoo in there.
It was.
The bandwidth was getting just stolen by every human being that was there for both Game 7s. But, we talked about it as the precedent had been set by this ownership group. The precedent had been set that if you don't meet the expectations in a window that should be deemed a championship window going forward for, Nikola Jokic, certainly on the basketball side of things, and Nathan McKinnon, Cale Makar on the hockey side of things. The big difference that I see between this and the Michael Malone firing is I don't see the symptoms of inner turmoil, of dysfunction, of malcontented players, of the voice is not able to be heard anymore and ingested, and there's no response to it. It just seems like you're not performing in the playoff moments. When you looked at the Nuggets down the stretch in the regular season, man, it looked like this thing was falling apart in real time before our eyes.
Yep.
This doesn't look like that. Now, my question would be to you, when you hear Nathan McKinnon post-game, and he says they didn't even have their best D-man, they didn't even have their best scorer, their best forward, what are we going to do now, basically? Is that Nathan McKinnon telling you that he is malcontented with Jared Bednar, or is that looking inward and saying we didn't handle our business? Because that's ultimately what I think this is going to come down to, is where is Nathan McKinnon? Where is Cale Makar? Are those guys, are they happy with Jared Bednar? Or are they going to shift the blame a little bit in the direction of the coaching side of things?
We'll have to see how that all pans out. What we know is that Nathan McKinnon treats a hockey loss and hockey pain with, more hockey. He just got on a plane with his best buddy, Sidney Crosby, and they're going to play in the World Championships, which I think is hilarious. Like, you get your heart ripped out and you're like, all right, let's go play some more hockey. So maybe he can learn from Sidney Crosby, right? Like, I think there were like 7 or 8 years in between Crosby's first cup and then his next 2 when they won back-to-back. Maybe you can learn some advice from the old sage in Sid. We'll take a quick timeout. On the other side, let's get back into the Nuggets. There's positivity to talk about today. I don't want to scream and yell at you for the whole day, Coach. I want to be excited about winning a Game 7. I want to be excited about having to go up against the best team in the NBA and seeing what the best player in the NBA can do against who's going to win the MVP for some reason because he scores more. He's not as good as Nikola Jokic. I can't wait to get into this series and whether or not the Nuggets can shock the world and beat OKC.
Honestly, first, I don't know. Always got, like I told you, that's like home for me. I always got love for everybody there, the people, the fans, and I know it's mutual. But they also know the reason why they do love me, because I compete at a high level, and I'm going to do that every night. So that's all I can do is go out and be myself and compete and, try to go out and still win there.
I mean, a team who is pushing the pace, teams who plays a lot of energy, defensively, offensively, who is handsy, playing passing lanes, a lot of deflection, a lot of steals, attacking the glass. It's they're number one seed for a reason.
Nikola Jokic and Russ talking about OKC coming up tonight, 7:30 tip on 92.5, a 7 p.m. pregame show. Those of you looking for Coach Chris Armas, we will have him on the show tomorrow. So Armas tomorrow. Rapids did lose to DC over the weekend. Armas gets inducted into the National Soccer Hall of Fame.
National Soccer Hall of Fame induction, and then was not picked up in time to make the game. So we'll have to talk to him all about that tomorrow.
So soccer fans, wait until tomorrow to get that on the morning sprint. But we go to the second round series here between the Thunder and your Denver Nuggets. And this is, I think if you get the same defensive effort that you got against the Clippers, this thing can be a 6 or 7 game series where you don't necessarily know what's going to happen. I know, Coach, that you talked about this. Was it 6 times that teams have had an 8-day rest compared to a team coming off of a 1-day rest like the Nuggets and Thunder are tonight? The average of margin of defeat in game 1 has been like 23.5 points.
Yeah,
it's going to be really tough.
The teams that had no rest, they were 0-6. 0-6 compared to those,
and they get beat by like 23 points. Rest
see what I'm doing there, Raj?
In the NBA.
Raj, you see what I'm doing there?
My black magic didn't work, Coach. It didn't.
No, I know, but you know what I'm doing right now? I'm doing the same thing that you and all the Avs apologists are doing right now, which is saying that you lost the Western Conference Finals, even though you really just lost the first round, and that's exactly what happened. So I'm already building in an excuse for the Denver Nuggets tonight to not do what I've been saying that they're going to do, which is to defeat the Oklahoma City Thunder in a 7-game series, which I believe they will.
Now, I wonder how you're going to work with the size disadvantage. That's what scares me the most about this series is OKC is longer than you. They're certainly taller than you. You don't have to worry about Joker getting beat up 24/7 by a guy like Zubac, but Hartenstein is no small fry. It's not like they're going to be one-on-one him and Chet. Like if they try that, Joker, I truly believe, will eviscerate him on the offensive side, Chet Holmgren. But I'd be shocked if they just throw him out there. AG probably goes up against Jalen Williams. The big question is who defends Shai Gilgeous-Alexander? And I think you got the answer in your first round series against the Clippers. Christian Brown sticks on SGA the whole series.
And then he is spelled by Peyton Watson. That's what I see. You throw your 2 longest, most athletic, most explosive, and most committed defenders, and you just you put them and you ask them to stick on this player like white on rice. That is your primary objective. And if you're able to create any type of takeaways that lead to transition basketball, which both of those players are more than capable of, then the more the merrier. And I like Russell Westbrook in this series from a defensive perspective because it's going to be needed. You're going to need to defend at a very high level. During the regular season, there was not a team that defended better than the Oklahoma City Thunder. But if you look at these 4 matchups that the Nuggets and the OKC Thunder had during the regular season, I think OKC has a bit of a Nikola Jokic problem. And I think it's because Chet Holmgren, he lacks 2 things that are needed to defend Nikola Jokic, and that's mass and ass. And Chet Holmgren is a leader of the Nasatal crew, which is no ass at all. He has none whatsoever. Therefore, Nikola Jokic is going to camp down in there. And then you got to see, is Oklahoma City going to make the decision more Hartenstein? Well, are you willing to trade in the offensive firepower of Chet Holmgren? Are you going to play both of them and take off some of your athletic wing players? I don't know the solution to that. I think they do have a Nikola Jokic problem. This is going to be a Nikola Jokic series.
Who defends Chet if you have 2 bigs in the game? So let's say they have Hartenstein and Chet in the game. Can you rely upon I think you got AG on Jalen Williams if they keep him in there, and that's where I get scared about the length. Is now you're kind of reserved to throwing Michael Porter Jr. on Chet Holmgren, and that scares the crap out of me considering how hurt he is, how multiple Chet is, and you would say, oh. I mean that guy can do anything you want. He can do anything you want. I know he's missing in the mass category. I understand that. MPJ on Chet scares me, but you might be forced into that situation.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Chet, because of his shot making ability, you just need somebody who's going to be physically that feels the presence of a body, and I do like Aaron Gordon in that case against a guy like Chet who's capable of scoring from inside the paint, outside the paint, the hook shots, the 8 to 12 footers that he's really accurate in terms of his shooting percentage in those spaces. Raj, do you remember the stat that you started making fun of me for loving down the stretch in the first round of the series? It was the net of Michael Porter Jr.
Plus-minus, yes.
The plus-minus of Michael Porter Jr. And you remember that Game 6 that the Nuggets lost? It was a minus 24 coming off of a Michael Porter Jr. plus 34 performance. In Game 7, while, was he the superstar of the game? No, but who had the best net again? It was my guy, Michael Porter Jr., with a net in Game 7 of plus 31.
You know what? It's a fine catch-all. It doesn't tell you the whole story of the game at all, but it's not like it's pitcher wins and losses. It at least tells you this player was more helpful to his team on the court, or his team was terrible when he was on the court. It's a catch-all that doesn't tell the story, but again, it's not as worthless as pitcher wins is. So I suppose I shouldn't have made fun of you that much last week.
Nikola Jokic, who we would all say didn't have a great basketball game. Am I right in saying that in Game 7? Was he phenomenal? No, he wasn't. He did indeed have 3 steals, which was awesome. His basketball IQ and using his length and his quickness to create deflections in passing lanes is one of his superpowers that nobody talks about nearly enough. But Nikola Jokic in his net was a plus 16, and Michael Porter Jr. was a plus 31. I thought he was his turnaround from Game 6 when everybody questioned if Michael Porter Jr. was even going to be healthy enough to play in Game 7. Here he showed up yet again, and he was grimy. He figured out ways to do what he does. And I think his length is really it's underrated, is what I'd say with MPJ.
I love the question here from Stacy on the text line. Where does clutch come from? Does it come from culture? Does it come from the individual? Does it come from the coach? Where does clutch come from as a guy who has helmed many programs before?
I think it comes from the individual. I really do. I think it comes from a deep-rooted belief in yourself that you are exactly what that moment requires. And I think that the Denver Nuggets in their current situation, even with all of the doubting, naysaying, drama, Calvin Booth, Michael Malone scenario, they have clutch performers on their basketball team, and Jamal Murray, for all of the downswings of what he's done in his playoffs to maybe what we've seen the last 2 years in the regular season, there's no doubting that Jamal Murray is clutch. And that's my question about the Oklahoma City Thunder. When they're really stretched to a 5, 6, 7 game series where each contest is going to come down to the margins, who are those players for that young basketball team? Who is going to be that clutch performer? Do we know beyond a shadow of a doubt that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is that dude that wants the basketball in his hands when it really matters? We know he does it in the regular season, but frankly, this is a team that's won all the basketball games by 20, 30 points, it feels like, every single night en route to a 60-plus, game, a winning type of a season. I don't know who those players are for the Oklahoma City Thunder, and I do know who those players are for the Denver Nuggets. And that's why I still think Nuggets in 6.
Now, in 6?
I think Nuggets in 6.
Woo! Like spring taking the Avs in 4, which actually could have happened.
But it didn't.
It sure didn't. It went the complete opposite way. A good retort here is that's why the Bednar take is ridiculous. So if clutch is up to the player, if clutch is up to the individual, how is it Bedsy's fault that they continue to lose these series? And I go, well, they've tried a bunch of different iterations of this Avs team, and it outside of one season where you didn't really have to be clutch at any point. You never had your backs up against the wall once in 2022. Never happened. It got a little sketchy against St. Louis, but you still had some breathing room. It got a little tighter against Tampa Bay, but you certainly had breathing room. It's a good question. Why does it all fall on Bednar when the Avs aren't clutch, but when the Nuggets are, it's all because of Nikola and Jamal Murray and not the guy standing on the bench?
To that retort, I would argue that the game of basketball is much more of an individualized opportunity for clutch performers, because you can create isolated situations where you have the ball in Steph Curry's hand with 12 seconds to go. You have the ball in Nikola Jokic and you're running the two-man game isolated with Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic with 22 seconds to go. Hockey, can you really create those moments where a superstar is going to be isolated and be able to deliver with 25 seconds to go?
You can on the power play, apparently. I'll give you that. You can on the power play.
Yeah.
You can find a way to get Wyatt Johnston open on the back door. You can find a way to get Mikko Rantanen buzzing through the neutral zone with time on the power play. In basketball, you are guaranteed, right? Every 24 seconds, unless there's just like you play a full game where you don't get a single defensive rebound, you're guaranteed a possession every 24 seconds, essentially.
And you can also guarantee that you're going to at least have an opportunity for a player to get a shot off. Can you really guarantee that in hockey? It's more of an interdependent sport, where I would even argue that the football comes down to the clutch gene, maybe even more than hockey because of the quarterback position. Yep. But if you look at like a receiver, a tight end, a running back, a lot of times there are things that are outside of their control because it is such a team sport, and there's ways that you can defend a particular player. If it's a running back, Ashton Genty for the Las Vegas Raiders, who's now going to be the face of your franchise, what can the Broncos do against Ashton Genty? They can +1, +2 the box and dare Geno Smith to go beat him. I don't know that that's the case in basketball, where you can really say, we're going to dare somebody else to beat you. You can double team somebody. Can you do it for the longevity of a basketball game? I don't think so.
Can you do it for the whole series, though, if you get into those clutch moments? And Houston showed if the games are tight consistently, in most of 5 of the 7 games against the Rockets and the Warriors in round 1 were tight. They were tight enough to be considered clutch. There were a couple of blowouts, but most of the series was coming down to the fourth quarter. Golden State showed that against a young team that scores a lot, that is tall, that is deep, that is long, can be beat if the games are close with 5 to 7 minutes to go. And I think that is the number one goal for Denver every game in this series. Keep it to single digits until 5 to 7, and then see what Oklahoma City is made of.
I love this old coaching line that we've used in any tight contest, where you like your performers down the stretch better than their performers because of how you're made, how you're built, the experiences that you have, which you have now over a decade period of time with this the majority of this core, is you want to take this team to deep waters. Take the Oklahoma City Thunder into as deep of waters as you possibly can, and then, hey, sink or swim, Shea. Sink or swim, Chet. Are you going to show up when it really matters? Because you haven't truly proven that to the league. And so to your point, whatever it takes, and frankly, what it's going to take, Raj, it's going to take great defensive basketball. That's what it's going to take. If you give it what you have on the defensive side, then you're going to keep this game into a place where it's at least within 12 points. And if it's within 12 points, I still say advantage Denver Nuggets. Now, we both know that tonight might be a little bit of an outlier because the Nuggets went 7 games in a very physical series. But one thing I do like, man, is that I don't think Nikola Jokic, his minutes were significant. I think Nikola Jokic is going to be fresher than we all think because he was not depended upon in Game 7 to carry this basketball team.
He wasn't really dependent upon in Games 5, 6, or 7.
Really, the whole series, man. It was more.
You got through LA without the best version of Nikola Jokic. That's insane.
This series screams Nikola Jokic legacy series. That's what I see. It screams Nikola Jokic legacy.
You know what?
Series.
If we had to sit through a Mikko Rantanen legacy series, we better get a Joker legacy series on the other side. Like, there has to be some give or take, some tit or tat here. Allow me to feel something once again, other than sadness and anguish and anger and being distraught for the last 48 hours. If you're going to take something away from me, I need a present on the other side. And that has to be it.
And then the beautiful thing about a Nikola Jokic legacy game or legacy series is it typically is that unbelievable superhero named Batman and his sidekick Robin. And I think we're going to see it with Jamal Murray as the perfect sidekick in this series. And I think it's going to be back to what makes the Denver Nuggets special. It's that two-man game with the best player on planet Earth and his best sidekick in Jamal Murray.
That's the coach, Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan. You guys are listening to Denver's #1 for sports talk, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The morning sprint, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Watch us on the Safeway Twitch stream as well as YouTube. Mother's Day coming up, by the way. Don't forget that. Coach, you got your Mother's Day stuff all figured out?
Oh, of course. Yeah, really dialed in.
Yeah, way ahead of the game.
Working 2 jobs, coaching football and getting on Sports Talk Radio. Yeah, just watching every game. I've done a really, really good job of prep for Mother's Day. Really good.
At Safeway, find everything you need for Mother's Day weekend.
Yeah, it might be my Memorial Day. we might be memorializing the worst husband and son ever in terms of recognizing his mother and his wife, the mother of his 3 children.
It can't be that bad. Come on. It can't be that bad. You just took him on a trip to Vegas.
Brother, the month of May for me, my mom's 70th birthday, May 6th. My wife's birthday, May 23rd. Mother's Day, May 11th. And my 20th wedding anniversary, May 28th. I call it Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. We're in some serious trouble over here.
Well, you just get it out of the way, Coach, is what you do. You get it out of the way.
You mean just go for a one for all and just give it all in one? All right.
Just a big old blowout, and hopefully that works. And if it doesn't, I hope that you're alive.
I give the old hey, you know what your gift for all these things is, babe? You get this guy. you get this guy on a daily basis, huh?
Nuggets and OKC Thunder tonight, 7:30 tip, 7 p.m. pregame show right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Been looking at the Avs in this post-mortem and how they lost the series, and we look at how they lost, which was not being clutch, the power play being terrible, the PK when you really need them to step up was not good enough despite scoring 2 goals in the series, including one in Game 7, and sure, history had to happen and had to unfold in Game 7 on Saturday and Sunday. It's the first 2 times that we've had multi-goal comebacks in the third period in Game 7 in NHL history, both the Dallas Stars against the Avs and the Winnipeg Jets at home against the St. Louis Blues yesterday. So we go from how you lost the series to why you lost the series with power play not being clutch, and whose fault is it that you lost the series? Is it Jared Bednar's? Is it Ray Bennett's? Is it Nolan Pratt's? Is it a combination of the entire coaching staff, or is it on the players? And when we went back and said we'd still make the trade, still make the Mikko trade because it allows you to do more things. It gives you more flexibility under the cap to get bigger, to get deeper. I do believe that they were a better team. Well, you get 0 goals from Brock Nelson in the playoffs. You don't really get much from Charlie Coyle, although I don't think that they were expecting to get much from him.
Well, it was a good mucker. He was a good muck it up guy.
He was a good muck it up. I agree.
Now, how about the Lindgren acquisition?
Ryan, if I'm being honest, if you want to put it on one player, Ryan Lindgren was primarily responsible for the 2 Rantanen goals that were scored with a goalie in the net. They're both Ryan Lindgren's fault. And a lot of people will go, oh, it's Sam Girard. It went off his foot. Watch the play. So I'll start with that one. I'll start with the wraparound goal, which is the one that will be played on Rantanen's Hall of Fame highlight reel, where his left skate is literally touching the end board, and somehow he scores from there. It was sheer determination and will. It's on the power play, yes. He's got time through the neutral zone, yes. Ryan Lindgren closing his hips to the middle of the ice when Rantanen is going from right to left on his strong side is unbelievable. He turns the wrong direction. He starts crossing over on the blue line after having atrocious neutral zone gap and starts crossing over with his hips closed to the middle of the ice when he already has far side help from Sam Girard. There is no reason for him to start crossing over and getting closer to Girard. No reason whatsoever. All that does is open up more space for Rantanen to blow by him. I was screaming at the television when I saw his hips close to the middle of the ice.
Raj, when I saw that, it reminded me of in football, especially defensive backs that are tackling, is that you use the sideline as the 12th defender. You use the sideline. You take away that space. And if you indeed as a DB choose to tackle from the sideline side, and you open up the entire middle of the field, it's the equivalent of giving up the game-winning touchdown on a 80-yard run because you took a terrible angle.
It was insane. Insane that he closes his hips and is nervous about the middle of the ice when he already has weak side help from Girard. I don't think he had any idea spatially where Sam Girard was. And Girard was in a perfect spot. So what Sam has to do is, oh no, he's going to get blown by. Sam has to panic, turn around, get to the far side post to beat Rantanen there, which he does. He beats Rantanen to the post. He does his job. I'm going to clean up your mess, number 55, Ryan Lindgren. And unfortunately, a bounce goes against you. And that was another part of this series where bounces did not help you.
When you talk about Ryan Lindgren,
in that situation, it helped in others.
You know where Ryan Lindgren not knowing where Sammy G was, that's a pairing that only played together sparingly over the course of 2 months. Was it 2 months, 7 weeks?
He came over on trade deadline day, so that would have been March 7 or something like that.
Yeah, so you're looking at, just roughly shy of 2 months. Was there too much turnover in terms of playing well together and the lines having some form of continuity and knowing where your teammate was going to be? And then you add Gabe Landeskog into the offensive lines, and that, upsets the apple cart, if you will, of lines that already hadn't really played together. Was it too much?
It could have been, but again, I believe that you needed to make all of those moves to get you to where you got. To get you to, again, and this is my opinion, and I think it's the opinion of many people and many national pundits of going we just saw the best two teams in the West play each other in round one. You're not talked about in that vein if you don't make all of those moves. Did I love the Lindgren move? No, I wanted them to go out and get another type of defenseman. I wanted a Seth Jones, but you may not have had the type of assets to go and get something like him, and maybe you didn't want to commit to Seth for many years after this, and Lindgren is an unrestricted free agent. You don't have to commit to him after this, and you didn't really trade all that much to go and get him. That could be part of it. The second Lindgren goal was actually the first, which was Rantanen's first goal where he goes right to left. The neutral zone gap was atrocious. And I know a lot of people talk about the pick play that Sam Steele runs against the Avs. And it was interference. It was not called. I didn't expect it to be called in a playoff scenario, but he skates himself, Ryan Lindgren, into a position where he can get picked because his gap was so terrible against Rantanen. It was way too far. He's making a poke check while falling away from the puck. And as a result, when he misses that poke check, it gives Sam Steele the ability to then run the pick play and Rantanen to cut around the top of the zone and then go in and laser a shot. It's a great shot, great goal. But Lindgren's gap cost you 2 goals. Cost you 2 goals. And honestly, it cost you the series.
Ryan Lindgren, he'd be a face of the conversation that I want to now have is you made a lot of moves, just like you did a year ago. You made way more this season, but a year ago, you remember you move on from Bo Byram and you pick up Casey Middlestat. And there were others that you added to the fold. In the post-mortem that I know Alex Ryanemi has been scratching on your blank white pieces of paper, where do you see, say, a Ryan Lindgren? Where do you see a Jack Drury? Where do you see Marty Necas?
Okay,
in terms of the plans for the future with this franchise?
So right now, you have $8.7 million in cap space if you look at guys who are currently on the roster. You're negative $6 million if you keep all these guys on the roster right now, but your top line of Lehkonen, McKinnon, Necas is all signed through next year. Necas is a pending free agent next offseason, not this year. So he is on the team, but he's a trade chip. If you want to get crazy and try and flip him for draft picks or other trade assets to bring in other guys, or simply to move $6 million out the window to try and sign some pending free agents, you could do that. Landeskog is locked into your second line left wing at $7 million. Nichushkin locked into your right wing on the second line at $6.125. Those guys are both signed through 2029 and 2030, respectively. You have a hole at second line center for the 4th straight year. Brock Nelson is an unrestricted free agent. Your third line is signed right now. Ross Colton, Charlie Coyle, Logan O'Connor, or Miles Wood, whoever you want to put there. All of those guys are signed. Coyle is signed through next year and is a free agent. He's expensive, though. $5.25 million for a guy who's really a third-line center. He's certainly not a second, and he didn't provide a big scoring punch for you in the playoffs. He's also getting older, but I do like him. Your fourth line, Drury and Kelly signed through next year at a combined $2 million. That's a great deal. And if you throw O'Connor or Wood down there in your fourth line, that's a $2.5 million player. Both of those guys are signed, Wood through 2029 and O'Connor signed through 2020 or 2031 at $2.5 million. It's a heck of a deal. Your defensemen, you have 4 D-men currently signed that are active and consistent players for you. Taves and Makar. Makar is signed through 2027. Taves through 2031. Gerard.
How'd you like Taves in this 7-game series?
He was fine.
Yeah.
He didn't blow it up for me. Part of the reason why he lost is Cale Makar was a shell of himself. And I think that, like you do at the end of playoff runs, we typically hear of injuries. I think there's going to be something that comes through that we hear about Cale's bottom hand, his right hand.
You could see it on. Did you see that? I think it was somebody took a picture of him with a heavily taped hand, and
so he had it taped for the majority of the season. I wonder if it got worse. I wonder if there's a break in there, or if there's like a wrist ligament issue that he was dealing with. He mishandled too many pucks.
The picture I saw was him on the bench playing with that hand, with the glove pulled down, and that's typically what happens when something is bothering a player. They just they play with it when it's not, when you're not out there on the ice, and so clearly he wasn't right.
Josh Manson is signed through next season at $4.5 million. You also have Keaton Middleton, who not a regular player for you, but $775 million. So you need to fill, as of right now, second center and at least 2 defensive
players. Keaton Middleton makes $775 million.
Did I say million? I thought I said K.
He is the Shohei Ohtani of the Colorado
I apologize.
Avalanche.
775,000.
I didn't know hockey.
775K is what he's making this year.
I didn't know 7th D-men were making that kind of bread around these parts.
So that gives you $8.7 million in cap space to fill, like, probably 5-ish spots, but 3 legit spots. Now, you can make some more cap space. Would you trade away Sam Girard to open up $5 million? Do you trade away Josh Manson? Manson was not good in the regular season. He was injured, and when he was back, he was inconsistent and quite honestly terrible. In the playoffs, though, fantastic. Fantastic. Which makes me say, I'm keeping Josh Manson. You can make the argument. You can make the argument he was your best defenseman. Now, from an analytics point, he's never going to look good analytically, but I really liked him in the postseason, which makes me say I don't want to trade Josh Manson. I keep him here as a pending free agent. He's too good. He's too big. He's too physical. Will I deal with the regular season crap from him? Yeah, I will, if that means I get that version of him in the playoffs. Blackwood signed for many years. Wedgwood signed for next year as well. Your trade candidates in the offseason are Girard, Manson, Wood, Colton, Coyle, Natchez.
Did you say Brock Nelson?
Nelson is an unrestricted free agent.
Do you bring him back?
Depends what the number is. At $6.5 million, no, because you don't have the space.
Did he give you enough?
He's good, man. I mean, he's good. He's responsible defensively. He can kill penalties. He can be a power play guy, but he didn't score a goal, and you needed to have secondary scoring to help you win this series. Maybe it would have happened in the second. You brought up the question of, like, has there been enough time to really understand who Brock Nelson is with this team? Probably not. But the other thing that I look at is it's really tough to rely on this. You need guys to take pay cuts to come play here. And it's not taking a $500,000 pay cut. It's taking a couple million. Like, you need Matt Duchene scoring 30 goals at $3 million a year for the Dallas Stars. That's what you need. You need someone that's going to go, all right, I'm coming to play with Nate. I'll take, 3/4 of my actual market value, and I'm going to Colorado. If Nelson wants to cut his value down, of course I keep him. But, like, he's due to make $6.5 million, $7 million next year, and I don't know if you can fit it in without trading away a big-time asset.
Raj, with all of these conversations about pieces of personnel and how they're going to fit into the 2025-26 campaign, we really can't have these conversations until we know if Jared Bednar is our coach, because if John Tortorella is your coach, then you make completely different decisions. Yep. Because it's a different style of hockey, and now you need to go out and Chris McFarland, if he still is employed, which I think he will be, and I still think that Jared Bednar will be, but if he's not, then you do have some discussions about what style of hockey are you going to employ going forward.
I see some text coming in going, that's why Landy's contract is killing us. What do you mean it's killing you? There's many reasons why you lost the series. And I mentioned, Lindgren having 2 bad plays in Game 7 is a reason why you lost Game 7, and part of a reason why you lost the series. We started off this show going, the main reason is because the power play was absolute garbage. There are a litany of reasons that you lost this series to the Dallas Stars. One of them is that you didn't play Gabe Landeskog in Game 1 and Game 2. If Landeskog plays Game 1 and Game 2, I guarantee you, you win one of those 2 games in Game 2 and Game 3 that you lost. Guarantee it. That was an egregious mistake. His contract's killing you. That dude's worth $7 million. That dude's worth $8 million right now with the way that he played. Do I know that's going to translate to 82 games next year? No. But all I can tell you is that what I saw on the ice, he's worth every penny. That contract's killing you? Get out of here. Get out of here with that. Insane. There's so many things that went wrong in this series. The power play chief among them. But if the only reason that I will accept that Gabe Landeskog didn't play Game 1 and Game 2 was that his knee needed time to rest. That's the only reason that I will take. If you're saying that you tried to hold the emotions for home in Game 3, that's an insane thought process.
If that's the case, that's a fireable offense.
Yes, it is. It is a fireable offense.
It cost you the series.
If he is in the lineup, either Game 2 or Game 3, you win because he got better. The power play got a little bit more dangerous.
Game 1 or Game 2, right?
Game 1 or Game 2, because then I think that he affects, not necessarily Game 2, but I think he affects Game 3. The second line was your best line. Nelson, Nichushkin, Landeskog, from a puck possession, shot creation, shot suppression point of view, was your best line in the series. And you decided not to play him in Game 1 or Game 2 for why? For why? If that's the case, and it was, we were just holding him out to get him in front of the home fans, fireable offense. Fireable. He might hold on to his job. I don't know what I feel yet as to what I want to see from the offseason.
Raj, I think I know what you want to see.
Here's the rest of the coaches that are on the carousel right now. And I'll leave you guys with this before we go into a break. Rick Tocchet, Peter Laviolette, Jay Woodcroft, Gerard Gallant, David Carl at DU, Joel Quenneville, Olli Jokinen, John Tortorella, Ian LaPerriere, Adam Foote, among others. That's kind of your carousel right now. If you decide to move on, that's really your short list that you're choosing from.
The one that hits your brain, Raj, right off the bat, is there one? Winning a Stanley Cup with this roster. Who would it be?
Sorry, ask that again?
The one of that list that hits your brain immediately in terms of who would be the guy to win you a Stanley Cup this year if you make that move. Who would that be?
I'll tell you on the other side. It's Altitude 92.5.
Dang it. Are you kidding me? The ski season has just 6 days remaining at Loveland Ski Area. And if you can look up in those skies and see those mountains that are covered with clouds, you've got over a foot of snow that will be falling between Monday and Wednesday, even into Thursday. 13 inches are forecast for Loveland Ski Area, which is my personal favorite mountain. And the reason I love it is because I don't have to deal with driving through that Johnson Eisenhower tunnel. I can get straight up to Loveland Ski Area where the slopes are filled with snow, and there's going to be a lot of it, not people. So make sure you go and log in to skiloveland.com and check out Sea season passes for next season. 2025-2026 season passes are still available at last year's low spring rates, and you get to ski for the remaining 6 days of this season. So check out skiloveland.com to get your 25-26 pass today and get out and get that fresh powder.
I think the team needs to take a hard look at Chris McFarland this offseason and assess what the future looks like. It's not just this year's trades, but last year too. Assessing this year, most of the time when you trade for a starting goalie, it's not a successful season. But not just a starter, a backup, a second line center, a third line center, a second pair of D, a couple depth pieces on top of that. I mean, Raj, you said it. We traded the whole freaking roster. But it goes back to last year too. We turned 4th overall pick Bowen Byram into Casey Middlestat, and then Casey Middlestat into an overpaid third line center in Charlie Coyle. Like, I tell me how that makes sense.
I don't know if I can right now. Voice of the People hotline you can find on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Alex Ryan alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. Get back into previewing the Nuggets and the Thunder. After I answer your question, I rattled off a list of coaches that if the Avs decide to make a change, this would kind of be your short list. And your question was, which one of the coaches on my short list would have given the Avs the best chance to win a cup this year? I think the very clear and clean answer of best coach is Joel Quenneville. Now, it comes with a lot of baggage. It comes with a lot of what did you know and what didn't you know about what was happening behind closed doors with your coaches in Chicago, and the sexual assault of Kyle Beach. What didn't you know and what did you know? What did you pass on the buck? How close to Joe Paterno were you in that situation? It comes with that type of baggage. In terms of a coach, Joe Quenneville is the answer, and I think it's not even close.
What about a John Cooper? If Tampa moves on from
Tampa already said that they're not moving on from John Cooper.
Yeah.
So the answer is no to that one because I don't think he's available. It's like the same thing with Jim Montgomery. I would have loved Jim Montgomery, but he's in Seattle.
What about Bones? You didn't mention Rick Bowness?
I've never been a big Rick Bowness guy.
It doesn't move the needle.
No, he doesn't move the needle for me.
Good dude, more of a caretaker than he is a guy that's a difference maker, changes the culture type guy.
Yeah, not for me.
Yeah.
There's a few, but again, we might not even have to have the conversation because I don't know I honestly have no idea what's going to happen.
If you move on from Jared Bednar, obviously certified really good dude, loved by many, not a guy who's necessarily ever been a controversial coach.
No, he's a great guy, and I still think he's a fantastic coach.
Solid lettuce, awesome flat bill game. Huge fan of all of those types of things. Just want to see a Stanley Cup again with this roster. Do you get somebody who's a little bit more prickly in response to having maybe just a lot of times you go in a different direction after making a change?
Yeah, I look at that and I go, the even keel thing is really nice. Like I love that from a coach, but at some point even keel has to go away and you have to light a fire under your players. And I would have liked that to have happened at 2-1 or 2-2, where you start lighting your players up, going, hey, if you don't figure it out, it's going to happen again. Now, what happens with Bednar, because he is don't get too high, don't get too low, and it works out most of the time. But in clutch time, not too high, not too low, has it worked for you lately? And the answer is no. DeBoer gets fired up. Cooper gets fired up. Paul Maurice with the Florida Panthers gets fired up in those types of situations. Maybe that's something you need.
Peter DeBoer owns you. It's the bottom line. I mean, it's proven out too often. Even the antics after Game 6 that we all made fun of and we all poked at, here he is crying and more wham from Peter DeBoer. It's all the little things that he does, working the refs the way he does, working the psychology, the dark arts of post game press conferences and pregame press conferences. Peter DeBoer owns you. He owns you, and it's unfortunate. It's the game you did not want to draw if you were the Colorado Avalanche, but you just felt it was on a collision course that was going to be unavoidable unless you just tanked it to get into the wild card. But yeah, it's unfortunate. I did not want the season to end. I did not want Gabe Landeskog to have his incredible return to the ice end in a mere 4 games of participation.
Yeah, it should have been 7,
5 games on the ice, but here we are. Yeah, I agree. It should have been 7. What we saw with the Eagles organization, Landeskog you should have used game 1, game 2 in Dallas to get him ready to go. So the game 3 wouldn't have been this emotional overreaction by everybody, and ultimately you lose in overtime.
Here's David Adelman on his upcoming matchup tonight. Round 2, game 1, 7:30 tip, 7 p.m. pregame show right here on 92.5 for the Thunder and your Nuggets.
I'll say this about them. They're the best team in the NBA throughout this season. And I had a really good friend the other day make me feel awful. I said, yeah, if we win this series, man, we got to play a team that's 68-14. And he said, no, man, they're 72-14. I was like, okay, that's right. Appreciate that, bro. So yeah, we know what this is. Like, their defense is so impactful. They turn you over. They have great one-on-one players in depth. Very good coaching staff that sets them up for, to be the aggressive team they are on both ends. But, you got to be confident going into it. I know they've had the rest. We will be smart about it, do the best we can to keep guys off their feet. But right now, tonight, this is about the success of what this was.
The best team in the NBA. David Adelman believes it. I believe it. How do you beat the best team in the NBA? And it doesn't feel particularly close, at least in the Western Conference. I think Cleveland and Boston definitely hold a flame. How do you beat far and away the best team in the West? That is the big question going into tonight.
You have the best player in the world play his best. That's how you beat the best team in the NBA. You have Nikola Jokic, who I wouldn't say cruised in the first round by any stretch of the imagination, because he was grinding. He did some really good things without scoring a ton of points in that first round series against the Clippers. But I think that he has the type of game that OKC does not like to see, because I don't think that they are a phenomenal paint defense against a player like Nikola Jokic that can play inside and outside. And I think he's got to be great. I think he will be great because he is great. That is the key forward for me, is to have the best that you can get out of Nikola Jokic and prove to the rest of the league why he truly is the best player in the NBA, because most likely we're going to find out any day now that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is the MVP.
Karma has to feel like it's going to swing back to our side, right? Right, Denver? It feels like it's got to be on your side at some point. With how heavily and how violently your hearts got ripped out of your chest on Saturday with the Avalanche, something good must be coming down the pike. Something. And I got a feeling it's this series, man. Like, it has to be this series. I'm not going to have to wait until football season. I'm not going to have to wait until next year. There's no way that the Nuggets came together after firing their head coach with 3 games to go in the regular season. No way that Russell Westbrook is in the middle of his revenge tour, that it just ends in 5 games or 6 games to the OKC Thunder. It feels kismet. It feels like it's in the cards, in the stars, for lack of a better term, Coach.
Nikola Jokic Legacy Series loading starting tonight. And it's going to be a Batman and Robin Legacy Series, as well as Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray prove they are the best 1-2 tandem in the 2-man game in the history of postseason NBA basketball. And it's going to start tonight.
We'll see if the Nuggets can restore my soul and my faith in humanity tonight, because I've been dead inside for 2 days, guys. Thanks for being with me. Thanks for being part of my therapy session, for being my therapy couch. For KJ Granderson, for Coach Mike Sanford, I'm Alex Ryan Emmy. PhD's coming up next. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 10 a.m.
And the rebound back over to Harden, stolen by Westbrook. Down low, Gordon. Doc, 2 hands. What a play, Russell Westbrook. Denver leads it by 3. Timeout, clip joint.
Rantanen down the slot, and he scores. If you're going to give someone that much room, they're going to make you pay. And the Avalanche laid off of Mikko Rantanen. The pick was actually set by Sam Steele. And Mikko Rantanen gets his 10th point of the series. The Stars are on the board. It's 2-1 Colorado.
Gordon doesn't look like he wants a deal. Now he does. He's at the nail. Kick out 3, Christian. Yes! Christian Brown's having himself a day. That's 14 points for him. And the Nuggets lead it by 13.
Rantanen holding. Rantanen wants the wraparound, throws it in front, and he scores. I don't know how.
It went off from Sam Girard.
Murray's inside the arc. Throws it out on the right side over to Michael Porter Jr. Mike goes to the left hand. Doc right-handed hard. Nuggets lead it 95-66, just underway in the fourth quarter.
Reaching forward as Nichushkin can't get their second off the far wall. 5 seconds left. Rantanen is going to score a hat trick, if you can believe it, to cap off a Game 7 win for the Dallas Stars.
Head fake on the 3. Drives in on Chris Dunn. He gets double team. Murray gets to the elbow. Fadeaway jumper. Good! The Nuggets lead this thing by 31 points in game number 7. And this thing is over! Book your flights to Oklahoma City, people. Let's go!
Simple question. What has you more in your feelings right now? The disappointment with the Avalanche, or the just like, wow, that was freaking awesome with the Nuggets, and unfortunately we didn't get both of them?
Yeah, that's a tough one, man, because if you would have promised me at least one win in the 2 Game 7s, I probably would have taken that deal. And yet when it's all said and done, how could you not just feel the utter disappointment? You know, how much of that is that you thought the Avalanche had the better chance to go win a cup versus the Nuggets winning a championship? How much of that is the epic, and I do mean epic, third period letdown? How much of that is just it was the second game that lost? I don't know, but I know for me personally, overwhelmed by the Avalanche. Overwhelmed.
It makes it worse that Dallas was trailing at the 13:23 mark 2-0.
Sure does.
In the third period.
Sure does.
That game was reminiscent and relatable to Game 7 against Minnesota the year before.
They gave up
that's like a 20-point lead.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. But yeah.
I mean,
because they played Minnesota hockey and they had 4 1-goal leads and they blew that as well. But I
was saying the Timberwolves series last year.
The collapse.
You get a 20-point lead.
You shut a team out for 2.5 periods. You got 10 minutes to go, basically.
3 games that you gave up a third period lead. 3 games.
Do you feel, Scott? I mean, you're obviously so closely connected to the Nuggets, and man, that was so exciting. I can't wait to dig into that. But do you feel a gut punch by the Avalanche?
Yeah, a little bit. And again, I walked into Adelman's presser and watched the second goal. Was Manson the first or second? I saw Manson's goal.
Was the first. You told me when you walked in there. You said McKinnon just scored. Like I found out from you.
Yes. So I watched McKinnon score that goal to go up 2-0. It was like, I think 13:29.
It was very, yeah. Well, he scored very early in the third period, and then it just kind of went for a while, and then, the last 13 minutes it fell apart. Yeah. Unfortunately, it was Mikko too.
So that was more of a gut punch because with a 20-point lead, sometime late third, you're supposed to win that series. And a two-goal lead with halfway through the fourth quarter or the third period, you should win that game too.
Epic meltdown. It just absolutely brutal. Of course, it had to be Mikko. Of course, and it does sting, and I do think that factors into things. And now the big question of the day is with Jared Bednar. And we all love him. They got to fire him.
Whoa. Wow. All right. Coming out hot.
Yep. We all love him. I love him to death.
Why? Why do they got to fire him?
You've won 1 series since you won the Stanley Cup. You've got 4 second-round exits. You got 3 first-round exits. You made all the moves. You went all in. Okay? Mm-hmm. When you go all in, there's generally consequences on the other side. And I hate saying it like that, so matter of fact, because I genuinely love Jared Bednar, but I believe that ownership has set a standard with Michael Malone, and Calvin Booth, and I don't know what the difference would be with Colorado Avalanche right now. I do not understand what the difference
closer.
would be.
I think that their management is closer with the Rockies management, so I think Bednar's okay.
Closer to the Rockies?
Yeah, the ideals. It's tough. What they need to do is wait about a week or so before they even anybody talks in the front office, and then you sit down. Okay, let's break this down. So we shall see. I mean, I thought they were built to beat it. The problem is, again, not that matters when you play them, but and I think I heard. Might have been Raj in the post game say that was the Western Conference. That should have been the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah, but it wasn't.
But it wasn't.
It wasn't. So like that to me is
stupid on the NHL.
Well, it is stupid on the NHL, but it's also like, yeah, that's just not reality. It's first round. So maybe it'll turn out. Maybe Dallas wins the Stanley Cup. I don't know. Maybe they don't. If they don't, it certainly doesn't feel like that.
Was the Mikko Rantanen deal worth it?
No, because you didn't win.
Right.
Exactly.
You win the series, and then yes.
Turns out
you didn't win it.
Turns out it was not the best deal.
And in hindsight, what did we really get production-wise out of that trade?
Not even close to enough.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
The guys that you were able to attain to get them, and I think you have a deeper, bigger, stronger team, but the games that are the people you gained didn't do enough to top end that series. And let's be honest, also, I don't know, and I didn't listen to the show coming in. Kel McCarr had a crappy series too,
mm-hmm.
and that's a star.
That's a star.
So, I think he had one goal, and it was an empty netter.
That I believe that is true.
And his broken stick basically cost you because he ended up going down and tripping a guy, and they scored on that power play.
The Avalanche have had less production since the championship since the Nuggets have. Nuggets lost their head coach. That's just the reality we sit with, and then it gets a little bit deeper because if in theory you did fire Jared Bednar, do you have to fire McFarland? Probably.
Whoa.
Probably.
Wow.
Yeah.
Cleaning house.
You probably do. You went all in. It didn't work. You throw all your chips in the middle of the table. Sometimes.
But you know what? I get why you're saying that, and I think that's the overreaction of a lot of people have.
I don't think it's an overreaction.
I think it's an overreaction because you're sitting there trailing, hey, whatever you do, don't go for it. Hey, play it safe. Play it close to the vest.
No, I respect that, Scott. I do.
And that's my fear that listen, last guy came in here and he went for it. They thought they were good enough to win it, and they didn't, and he got his head chopped off.
I respect a team that's willing to trade up 12 spots in the NFL draft to go get the number one pick. Okay? I get it. You swung for it. You went for it. But when it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Okay? So I totally get what you're saying, and I would always rather have someone. I would always rather have somebody in the building that's willing to take risks. I would.
Well, then McFarland should be safe then.
Not necessarily. I mean, there's generally speaking, if I'm playing at a poker table and I go all in, I lost all my chips. I mean, it might work out. I might have balls, but if it doesn't work out, I'm out of chips.
Well, then you just go play that. If you're in Vegas, you just go to that ATM machine, and you always win that slot machine right there.
I got shut off from it one time. It was not a good night. I mean, literally, it wouldn't give me any more money. It said, you're about to be divorced. Weird ticket receipt. Well, firing Bedsy, I think, would be tough. I think you got to look at it. It wouldn't be my most likely move. If they were to do it, I guess I would get it. Listen, there was a time where George Karl won Coach of the Year, and he got to the Nuggets of the playoffs every year, but he only got them beyond the first round one time for whatever reason. Don't know why. A change was necessary, and that sucked because we all love George, and I didn't want to see George get fired.
Well, and they let him go with 1 year left on the contract.
Okay. So with Bedsy, man, like, I don't want to see Bedsy fired, but I don't know, man. You have to do a deep dive into the whole thing. And I don't understand, frankly, why, as all this time goes on, why they just didn't get a deal done with Mikko, and I get it.
Exactly.
It might have hurt them in the longer run financially, but listen, they dealt Casey Middlestat. You still could have traded him and got something. You didn't get everything, and I know there was no intent to see Mikko because they traded him to the Canes, not to Dallas. I mean, I get all of that, but you did do that trade. crazy in advance of the trade deadline.
Where are the Canes? They're out of the playoffs too, right?
Oh God, the Eastern Conference. I don't even know.
I haven't paid attention, but I think they're out too. How about two teams that traded Miko sitting at home, sitting at the 1-2-3 Cancun?
Yep.
Yeah, and also I heard our morning show, and I love those guys. But they're like, "Hey, Miko only had 2 good periods."
Well, they won the series.
Like, okay.
And one was a brutally good one.
It's like, besides that, Mrs. Lincoln, how was the play? I mean, like, he only had 2. How many good periods? How many 4-point periods did Cale Makar have?
Here's the thing that I guess I'd like to hear from both of you guys. If you guys are in the camp of you got to keep Jared Benner, and let me just be very, very clear. This is my least favorite part of the job. I hate this. I'm not campaigning for somebody to lose their job. I'm not. I'm just giving you my opinion of what I think probably will and probably should have happened. The case to fire him to me is pretty simple. You're 0-4 in Game 7s. You've won 1 playoff series since you won the Cup. You gave up 3 games in the third period in which you had the lead. What were the? I had the stats.
I think you're 0-4 against DeVore in the postseason. Aren't you?
You've never. Yeah, you can't beat DeVore. You've got a coach that you can't beat. You've got 4 second-round exits, 3 first-round exits. Okay, and you apparently gave everything you needed to the team this year, right? Meaning you made the additions. So what's left? And on top of that, now I'd ask you, make the case to keep him.
Well, he won you a Stanley Cup. He has the full confidence of the players in the room, and their system is set up different than the Nuggets. He really does just coach the players that he's given. He does not have as big of a voice and personnel as Malone did with Calvin Booth.
Yeah, and may not have as big as he wanted.
I think Bedsy really just coaches the team. I feel that, and I think he goes with what Chris and Joe lay out in front of him. I think he has his input for sure, but I don't think there's any kind of bad Cold War feelings between Jared Bednar and Chris McFarland or anything like that. I don't think it's even close.
No.
But the underperformance of a team with top superstars when it matters most and the inability to close out a game when it mattered most with those superstars cries for some sort of change. Because if you couldn't
so which side are you on?
I'm still kind of compelled. I'm sort of going through it in my head. Yeah, talking about it helps a little bit.
All right, but make the case to keep him.
Boy, he won you a Stanley Cup, and he has the faith of the coaching staff, the ownership, the players, and the fans.
He's got the faith of the fans?
Sure. They love Bednar. Oh, yeah.
Everybody loves him.
Oh, hey, we can throw a poll up if you want. That's pretty harsh.
Everybody loves Wade Phillips, too.
Well, all right. He didn't win you a Super Bowl. I mean, the love of
he was just 500 when he was
love of Bebsy. It gets complicated when you win a championship. You know, with a team. It gets a little trickier.
I know.
It's not like George Karl never got beyond the Western Conference Finals. Had he won the Nuggets a championship, I don't know. We might have a different conversation. It's complicated, but listen, I would understand moving on if they just think this team wasn't outfitted right. I'm going to tell you this: my bigger eyebrow raise and question mark was trading Miko in the first place and not getting a deal done with one of a definite Hall of Fame player and one of the top players in your team's history, a player whose numbers should be put up in the banners. And you traded him for what? And then sadly, he's the one that burned you with the historic 2. If it's only 2 4-point periods during that playoff series, it sucks. It sucks.
Well, his 2 periods, as you said a while ago, were still probably better than McKinnon's. Any 2 periods of McKinnon.
Well, that is right.
And better than Makar by far. I thought Makar was really average.
Yeah,
I thought Taves defensively, and I only watched pieces of 6 or 7. I thought he got out muscled a couple times. There needs to be some change, but what is it?
Tough question. They don't have any draft
First
picks.
thing, don't panic. Take a week, take 2 weeks, and then meet back up and go over the entire season.
Meanwhile, the Nuggets put on a masterclass. And just so many great moments from that Nuggets game. And we'll dig into those good details as we have game 1 tonight right here on 92.5. It's PhD on 92.5.
All right, guys, gals, hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, I get it. It's a bad feeling. Maybe you already got a bald spot. You're looking for answers. You might have already gone online. You bought the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions, and you're frustrated because nothing's working. At least it's not working the way you want it to. Why don't you just make a commitment to call my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration? Commit to getting your hair back with Advanced Hair, and it's going to work. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives, and you deserve to be the next one. So pick up the phone. Call 720-459-HAIR. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Dr. Tanya Pauls is amazing. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration is the best of the best. You'll be in a calm, relaxed environment, and you're going to walk away with amazing results. Matter of fact, Advanced Hair guarantees your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee. Your own natural hair starts regrowing the very next day. Call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
No, you know what? I thought about when I was about to get off the rim backwards, then I just said, nah, I'm going to just stay up here and try to break the rim. And then the tech came and, intensity, just the emotions and everything. And just for me, the fans here are great, give me a lot of energy, feed off of them. So the moment, just a lot, I think, just for all of us and for the fans, and a sign of relief, that we kind of had the game in hand.
What an atmosphere on Saturday. And, a keg of dynamite with the Nuggets playing, the Avs going at the same time. And, they're showing the Avs game up on the Jumbotron, which everybody was geeked for. And then they make an announcement, hey, stick around. We'll keep the game up there. And, it just... Then, in the Nuggets locker room, they had the game on in the locker room. So, kind of a mixed bag of people watching it there. And that's where I actually saw them lose in the locker room, which was I was like, oh my God, this could be incredible to be in the Nuggets locker room when the Avs win Game 7. I mean, what's this vibe going to be?
Right.
Yeah, and I looked over at Nicole, and he was not into it at all. He just had his head in his phone.
Yeah, there's probably a horse race in Belgrade or something.
There was something else going on. So it was, but at least they had the game on. They had the game on in there. There was a little, company spirit. But the Nuggets game itself, first of all, you got to give credit where credit's due. Okay, and it's tough to give this kind of credit. But okay, Steve Ballmer, I don't know how you did it. I know how you spent money. I have no idea how he got all those tickets.
Did he buy it under an alias or something?
I don't know how he did it.
I'm being serious.
Why would he? Probably whatever.
Why would he? Because would we just let Steve Ballmer buy 150 tickets?
125, yes.
125?
Yes.
That seems a little bit weird to me.
Yep.
Who would he have bought those from the team?
Well, he probably went out and pre-bought them, for Game 7. Because... Yeah,
that's pretty damn clever, dude.
He also flew all those people there, I was told.
Yeah.
And they probably had a hotel.
Yeah.
So this was probably planned before Game 6 was over.
It was funny because when they opened the bowl up so that fans could come in.
First one's there.
Like a swarm of locusts, red-shirted, and they have some sort of blue crown hat, like Heatmeister.
They gave that away in the wall one of the games, game... 3 or 4 there.
So we're sitting there and we're doing our little pregame show dealy, and all of a sudden I just see this flood of red T-shirts and blue hats swarm in. I'm like, well, that can't be a coincidence. And then guess who walked past him, and they all gave him a big standing ovation? Ballmer. He went
over and talked to him.
That's right. And they were all, and he was smiling. He had a Cheshire cat grin on, and it's a clever move.
But here's where it backfires.
Okay.
There was a couple Nuggets weren't real excited about it.
Is that right?
If I got you to deep think who would be the first one that would show us
Russell Westbrook for sure.
He didn't come out and shoot. He goes upstairs.
Oh, well, he comes out really early and then goes, yeah.
Wait. Christian Brown.
Okay.
And I heard him mumble, what the is this?
Really?
Really? He goes, this is
ridiculous.
And you're like, okay. And listen, I don't know what you guys think. I thought he was the MVP of the series.
Okay.
To be honest
I'll give it to him. It wasn't Joker.
And I think that he probably,
turned it up a little bit.
I think he probably had mention of it and had guys go, because he was, listen, I thought he was spectacular. I thought that, and more so on the defensive end.
Yeah.
Not that Harden hasn't had a history of collapsing in Game 7s. He's done it before.
Right.
But you're having a guy who had 28 in Game 6 to send it to a Game 7. You hold him to 7 points.
Yeah.
Pretty awesome.
And he did the same thing in Game 5.
It was going in the right direction through halftime, but they go on that 24-4 run in the third quarter. And I do think the punctuation mark, because it was his second breakaway dunk. And, Russell Westbrook isn't really that tall, NBA-wise, human being-wise, fine. But
I mean, he can miss some free throws. I mean, some layups, right?
As we've seen. So, when he went up for that second breakaway dunk, and he was obviously hunting for the tee, it was We are winning this game so easily right now that we don't even. This is more.
We're just
awesome.
giving away technicals.
We're just going to give away points, and it's awesome. Like, bring that on. That to me, and the alley-oop to AG, was like a 270. Wasn't quite 360.
But
it
he
was
caught
like,
it on his finger.
Yeah, not the best pass in the world. He had to make that thing work.
Oh my God! I mean, you can always tell how good a play is if you watch like the Nuggets bench. They just went bananas for that. That was so amazing, Scott. Overall, your take on it, the performance. What was like to call that one?
It's how you hope Game 7s go when you were home. The brilliance, and we'll wait and see. We're talking about Bednar earlier, but David Adelman's going to have a conversation at the end of the year also about what his status is.
Helps.
Doesn't hurt.
Doesn't hurt.
7-3 as a head coach. Not bad.
Not bad.
But I thought he hit this right as he said he was talking to the guy. He said, listen, 3 games at the end of the year gave you the right to have this game at home.
Yeah.
And I thought that was just brilliant. I thought that was a brilliant statement. He said those games were significant, and doing what you did the last 3 games a year he said it earned you the right to have this Game 7 at home.
Mm-hmm.
And listen, everybody thought this was going to be a long-ass series anyway. I mean, I'm glad Denver won. But, no, I thought it was brilliant, man. It was a great crowd and brilliant. And it's brilliant because you know why? Joker had a great series. But in 2 of the blowouts where you blew him out, let's be honest, they blew him out in Game 5 too.
Mm-hmm.
Game 5 and Game 7. He was just a passenger.
Yeah.
He was more of a facilitator and everything else than all that.
Well, Alderman praised his defense because him and Jamal in the first quarter were like 0 for 9 with a couple of free throws. I mean, it was not good. But the defense was strong.
Yeah, no, I think he ended up 4 steals. Westbrook had 5.
A lot of fouls, and he comes out with 2 minutes
But
to go.
I thought Joker set the tone. Denver finally barked back defensively and physically, and Joker was starting it. Joker started pounding people in that second, started in that third when here comes this monster run. Then all of a sudden he kind of carried a little too far, and he got fouls 3, 4, and 5 in 43 seconds.
Wow.
Well, it was cool.
Seconds.
To me, this one was fun. Impossible did not at least have a momentary flashback to Minnesota when you get up by 20-plus points. Then you get up plus like 30 points. You're like, oh, my God, are we going to win by 40? But you got a flashback in the back of your head, like, okay, we've been there. But then seeing the intensity that they had, at no point did you even for a second think that they were going to lose this thing because they were truly just amping each other up. Like, they really were in a mode of how much can we win by, to the degree of I was like, are they going to start getting guys out of there a little bit earlier? I don't know.
Well, it was funny because Ty Lue had waved the white flag, and his scrubs were going against the Nugget scrubs. Love a scrub, of course. And they went on like an 8-0 run, and Adelman put all the starters back in.
Settle the back down.
I don't blame him.
Jokic hadn't played for like 40 minutes of real time.
And you or somebody asked him doing it about Malone. Oh, it was BK. Malone always did that. And he goes, in this instance, I see why, and I agree with Coach.
Yeah, I do too.
I thought it was a little bit of overreaction. And frankly, the starters went in there, and they were cold. They didn't even play that well.
Yeah, but Joker backed down one of their guys and went boop, boop, layup. All of a sudden, here we go.
I mean, there was only like a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
And like, okay, I'm just glad nobody got hurt during that time period. And listen, man, you want to just make sure these games are over, and they're over. Back to Westbrook for a second, because now he goes on to face one of his old teams, but probably his most prominent in Oklahoma City.
Oh, we could call this the revenge tour.
Possibly. And this was pretty funny because, like, Russell Westbrook understands who Russell Westbrook is. Like, he's not delusional.
Like, he's the one guy that should be allowed to talk in third person.
Because he is kind of a third person.
Yeah.
He
His
is.
life is third person.
Yeah, so, and it was either a leather lunchbox or maybe a purse, or I'm not exactly sure what was with them.
Attaché?
Well, an attaché, though, is bigger.
I'm sorry, what that?
An attaché is like a briefcase. This was like it was either a purse or perhaps just a really nice cooler lunchbox sort of thing. The guy's got incredible fashion taste and accessories.
Never heard of a Matt Duchene.
Matt Duchene?
Is that what he said?
Attaché.
Here is Russell Westbrook. This is funny because he does without going third person, he really does go third person about being a force of nature.
A force of nature on the floor is what I pride myself on. So whatever that looks like, it may be a turnover, it may be a missed shot, but it may be a steal, maybe a dunk, maybe a missed three, maybe a made three. It's gonna be all of that. It's gonna be everything. So you just take it for how it comes, and whatever happens, you go with it. And I've always been like that. As long as I leave it on the floor, and God willing, to be able to go out and continue to compete, I'm grateful for it.
I thought that was pretty funny.
Might be all that.
I might miss a shot. I might make a shot. I might get a steal. I might turn the ball over. I don't know what I'm doing.
But I'm going to be a force of nature while I'm doing it.
I'm going to do it with a lot of energy. And
I still feel, and he still has those moments, do you not feel like he has been more under control since Adelman got in?
Yes.
And maybe that benching in Sacramento kind of sent him a message?
To me, it's unfolded the exact way I thought it would. When you get to the playoffs, you're going to want Russell Westbrook on that court.
Yeah, his anticipation, too, defensively is pretty special. The guy does – his basketball IQ / instincts are next level. It's the shooting that – but he did shoot 42% overall. Like, he shot pretty good, as it turned out. And the way he gets the crowd going, dude, it's something else, man. It's something else.
Well, they keep winning. The fan base will always remember Russell Westbrook. Like, he's one of those guys.
Well, we wanted a Bruce Brown. Do we have it?
He's kind of like Bork, though. Like, if you brought Bork back game 1, game 2 next year, everybody, even though he's only here a year and a month, everybody would go nuts. He's kind of turned into a favorite son, right?
Well, I would assume Westbrook's going to be back next year.
I think he's got a player option.
I do too, yeah.
He does.
Well, I hope he's back. I hope
it's not
he's
that
back.
much money, though, so it might be like if he finishes really strong, it might be interesting. He might not pick that up.
God, he's made more than $300 million. I mean, I would hope it's like the best chance to win. Like what place gives him the best chance? If it's not here in Denver, man, I'm not exactly sure where it would be for him. Like it fits right now. Right now, it fits pretty damn good. Listen, it was funny because pregame, Ramona Shelbourne, she asked Adelman about, hey, how about Jokic having a 50-point night, something like that. And Adelman said, yeah, we got to do screens. We got to get him. We got to do more for Jokic, that sort of thing. But, I talked to Ramona a little bit, and I go, well, every time you scored more than 50, they've lost. And she did not know that. And sure enough, when you look at the score sheet, look how balanced it was. So in their 2 big wins over the Clippers, it wasn't about Jokic. Jokic goes for 45. That's probably bad news. Jamal goes for 45. The Nuggets are winning in a landslide.
Because Joker has 13 or 14 assists.
That's right.
Well, that first quarter, like you said, midway through, he only had 2 points on 2 free throws.
Mm-hmm.
And they only scored 21 points. And I think he had assisted or scored on 15 of them.
There you go.
So
other ways.
That's Nikola Jokic for them right there. And I thought, listen, they beat him up. I thought that they beat the heck out of him, and he said, okay, let me just facilitate. And listen, if we'd have made shots the entire series, they'd have won this thing in 5 games.
Okay. Let's turn our eyes to Oklahoma City then, quickly, who it was funny, Jokic was asked, do you think it's an advantage because they've been off and they haven't played? And he goes, I'm sure they have played. I'm sure they've been playing.
Although the Pacers say hello.
It's an interesting one because I know the record for teams that win
How long have they been off?
This will be 9th day since they last played a game.
Yeah.
Can you say Rockies?
Yeah. Yes, I understand what you're saying. I think this does come with a caveat, though. And that's because the Nuggets did not have to exhaust themselves truly in Game 7. They did not. It wasn't like they were having fun out there. There was a moment out there, I thought I was watching Nuggets and One mixtape tour. They were doing all sorts of, cool, fun basketball things. It was fun. That's not worrisome. That's not anxiety. That's not, it's a basketball game. They're good. They're in good shape.
You run a 10K, you still run a 10K no matter how you run that thing.
They ran a hard 3K and were walking and on the slip and slide in the boulder for the last 3K. That was not a hard 10K by the Nuggets. No way. They ran hard in the beginning for a while, but they got to shut that sucker down. I mean, they were up by 35, Tyler, with like 5 minutes to go in the third.
Second highest lead in a playoff game in Nuggets history.
Is that right?
58 against New Orleans was number 1.
Oh, wow. So I think, listen, the caveat is Yeah, okay, they only played a couple days ago, but they didn't have to go nuts. So I like where the Nuggets are actually in this game. I think rhythm-wise, flow-wise, exhaustion-wise, I think they're in a good spot.
Yeah, I think they'll be good. I think they actually match up better with Oklahoma City than they did L.A. But you'll get one or two scenarios. You get the Indiana Pacers scenario where you catch a team that hasn't played in 8 or 9 days, and you sneak up on them, have a great game, and you upset them in game one. I think that was a warning that Dagnall will use to Oklahoma City. Say, hey boys, these guys thought they were could just coast. But I've also seen teams fight a good game 7, then they go into game 1 and just get blown out, and then game 2's the game.
All right.
So I don't know, one of those two scenarios.
Well, tonight, 7 o'clock, pregame 7:30-ish is the tip. And I want to go back to what happened on Saturday in total with both teams playing and how everybody's feeling about it next on PhD.
Coach, both Nate and Gabe talked about how shocking all that was. How hard is it for you to even process what just happened in the third right now?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. It's just like, because you put your heart and soul into, the whole year, the series, all of it, and then you're in a good position, and then slips away on you, and so it's tough because I know how hard these guys worked and how bad they wanted it, and that's all you can kind of really think of at this point.
We had a sinking suspicion that the weekend would kind of go like this. Because it was like, well, it could be really terrible, or it could be incredible, or it could be some sort of mixed bag. And if it's a mixed bag, what's the more likely mixed bag to happen? And, not to pat ourselves too much on the back, but we did talk about how likely, if it were to be a mixed bag, this is exactly the way it was going to go. The problem is, I would not have predicted that Avalanche loss would have come with a collapse in the third period. I would not have predicted that.
Well, both series, long series, go back to game 3 after the Nuggets got blown out. We did the show. Basically, the season was over.
Yeah.
Oh, they're done. It's finished. Boom, boom, boom. Avalanche got a chance. They split it. They split there. Although, did they lose game 3 or game 4?
The Avs won game 1, lost game 2. Won game 3, lost game 4. Now I'm just babbling. Yeah, they won game 4.
So they lost 2 and 3.
Lost game 5.
4, lost game 5.
Won game 6. Lost game 7, yeah.
But there was a time when Nuggets down 2-1. This thing's over. Bum, bum, bum. Avalanche
You lost
go.
by
This
30-something
thing's
points,
gonna roll,
man.
and,
Nuggets lost by 30 points to that team. Okay. That's just NBA.
That's a little just NBA.
All right, well, what's hockey?
Didn't Golden State kind of get their beat in game 6 at home?
Boy, you know what? I'll tell you this, man. Experience and championship pedigree, I do think it matters in game 7. I do, man. Some guys are just good and calm with the pressure. Some guys thrive on it, and some guys don't.
It's like the Andy Reid thing in the NFL. The dude is unbelievable coming off bye weeks. Teams I was on, we struggled coming off bye weeks. I really feel like the far majority of the teams I was on, we struggled in that. So what's different about a game 7? I don't know. I guess it's just a coach that reads the series well. I mean, Pete DeBoer's fantastic. And unfortunately, Jared Bednar's record is terrible. It's terrible. I mean, it's 0-4, and you've now got a guy that you feel like you cannot beat. You've got a team that you feel like, I mean, the idea of beating the Dallas Stars feels insurmountable. And I don't know what hockey is when we're talking about, well, that's just basketball. Well, what's just hockey? I don't know. When you give up 3 games with a lead in the third period and you're up by 2, poof.
It doesn't sound clutch, does it? There are some teams that are in basketball, and I think it's the same way in hockey, that are just bad matchups. And like I knew the Clippers was going to be a tough matchup for Denver.
Stars didn't even have their 2 best players.
Yeah, but I still think it's a bad matchup, and it could be coaching. It could be something else. Gunther Cunningham in Kansas City when Shanahan was winning 12, 13, and 14 games or whatever it was a season, he couldn't go into Kansas City and beat Gunther Cunningham, couldn't figure it out. And Kansas City was having Elvis Gerbach as your quarterback and not even going to the postseason. I just think there's certain teams that have matchup issues, whether they're psychological or not, and I think Dallas is one of those teams.
The Avs, obviously, sorry for misspeaking, lost game 3. That was the Gabe game. They won game 4. That's the Gabe goal. They won 4-0 in game 4. And when they won that game and how they won that game, guys, I didn't think Dallas had a shot. I thought, okay, the Avs have it figured out. It's incredible how well Gabe is blending in on everything. Like, we're good. We are good. And then they just played terrible in game 5. I mean, they gave, and I get it, bad puck luck, all sorts of weird, quirky things happened there.
Puck luck evened out in game 6. We got the puck luck in game 6.
And then it would have been against us in game 7.
Yeah.
A little bit off Gerard's foot.
I mean, that one where Mikko wrapping around the net.
Gosh. Well, that's the game right there in hindsight, probably, right? Just like we look
Can
at
I ask a dumb hockey question with that?
What choice do you have?
Is there something Sam Girard could have / should have done different in that situation? Like,
I don't think so.
Probably not, right? I mean,
it's just terrible luck.
I mean, you got your blade angled at the perfect degree for that thing to bounce off of it.
I mean, listen, Mikko, this is the advantage of being 6'4" and having a long reach. You can sort of.
Well, it wasn't long enough, technically. He didn't even get there. He didn't even wrap it.
Yeah, but he was long enough to be able to get the puck around and put it in front of the net. Listen,
the only thing he could do different is had his blade right there, the seal between his body and the lane.
And maybe he's trying to get there and he just couldn't quite have time. I don't know.
Yeah, there's zero chance that you could. It's just bad luck, man. And it went off. Hey, listen, they had their own goals too. It did. That seemed to balance itself out. The problem is that Mikko was just able to dominate top to bottom and he was a force of nature. He just took over. And it was crazy to see.
Do we want the Stars to win it now?
No. I usually feel that way. I really do.
Who do you want to win it then?
Well, I'm not you. You should be rooting for him. I mean, you should be actively campaigning for the Stars to win because you love them.
I have no problem with the Stars winning it.
Hell no. I almost always feel that way, Scott. If I lose, I'm like, well, you better go win the championship. Because at least I lost to a champion.
Right.
I can feel a little bit better about that. I despise the Stars. I despise them. I despise Jamie Benn. I despise the fact that they play boring hockey and we can't beat it. I despise everything about that team.
Well, I like Mikko Rantanen. What can I tell you? And Jamie Benn, hey, if you want to give us more 4-minute power plays, go for it. The
okay, well, that was cool. We did a lot with that.
We didn't. And there were 2 4-minute double minors that the Avs in that playoff series did nothing with.
We did nothing with 4 minutes.
Twice.
Yeah, I
was like, okay, that's going to come back to bite us in the ass.
I thought Bednar said it pretty good in the post game 7. 5-on-5, we were pretty good. We played really good hockey, but our special teams just wasn't good enough.
They allowed a bunch of power goals on the PK, although they got 2 shorthanded goals in the series, and Logan O'Connor, my God, what a series he had to set up Josh Manson for the first goal, which again got a little bit lucky, right? I mean, puck's got to bounce off all sorts of things before it goes in, but whatever. Look at what Logan O'Connor did to make that play happen again. But the last 2 goals of the Stars, aside from the empty netter, were power play goals by the Stars. The PK didn't stop them then, did they? And I mean, Jack Drury, you're getting a penalty with 4 minutes to go in the game.
Bad.
Dude, come on, man.
And a guy that I thought struggled in that series.
What are we doing? They didn't mess around. They scored quickly on that, and they made it look pretty. They made it look easy. The collapse, the way the Avalanche lost, this is why tough conversations are going to happen this week. They are.
At the very least, the special team coach is fired.
No.
Well, at the very least, I don't know the very least. The very least, a lot of things could happen.
I think everybody's having a hard time with this because we love Jared Bednar. We all love him. Everybody does.
Well, you think it's easy.
DMac's wife loves him. Even fell in love with the hair.
Oh, my gosh.
It's not hard. Guys.
Can I tell you guys, she was so depressed that I had to go food shopping with her yesterday to make her feel better. Really, I avoid Sam's Club like the plague, and we double dip. And when we do Sam's Club, when we go to the club, it is up and down, fellas, every aisle. Every freaking aisle to buy maybe some socks and underwear and a large amount of like sparkling water or whatever the hell we get.
Well, did you snack and at least get fed a little bit?
Oh, I can't do that. I've been scolded for that in the past.
By who?
It's 39 years. The first
so
time.
Mama takes you there and then lets you grab food?
I've been told not to do that. I think it's every man's right when you go into that grocery store. If there's donuts, just eat one. And then, you'll pay for it later. I'm not trying to steal the food.
No, that's different than Costco.
Or when they heat those meatballs and little weenies up.
Oh, you talking about the little sample stands?
Yeah, yeah.
Are you drunk right now?
Oh, the little sample stand. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I thought you meant just
No. I'm not going over to get the foot-long hot dog place on the side.
Okay,
I'm talking all the free samples. You can basically have lunch in there.
Yeah, well, it wasn't a good selection of samples.
Gouda cheese. This is great.
Mm-hmm. But not only do we go to Sam's Club, but do I really want this many grapes? No, I'm the only one that eats grapes. We have to double dip and we go to the grocery store.
Well, maybe she said as much wine as you drink, maybe you can start squeezing.
Yeah, tell me about it. Do my own wine. And she's addicted to one brand of grocery store. I won't say it because I love Safeway. And there is an amazing Safeway.
Right across the street from you.
Across the street. And we are not, it's Safeway, you got to know it's not me. And I'm just keeping my marriage together.
So you're going down the county line and
dude, it's terrible. The one, and it's just like, what are we? But you know what? That's how upset she was that I went with her food shopping. Usually I just blow that sucker off.
Because you're thinking, drive the car off a bridge type thing, aren't you?
Just force
you're a little worried about it, weren't you?
I just forced my younger son. Like, you got to take one for the team, son.
She can never say that you don't love her. You were right there for her.
She gave me a thanks for coming with me. And we tried to talk. I tried to talk with her about it. I tried. There was no, I don't know if you guys are Avs fans. How you doing talking to an Avs fan today?
Well, you get to her at 3 o'clock. Wait to see what Andy's going to be like.
I'll be very curious to hear Andy. I actually don't understand. I mean, this isn't tough. We're out of excuses. We're out of them. You got Val back, okay?
Oh, I didn't think he played great either.
There's no Val story. You got Gabe Landeskog back. You made some big moves at the deadlines. You went all in. You've won a series since you played in the Stanley Cup. That's it. That's it. And you cannot beat Pete DeBoer. You can't beat him.
There are two big questions. One's about Val and one's about Gabe. And I don't want to lose fact that the Nuggets did win, which is thrilling and exciting, and I can't wait for those games. It's going to be awesome. But just today, maybe it is just a today thing, that the loss of the Avs seems to overshadow the win of the Nuggets. And maybe it is just a today, because we'll watch the game tonight, and we'll turn the page and move on. But let me ask you the tough questions about Val and Gabe coming up next.
Obviously, it's probably the furthest thing from your mind, but it'll rekindle that debate everybody had about Shea and for MVP. Do you feel like that?
I think this is the last of both of our minds. Thank you.
What do you think of him as a player?
Very different player. He's playing on so many level speed and so many level like scorer, and everything looks so easy for him. Even when you have like, oh, that's a good defense, it feels so easy for him. And he's amazing with the change of speed, the change of rhythm, ball handling. You know, he can post up guys. He can go by guys. Shooting the ball at mid-range is perfect, like unguardable basically. So it's a very special player.
Yeah, well, here we go. MVP matchup tonight. 7:30 game time, 7 o'clock pregame. Got it all for you right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I'm looking at the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. This is from Ann. Ann goes, I was like your wife, DMac. My son sent me ice cream at 10:30 at night to cheer me up. The loss of the Avs. Listen, man, I am excited for the Nuggets. Ain't no doubt about it. I'm pumped. But the loss and the way the Avs lost, man, I don't know. It just is, whew, it feels so deflating today.
It's the way they lost more than anything else.
Oh, my gosh.
More than anything. We could have handled if they were down by 2 goals in the third and they just lost. Mentally, we could have weathered that storm.
Yeah, because
this one.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Yes. Had you been down going middle of third, you're like, well,
yep.
Yeah, here we go again. But to be up 2, man, I'm telling you. Well, you heard when I came in there, I said, hey, they just went up 2-0.
I thought it was over.
I mean, all the muggles that were in there, they kind of cheered up. Everybody's getting ready to go. Here we go.
Yeah, except the LA people.
And it was 2-1 by the time the presser was over. And
yeah.
I watched it was 2-2, and I went, oop, I better get out of here. So I ended up leaving and get on the phone. That's the hat trick. They're throwing slushies on. The hat tricks are a great tradition, but not drinks and projectiles.
It was funny because, like, we're in the locker room because Joker was going to speak in the locker room, not at the podium. Okay, fine, wherever you want to be. The game's on. The Avs game's on. So Joker speaks. Of course, you do your best with that. And then we're sitting there. I'm just watching the game. And then Peyton Watson was speaking. I was like, I don't know, I'm watching the game. I just kept watching the game. I was like, Peyton's awesome.
Peyton Watson had a good game.
No doubt about it.
Had a really good game.
And I wasn't trying to be disrespectful to Peyton Watson, but at that point, I just couldn't take my eyes off the TV. And that's where it went 2-1, 2-2, 3-2, 4-2. It all happened. I couldn't believe it was all happening like right here, right now. It's all happening right now.
How many muggles were with you watching it?
A ton. In fact, there was some dude from the Nuggets. I'll show you the video. You probably know who it is. Like, I think he was annoyed that so many people were just, obviously, we weren't waiting to interview anybody anymore. We were just watching the game.
Because they got a nice 75-inch.
It was beautiful. Like, I just miss Christian Brown because I'm watching the game in the Nuggets locker room. And I think they saw that reasonably. And as soon as Miko got the empty net, it was a click. Game's over. Like, I guess we got to leave and go talk to Russell Westbrook.
Empty netter shouldn't count as a hat trick anyways.
Oh, hot take.
It shouldn't.
Hot take.
Why are we tossing hats on the ice for an empty netter?
Well, I don't mind when the hat trick is like one empty netter, but I'm going to roll with you when it amounts to 2 empty netters get you the hat trick, which every now and then happens. That's what feels like, I don't know about that one, my friends. But Miko got it. Let me ask you the tough Gabe question, okay? Should they have played Gabe from game 1 to just get a better idea of what this team was all about and let everybody sort of get in line with each other? Should they have played Gabe from game 1?
Well, before we answer that, is there any implication that game 2 did not go their way simply because they played Gabe in that game?
Game 3.
Game 3, I'm sorry.
Game 3.
The home, when they played at home. You're right, game 3.
No, they had the lead. They were fine. They had a 4-minute power play they couldn't cash on. I mean,
I agree.
And you lost in overtime. Won game 3 in overtime. I mean,
yeah, no.
The thing was lost when you've got a man advantage.
They had the lead. They had power play opportunities. No, there was no indication that
Yeah.
Gabe was at any way, shape, form responsible for the loss in game 3.
You had a man advantage in overtime.
Yeah, that is correct. You had 30 seconds in
And don't
regulation
forget-
and then 3.5 in overtime.
And don't forget the drama of game 2 when we thought he was going to play.
Correct.
And
Skating,
he went out, he
warming
was
up.
skating, he was warming up, he was on the lineup, and then we got a different lineup, and all of a sudden he wasn't out there.
Correct. That's right. That's right. Lineup gate. That's right.
Where's Gabe next year?
The Gabe's with the Avalanche next year.
So, I mean, from the start, boom, boom, boom. Is it
Mhm.
a, let's watch the knee, keep an eye on it?
Oh
miss
my
every
God!
third game?
What other choice do they have at this stage than to have?
But
Gabe
now
with the
that
team?
also Gabe's back, that starts to play. Now your salary cap gets changed.
Okay.
Well, you can play the game.
Who's
If-
gone?
I mean, if you really wanted to, you could play the game like Vegas plays it.
Well, likely Brock Nelson will be gone. He's a free agent. He'll just
Well, that was worth it then.
right.
That was a super trade.
How was Charlie Coyle?
Okay, cool.
Or you love him?
I mean, seriously.
How'd
So,
Ryan
so we,
Lindgren do?
we talk about these things like, okay, if Brock Nelson isn't here next year and you didn't win a cup based off the trade,
Mm-hmm.
how could we look at that as anything other than a fail?
Was Brock Nelson all that much better than Casey Middlestat?
For a minute, I thought he was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that was supposedly you got rid of Mikko, so you had the money, so you could do these other things, and these are the other things you did. Was it worth it? Let me just get back to Gabe real quick. It does seem like it was a decision, because don't forget, he played in back-to-back games with the Eagles. Back-to-back nights.
Friday, Saturday.
Why didn't he play in game 1?
They didn't know.
Would it have made a difference? Do you think it would have made a difference?
It might have made a difference. Well, no, he played in the game. But how about this? I think it made a difference if they played him in the power play in that overtime in game 3.
I can't remember game 1. What happened in game 1?
They won relatively easily. It
Okay,
was
so then
close.
no. Okay,
it was
so-
close, and then they grew the lead in the third. And
Okay,
then
so now we got to go to game 2.
my wife
Because-
lost directions, and I had to walk up a muddy hill.
So to answer your question, now we got to go to game 2 because game 1, it didn't matter anyways.
Game 2, yeah.
In game 2, you lost.
What
in
happened in
overtime?
game 2?
Mm-hmm. Game 2, I forget, Dan helped me out with the score. They lost game 2 for sure. That was in Dallas. They lost game 2.
They had the lead, though.
Oh, my gosh.
I believe they had the lead in the third.
Okay. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just don't remember game 2 that much.
I don't know. I mean, why didn't they play him? Because they didn't know how good he was going to be. That's what it really came down to. I think they were just buying time till they had to make a decision, and they made a decision, and he was really damn good. Cool. I don't think it makes any difference if you play him in game 1.
They were up 3-2 in the third, and they lost in overtime. They lost in overtime in game 3 as well. I think it was a mistake. I think he could have played in game 1. I think it would have got the mix of how he was going to fit in better. I really don't know about lineup gate, why he was warming up. He's on the lineup. He's not on the lineup. I think they just and then in game 3, which they did lose in overtime. Listen, man, you did have to go through the whole thing with the videos and the tributes and the emotion and all that, and it was a little overwhelming. Although they did have the lead in game 3, and they had a significant chance to win in overtime. The Val question: why wasn't Val more prominent? Period. Why wasn't he out there on the first power play more often? Why wasn't he on the same line more often with Nathan McKinnon? Did they use Val Nichushkin in the right way?
Well, now you're coming down to tough coaching questions.
I thought that, and listen, my bits and pieces of watching the Avs in this series, because we had 3 of the 7 games on the same nights.
Same time.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I watched game 1 because there was separation, but then after that it was done. I didn't think Val played well. And my pictures in game 6 and 7, I really thought he lost a lot of pucks. He was getting knocked off the puck too easy. I thought there were some serious struggles. He did not play the way you needed him. He scored in that first goal of the series. And then I don't think scored again until that 7-7.
So you're okay. Well, yeah, you're okay more or less the way he was used.
No, because he didn't play well. So if he's not playing well, then, like I said,
I'll tell you this. He was clearly frustrated with how he was being used. Bednar said as much. So there definitely was friction
something there.
Yeah, but I think he was also frustrated with the way he was playing, because remember he smashed his sticks in practice, and so
yeah, but that can all be tied into the same big pile.
Same
and
frustration.
don't forget, Bednar said no, that's not That's not good. You can't be doing that. That's not the right thing to do. And he wasn't being used on the power play like he once was. And there were what is going on here with Val?
Well, they kind of moved him around with the line too, didn't they?
I think there was just something going on behind the scenes. For whatever reason, they weren't trusting Val the way they used to. For whatever reason, and I don't know why.
Well, for whatever it's worth, it looks like the Avalanche are just going about standard business. Chris McFarland and Joe Sakic are expected to meet with the media tomorrow, which is normal. So doesn't expect like they're going out of the routine there.
It'll be an interesting press conference.
If Jared Bednar has his job by this time, what time does it say what time the presser is tomorrow?
No.
Okay. I'll say this. If Jared Bednar still has his job when that press conference is over, he's fine.
I still think he'll have a hot seat starting the season, though, don't you?
Okay, let's break down the different scenarios, though. You could keep Jared Bednar, keep McFarland. You could fire Bednar, you could keep McFarland. You could fire Bednar, you could fire McFarland. Which of those, does it make sense to let go of one without the other?
Well, if they're announcing press conferences with McFarland and Joe Sakic there, I think Chris McFarland's safe. I think we'd kind of just answered the Chris McFarland question. Letting go of Bedsy, I don't know, man. I think we would have heard of it already, frankly, at this point, if that was going to happen. I know that's fast, but I think we would already know. I think we would know right now. So I don't anticipate it.
The only difference, though, is... the Nuggets was brewing because there was toxicity behind the scenes. There were relationships that were not working.
Yeah.
So Josh Kroenke, Stan Kroenke, they got to their breaking point. They made a decision. This one is different. It's not like they were frustrated based off of relationships. They're not frustrated about the way things are working behind the scenes. To Scott's point, this one might take a hot minute to process.
I'll tell you this. There were two significant deals that did not go their way, sadly. They chose Nichushkin over Kadri. Okay, sucks. That's the way it goes. And yes, there were two bad incidents in a row for Val, but now a third one where he's a little bit MIA in the playoffs too, and there's something going on. Who knows? So that didn't work out. And the other one...
Wait, you think choosing Val was a mistake?
Well, 3 years later, you didn't get what you needed.
Yeah, but I'm not going to kill him on that. You picked a better player.
Okay.
I know things happen.
It is what it is. I'm just telling you what the decisions were.
Okay, no, I understand. I'm just saying that's not something I'd be willing to penalize McFarland for.
Well, it's a choice.
You made a choice, but you did choose the better player, the more impactful player.
The other choice is the Mikko deal, which looks terrible right now. I've heard some conversations on this station about how it opened up money and how these other lower level players, what were you? You weren't really counting on them anyways, that now you gave up and, all this sort of stuff. But I'll tell you right now, man, that had to be a tough decision because that was way in front of the trade deadline.
Yeah, but we're also doing revisionist history in the sense that at the time, their thought was he wasn't going to sign for him unless $13.5 million or whatever it was, and they offered 13.
I don't know that that's true.
Well, but that was the storyline.
But Mikko's camp tried really hard to emphasize that was not true.
But you've got two other camps, Colorado and Carolina, that says opposite.
Okay, Carolina I don't count because well, no, I'm not counting that against Mikko because Mikko didn't make it clear from the get-go. He told them not to trade for him. So, but I'm saying with Colorado, Mikko is at least publicly everything he has said is I wanted to re-sign there. And I do think that there probably was a middle ground to be had that gets the deal done. Mikko wasn't going to – he didn't just want to be out of Colorado. He just wanted to be paid.
The Mikko deal right now looks bad.
Well, right now it looks bad.
Today it looks bad.
But you win the series, we wouldn't even talk about it. We'd be saying just the opposite.
You win the series, it looks good. And hey, man, there's reasons why these guys get paid millions of dollars to make the tough decisions as general managers and that sort of thing.
He just signed a big-ass contract, and so you're saying in a Game 7 in particular – his star rose.
And no doubt about it.
How about the other guys you're paying a lot of money here? Where did their star go?
Ghosts. Brock Nelson's going to be gone, probably. Natchez? I don't know. He had one good game.
He's too light.
And you gave up a left-handed shot on a power play.
We really got nothing out of anybody that was involved with the Mikko deal.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Well, and we
also didn't get anything out of Cale Makar. So, there's a lot of things that go into it.
And this is why this is going to weigh heavy for a long time. Boy, this is the 20-point lead blown to Minnesota.
Somebody said, and
you got to live with this one.
This might have been Andy had a quote, and I'll go back and look. that going into Game 6, McCarr was either even or minus in all the previous 5 games, in plus minus. And I know, hockey nerds will say, "Oh, that doesn't really matter," but over a series, it'll say something where you are with the action. He's your defenseman, and the offensive guy you got rid of just crushed you.
Meanwhile, Nikola Jokic had sage words of reality about the Michael Malone firing. Details next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation, and every case is different. So finding the right treatment can often mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. It's almost a given that better medical practice generally leads to better outcomes for patients. And if you suffer with ED, you certainly want a good outcome. Well, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic practices better medicine. They're the leaders in treating men's sexual health in Colorado. When the pills or herbals fail, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic treatments work, with success rates well over 90%. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and here's how you can start. That initial visit's only $99. If a test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. But it's going to work. They've got an expert staff, and like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. Call them today at 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. I want to respond to this text right here, see if you guys agree. Shot Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. DMac is wrong. We'll just start there.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Smart texter.
Yeah. Without the Miko deal, this Avs team is not as deep, and Dallas rolls them in round 1. All right, let me just point a couple things out. Your goalie switch had nothing to do with the Miko deal.
No, that was end of October, start of November.
But
hold on, let me just finish real quick. The Eric Johnson deal had nothing to do with the Miko deal. You were gonna trade. You could have traded prospects that you did in Casey Middlestat anyway. I'm just pointing out there's other ways you could have built depth while still retaining Miko. Now, you would not have Natchez, and maybe you wouldn't have had Nelson and Coyle, but it's not like you were done. There's other things you could have done with Casey Middlestat and prospects.
Well, here's two things we got to remember. Say you don't make the deal, then you're probably a wild card team because they went on a roll.
Okay, St. Louis just beat, or I'm sorry, Winnipeg did beat St. Louis, but it went to double overtime last night.
Well, would you rather play Winnipeg or Dallas?
I don't think it even makes a difference in the playoffs, frankly.
I don't know. I do. I do.
I don't know.
Like Dallas.
St. Louis was on a tear at the end of the season. I get you. You don't want to play.
Dallas is definitely the kryptonite. But when you're talking about Chris McFarland and the Miko trade, okay, true, the goaltenders didn't have anything to do with Miko, but when you evaluate the GM, it's a report card, right? And it all adds up to the depth, the moves that he made. Was one move a good idea? Was one move a bad idea? Maybe, but you even it out with a GPA, right? So I do think that the goaltender moves factors into the season. Good move. Great move. Scotty said it's the best pair of goaltenders we've had since what? What did you say?
Well, forever. I mean, back to back. I mean, two of them.
Yeah. So I don't think it's totally independent. I think they're all intertwined.
Yeah, I think you could have held on to Miko. I think it stings here today, and I think you could have built more depth.
That's the easy excuse. Oh, you could have held on many. That's like revisionist history. You didn't.
It was a tough choice.
And I'd rather have a front office that's not afraid to make moves than afraid to make moves.
Okay, fine. Me too. But with high risk, you get high reward. And if it goes sideways, hey, man.
High sideways.
Yeah. There's no doubt that was about as high risk of a move as you could have made.
Yep.
You were really counting that your depth would be better and that you wouldn't have as big of a drop-off. Now, could you have envisioned Miko being the one to put the dagger in your heart for Dallas when you did the deal? Of course not.
Here's the thing that I would ask when it comes to the Miko trade. So there were reports that I don't know if it's totally accurate or not, but there were reports at the time Miko wanted about $13 million and the Avs had offered him 11.8. You guys remember that?
Something like that, yeah.
I mean, give or take in the ballpark, the numbers might not be entirely accurate, but let's just use those figures for the conversation. Miko wants 13. You offered 11.8. He ends up signing in Dallas for 12 per. We offered him 11.8. A lot of money. We caved over an extra $1 million.
We're not even that, 200,000 or two.
Well, at the time, but at the time, Miko wanted 13. You're right. Versus what he ended up signing for, it's 12. It's $200,000. We liked him enough to pay him 11.8, but we didn't like him enough to go 12.5 and meet in the middle.
I think you have two camps. You got Miko's camp, you got the Avs camp, and I think somewhere in the middle lies the truth. I don't buy in that. Oh well, we know we just wanted to settle for. Then it would have got done. And there had to be a turning point in those negotiations where the Avs finally went, dude, we're a wild card team anyway. We got a chance to add blah, 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 blah. Let's go for it.
Yeah.
We're tired of negotiating.
All right. Turn into the Nuggets. By the way, the press conference with McFarland and Joe Sakic is at 1 o'clock tomorrow. We will air it live right here on good old PhD. So we'll have that for you. And we'll see how they address anything. But I would suspect it'll be a pat on the back for Bedsy. I can't say that that'll be the same for his assistants. Might be some tough news there. We'll see. Or there could be tough news for those guys as time moves on. But they'll have to clearly address, Jared Bednar. And Yeah, no, if Bedsy can make it till 1 o'clock, he's probably good, I would guess. Now, I'll tell you this. If he does survive, this doesn't get to happen again for him, or he will be toast. You will not.
How many more Gins do you get?
If he makes it to 1 o'clock tomorrow, if he makes it, he probably gets one more again.
Seems like he's got to keep a few of those.
I know, I gotcha.
Well, next year will be his 10th season as the Avs coach.
You don't get another early round dismissal again.
Well, but listen,
Actually,
what
it'd be
we
the fourth.
learned from the same ownership group that they wanted to make changes early and didn't, want to make changes in the middle of the season and didn't, finally did it 3 games to go.
Not the case with the Avs.
But it's the same type of boat in the sense that you've been here 9 years, going into your 10th. That's the same thing that the coach did. Do you want to go in there and say, well, let's see if it gets better, and it is better? He's won 60% of his games, 58 or something. He's been a good coach.
I got you.
But do you want to go in, or do you just say, let's go a different direction, see if we could light a new fire? I still go back to watching that NFL Films interview with Al Davis saying, listen, he says coaches have shelf lives of 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's going good or not, it's time for a new voice after 10 years. Popovich just stepped down officially today as a coach. You know what? To be honest with you, it's probably time for a new voice there too.
You're probably right. It's probably a pretty good philosophy. You can get away with it in college athletics because the bodies come and they go, and the message doesn't really get stale. Not really in pros.
No.
Yep. In the pros, these guys stick around. In the pros, you've been with Nathan McKinnon. You've been with Cale McCarr. You've been with these guys the entirety.
Well, we'll have it for you live tomorrow at 1 o'clock. So, make sure you're listening. We'll see what gets asked and where they go with it. And we'll find out tomorrow. That'll be a fascinating press conference, no doubt about it. Joker, after the game. Joker has a way of being so plain spoken with things. And Joker, Joker knows idioms. He knows turns of phrases. It's not just that English isn't his first language. I think it's that he's just real honest about things.
Which I love.
And yeah, I don't think it's that English is his second language at all. I think it's because this is just who this dude is. And if we haven't learned this about Joker, his basketball job is a basketball job. That's how he views it. That's how he sees it. He's coaching. He's giving full effort. All that stuff is true. But to him, this is a job. And so if the job ain't getting done, he doesn't suffer fools. And he had this comment after the game.
I think the owner, like you said, maybe he wanted to change something, to change the energy, and probably he did. He got the result that what he was looking for.
The owner was looking to change the energy, and he probably got what he was looking for.
Yeah, the result he was looking for. Hey, 7-3.
Okay, big question. If Malone was still the head coach of the Nuggets, do they make it past the first round? They would have been in the playoffs. I don't know if they would have won the last 3 games. I don't know if they would have been the 4 seed. And they did get home court because they were the home seed, so we got to factor that in.
Maybe you would have
last 3 games mattered.
Maybe you'd been the Golden State. You still won the first round because you would have got Houston.
So if Michael Malone was the head coach of this team, would they be in the same spot in the second round of the playoffs? Because Joker just said the owners wanted different energy and they got what they wanted. And we said this was not the firing Malone and Booth. This was not giving up on the season. This was squeezing juice out of the lemon.
And they squeezed it.
And they got it. They got it. They thought there was more that this team could do with different leadership at that point in the season.
Or they thought the season was over and now they're surprised.
I don't think so.
One of those two.
I think if they thought the season was over, they would have just plowed ahead and just whatever, and that's that. I think I think if they did that, they would have had another coach in mind and another GM in mind, and I don't think they do necessarily. I think they have some ideas, but this wasn't a case of Malone being fired because we've got to get our hands on somebody else. No, they're going to have to go through the entire process once this is said and done.
The argument that they would not be where they are right now with Malone is that when you fire a coach, everybody wakes up. So the entire organization was aware of the toxicity that was going on. Players weren't immune to it. I'm sure they knew about it. And all of a sudden you wake up. You fire the GM, you fire the head coach. Well, I could be next. The counter argument to it would be, what has really changed from a basketball operations point of view? Scott would be far better to answer that question. I tend to think that there is an awakening that happens, that everybody gets on their best behavior when somebody gets fired.
Well, I think that always happens. Having been in multiple conversations with the ownership group, mostly on the road when I was traveling there in L.A., they thought this team had more. And it wasn't a give up in the season. It doesn't matter anyway. Let's just see. We got a young assistant that's going to be wanted by a lot of people, and don't think his stock hasn't gone up for everybody that has availability, right? They thought this team needed, as Joker said, a different energy. And he used that term, and I'll bet you that was his conversation with Josh, and that's what Josh said to him. And listen, it's never been done before, and guess what? It did. It worked. And Tyler and I talk about this in all sports. It's a copycat league. You think this gives more teams confidence to go and listen? If we think we're pretty good and we ain't playing up to snuff, we do it late. We do it late. Okay, let's go. So listen, I think they really like David. I think they really thought that this team was underperforming. And I think they thought they needed to send a jolt. Now, did they think they'd have the success? They knew it was going to be a tough series, But David Adelman said it. Listen, what they did in the last 3 games of the year earned them the right to have the 7th game at home.
Yep.
And guess what? It did. It worked.
Do you think if they were the 5 seed, not the 4 seed,
could have been tougher?
Do you think they would have won the series? Do you think they could have beat the Clippers in a Game 7 in LA with the real wall, not the fake wall?
It would have been tougher. It would have been tougher. You can't have a Game 3. You handled them pretty good in Game 4, although you let up the gas in the fourth quarter.
Mm-hmm.
Had a chance to win in Game 2 at home, and you had a chance to really in Game 6 there. You make that layup late. It's a 4-point game.
You never know.
3 minutes ago, all of a sudden, they're feeling a little antsy. No, I don't know. It's tougher. You earn the right to have Game 7 at home.
How about the irony of the Avalanche making 1 million changes and getting dismissed in a very disappointing way? The Nuggets making no changes, none. Which
player-wise,
personnel-wise, that's right.
They did make a big change.
Correct.
With no additions. How about that? The Avalanche made a bunch of additions.
Yeah, but personnel-wise, there were no changes. And the depth for the Nuggets is obviously not great. But, what do? You play 7 real guys, and you play DeAndre Jordan for like 6 minutes, and, whatever. And that's enough. It really is, actually, as it turns out. I guess you really don't need Zeke Naji and Julian Strother and Hunter Tyson, and apparently you don't need Jalen Pickett either. We thought we might need Jalen Pickett a little bit.
No,
but
he got a couple looks in the first 4 games.
Not at the end.
Not since Game 4.
Not when it really mattered. Okay. Basketball.
But you know what? What may have turned the tide in this series was David Adelman's first game as the head coach in Sacramento there, and really had a rough game and basically sat him down and played Jalen Pickett for he had 19 points. I don't know how many minutes he had, but played Jalen Pickett. And that game right there may have turned the whole season around.
Adelman really did a beautiful job of enabling Russ when it's time to enable him and putting him in timeout when it's time to put him in timeout.
I'll give you another difference that did happen, and I think it was more organic than thought out. But the change in coaches has led to Christian Braun being more of a leader in the team itself. Period.
Yeah.
Like a vocal leader, a physical leader, just
emotional.
Adelman has Christian break down the huddle in the game. Christian, say whatever you want. We're not doing family on 3. We're not passing out the DPOG. We ain't doing none of that. We're telling Christian to bring everybody together to break us down. And Christian has taken that. He's a leader. He's always been a leader. That's who that dude is. And he will be the virtual captain of this team. He is this team's version of Gabe Landeskog. Meaning he could.
That's a good comp.
He's a young
That's a good comp.
leader who, in all honesty, would be the best captain for this team right now. If they did name captains, which they don't.
That's a good comp. I hadn't thought of it that way. I remember talking to somebody how he's really worked. I mean, first of all, Karl Malone's first year in the league, I think shot high 50s, low 60s free throws. Played the next 17 years, he's averaging 80%. Because you know why? He went and worked on free throws. He knew he was going to get to the line, big, strong guy, and he worked on his game. Go look what Christian's improvements were.
Incredible.
It's ridiculous he was fourth and most improved because the guy they give it number one was the number one pick. So basically, we allow you to be disappointing for a couple years, but now you figured it out, so you're good. But you look what Christian did from last year to this year.
Christian Brown is probably the most likely Nugget to be an All-Star who's also a teammate with Jokic, and most likely will be on the national U.S. team when they try to win a gold medal next time around. He's going in that direction, and it's pretty freaking cool.
You know what? I hadn't thought about that, but you're not wrong on that. And guess who was calling Game 7? Grant Hill.
There you go. And I'm bummed for Aaron Gordon. I think he got the heave-ho where he didn't deserve it, but his time will have come and gone by that point. Christian Brown's going to be one of the leading American players in basketball, period.
Yeah, Christian can fit in with anyone, anytime, anywhere.
He's a leader, man.
Run the floor and play defense. Okay.
I don't know about the All-Star thing.
Iguodala won a gold medal.
The All-Star thing feels a little bit different to me because I'm just not sure that his skill set, the way that he plays, it's like coach respect. It's like Scott Hastings respect. Is it fan respect? Probably not. I don't see him as an all-star.
No. He probably won't ever be an all-star.
No, we'll see.
But you shocked me because I think you're absolutely right for what Team USA looks for. He would be a perfect glue guy to come in and play defense.
By the way, you realize Gabe was never like the best player for the Avs.
Never.
He was always like the third, fourth guy. But he was a captain since he was 19. He's a natural leader. And guys just naturally circle around him.
How the hell did he become a captain at 19?
Because Milan Hajduk passed it over to him because he recognized it, who was the captain at the time. I think I got that right. Double check my math, but I believe that.
I know
that's
a lot
story.
of people, again, revisionist history. There was, because I'm still doing talk radio. What are we doing? This kid's too young. And then they had a tough year. I think that first year he was captain. Oh, my God, they got to replace that. And now it's like, is Gabe coming back? What do we want Gabe? Good thing Gabe's back. He grew into that role. He should be, since Deion Sanders put the norm into doing this, the minute he hangs his skates up, you don't need to wait. The next season, he needs to be put up on the wall.
Nobody's going to protest
I'd
that.
almost retire the C. Do something no one's ever done.
Leaders and dogs, baby.
I'd almost retire the C.
Oh, I don't know about that. You still need leaders for, the next
Well, you can have leaders.
100
They
years.
just told us for the last 3 years the C really doesn't matter. We got 3 A's out there.
All right, we have no dumb questions. 303-504-0925. Twitch, yep. YouTube, yep, we're on there. Text line, like I just said. So fire it up. What dumb things you got on your head? It's PhD on 92.5.
DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
It's always good to get a little gossip behind the scenes.
Right? Yeah, that came to an end.
No dumb question. Here we go. Do you think the Avs loss overshadows the Nuggets win more so than if the roles were reversed, since it felt like the Avs had a deeper roster and better opportunity to make a deeper playoff run? Well, I don't think that's a dumb question. I think that's a really good question. What do you guys think?
Yes. We could have lived with the Nuggets losing because most people already wrote them off against Oklahoma City anyways. But the Avalanche, you felt like this was the toughest matchup of all the playoffs. And if they get by this, they got a really good chance to go to the championship. So you would have had far more optimism with the Avs.
I maybe more optimism, but I will say this. I think it still would have been a bummer because the Nuggets not advancing means they lost back-to-back years of Game 7 at home. And it'd be interesting to go back and look in the history of sports that have 7-game series. How many have been knocked out of the postseason back-to-back years at home in Game 7? So I think there have been a bumming, but I agree with you. I think there has always been more. That's probably what makes it more tough right now. There was always more of a – in fact, didn't we have that? Who do we think better chance to win Game 7? Was that the poll Friday or something like that?
Yep.
And it was the Avalanche in a landslide?
It was. Yes.
56 to 40.
Even a little bit more, yeah.
Something
Yes,
like that.
yeah, yes. There was more faith in the Avalanche from the Avs faithful.
Well, and they're going to light it
but
up.
I think, not that I don't love my wife, but I do think sometimes hockey fans have bigger blinders on about their team than basketball Nuggets fans.
Maybe. But I will tell you this.
I think they're both a loyal fan base, but I just think the hockey fans really get the burgundy glasses going.
And you were there for Game 6, I'm assuming for the Avs.
Yep.
But Game 7, was that just off the – and especially when Bomber brought it, the Bombers or whatever those guys are.
The fake wall, yeah. They amped everybody up.
Nuggets fans took that as a challenge.
Listen, the Nuggets fans are unbelievable. Ball, I have to wear my earbuds. I swear to God, man.
Migraine City.
It's just, I get overwhelmed by it. Because it does. Pause the music. Dude, you're awesome. But really, is it a freaking Coachella concert 2 hours before the game? I mean, it doesn't stop in that joint from 2 hours, till game time.
That's old man. That's his very first old man take.
I tend to agree with him on that. Nuggets games are loud, dude.
Dude, at least during the Avs games when the play is going on, they turn off the music.
Yeah, but you don't have those glass walls, and you don't. I think you got more reverberation in a basketball.
Dude, there's just more people in there. Period, because there's ice. It just takes up more room. No, it's going to a Nuggets game is a lesson. I don't think it's as loud, by the way, on the floor as it is in the bowl. I know it's loud everywhere, but I've been in both spots. I actually think it's louder when you go up a little bit, just a little bit. But the whole thing is insane. Is every NBA arena the same way? Is everything like that?
The Clippers arena was loud, but you remember Adam and the rumor's been for a while
they pipe stuff
in to make it even louder.
Right.
You guys, you ever been so pot committed in a television show that you just can't get out of it?
Or do
you get out of it? Like, what do you do if you're pot committed for? I'm talking multiple years.
Happened to me yesterday. Team Kaylee.
What was that?
What's team?
One for little younger adults. My daughter got into it. Next thing I know, I binged 5 episodes
Well,
Yes.
what is it?
It's about some teenage girl that has her own reality star, and her mom's real rich. And
Yeah, okay, but that's different. You're doing that one for a reason.
Yeah, but then all of a sudden,
he's not. He's watching it on his
but then
own.
all of a sudden, I mean, the first time just is so I can spend time with my daughter. And then
Okay.
after that, I go, now why is this? Hey, that's the dad from.
Were you watching it on your own?
No, but when she went to go to the bathroom, I'm like, hurry up. Let's get back here.
What shows got you stuck?
So Walking Dead came out like
a million years ago.
100 years ago. I have watched every single episode of that series. Now, keep in mind, there were 11 series of The Walking Dead, but now there's the Walking Dead universe. Okay, so you got you got World Beyond, Daryl Dixon, and Dead City, and all these episodes. I actually
saw that one. I watched that one.
Well, so Dead
and then
City's,
you had what's her name, Carol, show up on like the last scene of
the one in France.
Yeah, but she shows up in the last scene of the Daryl one.
Yeah, that's my favorite one actually. I like that.
So
one.
I haven't seen the next one. What's that one called?
Daryl. I think it's Daryl Dixon.
So it's like the second year, but all of a sudden you've got Carol comes on it.
Yeah.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah. There's Dead City's one of the spinoffs came off last night, season 2. I actually looked it up to see how pathetic this is because I gave up on this series in my head about 4 years ago, but I'm still watching it. There have been 341 episodes of all of the universe.
Well,
and I have seen 341 episodes. I've seen every single episode of this entire universe.
I got so.
What am I doing?
I don't really
know. I
know.
got so caught into the Walking Dead when it was on. I didn't finish the one where they went to the West Coast. I gave up after they burned all the people and in the hacienda there in Mexico. And I'm not sure
I
I
don't even know what you're talking about. I've seen so many
it's
of
the
them.
one on the West Coast, which starts off great. But I got so big into it, I was given for one of my birthdays the entire set of graphic novels from Walking Dead.
Yeah.
Which are outstanding.
Yeah.
Outstanding graphic
I'll take
novels.
where I haven't watched one episode ever.
There are actually...
It's a zombie show, right?
Yeah. But it's good. I mean, at least it was really good at one point.
You know,
there are 7 spinoffs. 7.
I got to get back into that. I've almost thought about going back and starting it over.
You can't do that. I mean, you don't have enough life left.
I thought about doing that.
You don't have enough life left.
I mean, it's been on for 53 years.
Where do you think the zombie show's going?
Well, they've gone to France.
Okay.
They've gone to Manhattan.
Is there going to be a time where there are no more zombies?
No. The key is how long can civilization work?
With zombies?
Yeah. Well, now you've got different civilizations.
Well, you know what? The last one, I didn't even finish the original yet.
Hold on. You're mocking a zombie show, but you watched Last of Us.
I have not watched the latest one, and I might be done with it.
Once what's his name died,
I might be done with it.
You're not done.
I haven't gone back and watched. I didn't see the last 2. I didn't watch last night. I hadn't watched the one before that.
Did you see what's his name get killed?
Yeah, saw that. I couldn't believe it.
I
And
think
then I'm
I
like,
saw the one after
I guess
that.
I don't have to watch this anymore.
Where the 2 girls are going
There was a
after
new one
him
last
to
night.
Seattle. Yeah, I haven't watched it.
I went straight from that zombie show over to Dead City. I watched back-to-back
You're
zombie
into
shows.
zombie shows, man. You like the zombie shows.
I hate scary movies, but I can watch a zombie.
I'm just a lifetime committed to Walking Dead. I can't quit now.
Righteous Gemstones, which started off great, has lost all MPH off their fastball. Yeah. It is their last season because Danny McBride, who's a genius, knows when to say goodbye. And they're struggling to get to the finish line this season.
I haven't liked that. I haven't watched much of that at all.
It was brilliant in the beginning.
I like the one where he was the pitcher.
Yeah, Eastbound and Down, one of the best TV series of all time.
That was a great series.
Yeah, and that had heat to it from beginning to end, which was 4 seasons. And Vice Principals with him is
where he's going to fight the one vice principal.
It's great. But Walton Goggins, he's great in everything, including Righteous Gemstones and White Lotus. That dude is just an awesome actor.
I've never seen that show.
White Lotus?
No. Righteous Gemstones.
Yeah, I'm not pushing it on you. It's an acquired taste on that one, so don't sweat it.
But Eastbound and Down.
Eastbound and Down is one of the greatest TV shows of all time.
That's one I could go back and watch. Again.
Yeah, no doubt about it. All right, well, sorry that you're stuck a little bit.
I mean,
and you're 900 zombie shows.
Every time there's a new season, I kind of get excited about it. I'm not really mad. I'm still watching it. I just
got to find out
the
one where Carol comes into it. And does Carol and Daryl get back together?
That's the Daryl. They reunite.
Welcome
season
to
2
No
of the
Dumb
Daryl
Questions. We wrapped it up prime no dumb
See, that's
question
what
right
I
there.
gotta get to it.
When we come back, the dichotomy of Saturday, the ups, the downs. How are you feeling about it? And what will Chris McFarland and Joe Sack talk about tomorrow at 1 o'clock? Details next.
All right, guys, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, don't waste your time. There's the best car dealership in Colorado. They got the best inventory. They got the best deals. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. It's the only dealership that you need to go to. What I love about Phil Long Ford is the long-term relationship that you're going to build. Bought my first car there my rookie year in the NFL, and I keep going back because I know them, I love them, I trust them. They respect me. They get me in. They get me out. And they give me the best price. That's going to happen to you as well. They've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for new, whether you're looking for pre-owned, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams at Phil Long Ford. That's why you don't need to waste your time. They've got what you want. They got the best price. They've got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced to Phil Long. You're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop at phillongford.com.
And the rebound back over to Harden, stolen by Westbrook. Down low, Gordon. Two hands! What a play, Russell Westbrook! Denver leads it by 3. Timeout, clip joint.
Rantanen down the slot, and he scores. If you're going to give someone that much room, they're going to make you pay. And the Avalanche laid off of Mikko Rantanen. The pick was actually set by Sam Steele. And Mikko Rantanen gets his 10th point of the series. The Stars are on the board. It's 2-1 Colorado.
Gordon doesn't look like he wants a deal. Now he does. He's at the nail. Kick out 3, Christian. Yes! Christian Brown's having himself a day. That's 14 points for him. And the Nuggets lead it by 13.
Rantanen holding. Rantanen wants the wraparound, throws it in front, and he scores. I don't know how.
It went off of Sam Girard.
Murray's inside the arc. Throws it off on the right side over to Michael Porter Jr. Mike goes to the left hand. Dog right-handed hard. Nuggets lead it 95-66, just underway in the fourth quarter.
Reaching forward as Nichushkin can't get there. Second off the far wall. 5 seconds left. Rantanen is going to score a hat trick, if you can believe it, to cap off a Game 7 win for the Dallas Stars.
Head fake on the 3. Drives in on Chris Dunn. He gets double team. Murray gets to the elbow. Fadeaway jumper. Good! The Nuggets lead this thing by 31 points in game number 7. And this thing is over! Book your flights to Oklahoma City, people. Let's go!
What a day on Saturday, man. So many ups, and the downs were so tricky. And here we sit. We'll have a press conference with Chris McFarland and Joe Sakic tomorrow at 1 o'clock, and we will carry that for you here. And, tough questions to ask, and we'll see where they go. Meanwhile, I don't want to overlook what was a tremendous performance from the Nuggets and the excitement that was in Ball Arena, because I have sensitive ears and all, but it was outstanding. It was on fire, and there were moments of that game, I'm telling you, like I said, it was like an And One mixtape tour. Like, it was just fun. We're just going to throw things around. We're going to run. We're going to dunk. We're going to hang on the rim and get teased on purpose and be pumped that we just got a technical foul. I mean, Russell Westbrook was comical on that. Like, he's just like hanging on the rim, like looking at the ref.
Have you called the technical yet? Not yet.
How long is this going to take?
Yeah, he hung on that first swing. I said, okay, you're good. Second swing, semi pull up. Oh, you're in trouble.
Yeah, but he was clearly hunting for it, and like he said later, he's a
But it
force
also
of
fired
nature.
the crowd up.
Oh my God, the crowd and Peyton Watson got the. When Peyton Watson is blocking shots sometimes and playing the, like, especially the come from behind, blocks out of nowhere, that sort of thing, I think the crowd gets just as pumped up for that. And then let's hear it for MPJ during that 24-4 run. I got it. He's wide open. But that's where that momentum of the crowd really builds to that point of explosion. When you get the guy and he is open, it's just like, can you rip the roof right off the
because those
joint?
ones, if you miss it, the crowd's a collective.
But you hit it, and I'm looking at the fake wall there that Bomber paid for.
They got quiet.
They didn't have a choice.
They got quiet.
You still weren't impressed by the real wall when you're out there?
No.
No?
It's a great gimmick. It's a great gimmick.
That's it. Just a gimmick.
Well,
doesn't actually affect anything.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I guess there's statistics.
Well, it does actually. Yeah, actually it does.
Only because you got mentally weak players.
No, literally, they have one of the, however you want to put it, lowest free throw percentages of opponents against the wall.
Okay.
In the NBA.
But it's not really a wall. It's just the stadiums are a little steeper.
They built it. They get to nickname it.
They
whatever
get to call
want.
whatever they want.
Yeah.
That's great. And Bomber bought all in. But I've never in my life heard a great free throw shooter that ever sees a crowd behind you. Or in front of you.
My son was there.
Well, apparently there's a lot of not great free throw shooters.
Well, there's a lot of mentally weak players now.
By the way, the percentages that make it tough, they're relatively small percentages. It's not something overwhelming. But at Arizona State, that curtain of distraction thing, it literally works by a little bit. Same sort of thing.
Well, at KU, they got the one student section, and every time a player shoots, they put up newspapers and they hold on, they do all this stuff.
So you do what you got to do.
So it's a gimmick. But he's bought into it.
Is it a gimmick if it works?
He bought into it, and you know who's bought into it too? The fans.
Yep.
And he makes it. You can't sit in that section without a
you have to be wearing Clippers gear.
A Clippers gear. You know, you've got to have. They don't sell it to any outside, which was kind of the I guess the slap in the face because you know Bomber ended up getting a bunch of tickets right behind.
Yeah, that was the double slap, wasn't it?
But they don't. If you're not a Clippers fan, you can't sit there.
Let me tell you this. A billionaire had to spend who knows how much money he spent on it. And yes, it's a little bit annoying. The crowd for Avs and Nuggets games, when the teams are rolling,
phenomenal.
Overwhelm whatever fan bases are there. So if you want to have your little moments here and there, fine. It does not make a difference as long as our teams are playing well. The only time it gets like, ugh, is if your team's not playing well and you're losing to the stupid Celtics and you can hear them and all that sort of stuff. And yes, had you been losing to the Clippers, maybe the fake wall would have meant something. But it seemed like a lot, but not compared to 20,000 other people. It's no big deal.
I was on the floor when those guys all crawled down and were sitting. They let it. That's another thing. The ushers let people, even the ones who didn't have tickets in that section, come all the way down, and they were loud and boisterous to start. And I said, one of the guys that work on the floor with us, you know, one of the television muggles, the television muggle guys.
All right.
He's down. He's looking at me. Goes, oh man. He goes, there's going to be a fight tonight.
Well, you had to take a peek at those people who were part of the
especially
fake wall.
pregame.
Yeah, these were not some sort of these were not some sort of tough people. I don't know if they were even real fans.
Oh, they had to be.
I think they're people that wanted a free trip.
Well, listen, when Ballmer bought this franchise,
I'd become a fan for a free trip.
Yeah. I mean, there's a difference between like a real hardcore fan and somebody that's just excited to get a free trip.
Listen, I saw one of the Nuggets season ticket holders for Game 6. That's a fan. And I see him at Nuggets games all the time. Regular dude. You know, I give him a high five every once in a while. He usually sits in that one corner wherever the players walks out. That's where his seats usually are. And he actually came to Game 6, and I guarantee he spent some money, bought tickets close to the Nuggets bench, and that's a fan. In fact, I showed him Mr. K. I go, there's a fan right there. He goes, oh, I know him. I talked to him. So that was cool.
By the way, a small note. I walked past Nicola's family and his older brother. I'm forgetting his name. I'm sorry.
Nemanja?
Okay. He's got to be training for, like, World's Strongest Man contests. Like, he was walking right past me. I'm like, oh, yeah, that's World's Strongest Man body fat. That's not, like, just fat.
Not just fat. It ain't Fat Albert.
Scott was saying.
No,
it ain't Fat Albert.
Because I was checking him out. I'm like, oh, my God.
I've just seen a couple photos, and the photos didn't necessarily look that way, but photos can be misleading.
Yeah, it depends on where you get the photo from, because he does got a gut, but all those World's Strongest Men guys got guts.
Oh, big guts.
They got guts on purpose. He looks like that.
Yeah.
The rest of him, his shoulders, arms, legs were like, oh my God.
I know, right?
And I don't think he's always looked that way. I think he's doing something.
Yeah, I think he's been training a little bit.
Yeah,
last
to
year
throw
or so.
a kettlebell over a fence or whatever the hell they do. My Lord. He's got to be 450 pounds.
He might be.
And like that kind of gargantuan
425.
sort of way.
He what was the great Game of Thrones? Not the Beast. Was it the Beast?
Yeah, the mountain. The mountain. Yeah, he's bigger than him.
He might be bigger than the mountain. Plus the mountain's like 6'6", 6'7". This guy's legit 6'8".
That's a big old boy.
At least 6'8". How tall was the mountain? Was the mountain? I want to say
I think he was 6'8".
Yeah, I think so. He might have been right there. It'd be interesting to see them next to each other.
I met him in Iceland.
Yeah, you were the president.
I went to his gym. I also met the president. The president invited me over for lunch.
His big Broncos.
Yeah, true story. The president of Iceland. You know, anybody can go to the president's house in Iceland, and you don't need an appointment. You drive up, you knock on the door. The president and his wife answer the door. And they're like, "You want a tour? No problem." Turns out he's a big Broncos fan. He's like, "Hey, can you come back over in 2 days? Let's have lunch."
Well, according to Wikipedia, I'm going to try to say his name. Hafbor Julius Bjornsson.
Yeah.
Bjornsson.
The mountain.
6'9", 430.
Oh, okay. Well,
Jokic's brother. Let me tell you what.
Run for his money.
He would stand next to him, and you wouldn't.
Right there.
Yeah.
Anywho, it's good to see the whole Jokic family.
He'd
and
be
the
great
kids
to
and,
put in a new remake of Game of Thrones.
Oh my God, he would fit the part.
Right?
Ain't no doubt about it. No doubt about it.
I lied. He was a Seahawks fan, not Broncos fan.
What?
Yep. He was a Seahawks fan.
Oh, interesting.
Mm-hmm. I don't know how that makes you feel about the president of Iceland, but yeah.
A little less.
Yeah.
All right, so what do we do?
He also liked the Stars.
That's DMac.
No, that's true. He was all over their marbles.
I don't hate him.
No, you like them.
I don't like him over the Avs, but I don't hate him. I'm pulling for them to win the Stanley Cup.
Duchesne took a big penalty, I think, in the second period. I went, wouldn't it be glorious if Duchesne, who knocked him out last year in the overtime, he gets a big penalty that gets him going? Yeah.
By the way, we would love Jamie Benn and Marchmont if they were on our team.
But they're not.
We would love Ottinger.
Well, just like Bradley Van Pelt didn't play for the Bucks.
I got you.
Yeah, I would have loved him.
We would love Pete DeBoer. We would love these guys. We would love Miko again.
Did we love Bill Romanowski when he was a Bronco?
No. When he was a Bronco, sure. But he went to the Raiders.
But that
what do you think the Stars are?
You think the Stars are the equivalent of the Raiders?
Hell yes.
Yeah, they're getting close.
Oh, come on.
Not just
they're
yes.
getting close.
Hell
no
yes.
way.
But in green.
You are out of touch on this one.
Okay. I'll take your word for it. We need many more years.
If the Stars aren't the equivalent of the Raiders,
they've knocked
who
you out
is?
4 out of the last 6 years.
I got you.
I got you. Like, that's nothing?
The Avs have one blood enemy for life, and that's the Red Wings still.
Mm.
It just, that won't change.
Well, that's like Hatfields and McCoy type
yeah,
stuff.
I mean, the Stars, we need some more fights or something. We need some more dirty play or something. Listen, if you want to root against the Stars, fine. But, like, who are you rooting for? You really fired up
Toronto.
Oh, okay, fine, cool. Root for the Leafs then.
Pull
for the Leafs.
I'm pretty much out on hockey now.
That's what it sounds like. I mean, I'll have an interest in how the Stars do the rest of the way. I want the Stars. I don't want to lose to the team that loses to the team that loses to the team. That's what happened a couple years ago with the stupid Kraken. We lost to the team that lost to the team that lost to the team that lost to the team. We weren't even close. Stars go and win the Stanley Cup. At least I'd feel better about it. I'll feel better about the makeup of the team. That's for sure. I'll feel better that we were that close, that we really could have done it. It'll sting, but I'll feel better about it. Hey, man. And
I usually agree, just not on this one.
And this is the issue. This is the main issue. We can see a scenario where the Stars win the Stanley Cup and the Avs could. This is tricky with the Nuggets. At what point can we see the scenario where they win the NBA Finals? What do they have to do that we can see that?
Well, you get by OKC.
You win this series, don't you think about it?
Yes.
Probably.
Yes.
How about 68 wins this year, 14 losses?
Well, hold on. Who do you think they have a better shot against? OKC or Minnesota?
OKC.
Okay. Because you realize what will probably be next.
That's fine.
And you know what's after that? Cleveland or Boston.
Okay.
That is a hard road, man. Like, the Avs get past the Stars. I'm like, where are the permits? What day's the parade? What are we doing? And
so do we feel that confident about Dallas winning it then?
They could. I mean, they've got a shot. I mean, Robertson, I think, is going to Heichen, and they should get healthier at some point.
Yeah, one of those two guys I thought was supposed to even come back in this series.
You know what? I hope the Nuggets just go for it. Like, the pressure is off now, man.
Yeah, your house money.
House money. You already did what people thought would be tough enough to do. House money. And I actually really don't care about the result of game one here. I don't think this...
Yeah, I'm not... If they win, great.
Exactly.
But I'm not, yeah.
I'm not, yeah, whatever. This is the... And game ones are kind of whatever. Pete DeBoer, you know what games matter? Game sevens matter. And Pete DeBoer is 9-0. But he's like 0-6 or 7 or something like that in game ones. Like his last 6 or 7 game ones is terrible. Game ones are window dressing, especially on the road, especially after a 7-game series. Of course, all games matter. But in a 7-game series against Oklahoma City, we are officially on the least important of all the games. So whatever, get your feet wet. If you can pull out a win, fine. I don't care if they lose by 40 tonight. It won't make a difference to me in terms of the rest of the series.
Real fast, we go break. I'll throw you one stat I looked up today. You know what the OKC was versus the Eastern Conference? They had 68 wins.
Against the Eastern Conference, so we're just talking how many losses they had. Well, they had 2 losses to the Nuggets. So that would take you to 12 losses. So I'll say they lost 7 games to the East.
29-1.
Oh, dear.
They split with Cleveland.
Are you kidding me?
They ate the Eastern Conference.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Wow.
Lost 1 game, and that was a road game.
To who? To Cleveland?
And then
to the best team.
And then they beat Cleveland at home.
They were 29-1 against the East?
Yeah.
All right. They're a good damn team. There's no joking
but still
about this.
2-2 against the Nuggets.
I know.
Didn't have, I don't think Gordon played in any of them except part of one.
And it was that back-to-back in Oklahoma City where the Nuggets won that second one. That back-to-back was a hard damn game. And Oklahoma City had to give it everything they could to win that one the day before. So that was odd. That was an odd time of the season, don't you think? That was a huge win for the Nuggets.
Yeah.
At the time, it felt like it was huge.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll do more on Game 1 coming up. Don't forget, Chris McFarland, Joe Sackett speak tomorrow at 1 o'clock. We'll have that live for you here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Let's football go next. All right, Mountain High Appliance. Thank you, mountainhighappliance.com. These guys are the best. Whatever you need, mountainhighappliance.com. Few football stories out there. Let's football go, Dan Buds Quintanner.
All right, fellas, let me know what you think about this. So CBS Sports has an article out, the top landing spots for former Browns running back Nick Chubb. They list the Broncos as a top potential landing spot for Nick Chubb. They mentioned, RJ Harvey as a rookie. It could benefit him, help him in his development. What would you guys think of the Broncos signing Nick Chubb?
Well, we know who would win the squat competitions. I'd have to know his health or whatever. I know that Audric Estime, you can move on from him. That's not a big deal. I'd be fine with it. I mean, what are you doing? You're dumping Audric Estime for Nick Chubb? I'd roll the dice on that.
Well, it does not feel like our running back room's complete. Sean Payton was asked after the draft, whether you felt like you've got enough for running back and tight end, and he said, if you ask a coach that, you never feel like you got enough. I don't see a complete running back room. How do you complete that? I guess that's the question. Chubb's a big name, though. I bet they're looking at like a mid-training camp edition or something like that.
Why are you so quick to get rid of Estime?
Because the Broncos benched him in the playoff game. It's not me. I'm just watching the Denver Broncos, what they did.
How much did Mims play his rookie year?
He played a lot. They just didn't throw him the ball. I mean, he
didn't play much. He had a bunch of no-shows, too.
I don't know if he ever got,
Well, I know. What was Estime, third or fourth?
Nope, keep going. See, that's where I was just going to go, Scott.
Fifth?
It's not that I'm so down on Audric Estime, but people talk about Audric Estime like he was a second or third round pick. He was a fifth-round selection.
Well, then you can't get away from it.
You're not committed to a fifth-round selection.
But, I mean, he fumbled his first game, his first carry. I got you.
Yeah,
and then he was absolutely not allowed to show up to the facility for like the next 7 weeks.
It wasn't good.
And then he had one big game. Right?
I got you, but then he got benched in a playoff game for Bidet, who had been out the whole season.
Was that Estime's fault, or was that a coach's decision? Because
whatever. I mean,
Bidet hadn't played since he had one good game, got hurt the next game, and then you sit him out for 8 weeks, then you put him in the roster.
That was a weird move all the way around.
Yeah, it's a weird move.
Yeah, so don't Nick Chubb. All right, what you got? It's a 5th-round pick. Shadur was a 5th-round pick. We'll see how valuable they are. If you want to move on from a 5th-round pick, it's not a big deal.
Yeah, but I think he's better than he showed last year.
Listen, you bring 90 guys into training camp, bring them in if you want to. You're not going to have to pay them all that much. See what's what. No big deal to me.
But how many times do you have a great running back room when you just bring in 90 guys in training camp and let us see, and then let's hope something falls out?
If you got 5 Pintos in the driveway, you got a great car in there?
I got 5 cars. I got a 5-car garage. 67 Pinto, 68 Pinto, 71 Pinto.
You realize when you talk about me with a car and a boat, that's what we're talking about right there.
Well, you had a Pinto.
I literally had a Pinto.
They were kind of cool looking. You just didn't want to get rear-ended.
Oh, my Lord. All right, next story, Dan.
How come Pintos never came back in vogue?
Because they suck, dude. It was not a great car.
Things like that, they always
but they were
come
cool
back
looking.
around.
Dude, they had a big hump because of the gear shift thing in the middle. It was just odd.
I've never seen the inside, but the outside's not bad.
Okay. You're sticking up for my car, so I shouldn't be ripping on it, but,
Let me look at this. For 1971?
I'm going to go get a Pinto.
That's a good-looking car.
By the way, I did not have the hatchback. I had the station wagon. So I technically I did not have the one that just blew up upon contact. I had the
you had a little buffer zone.
I did have a little buffer zone, but I still had that big hump in the middle that goes through the.
So you had this one. So that's kitted out a little bit.
I had it was basically yeah that one.
What was the one that looked like a Pinto but it had a truck bed in the back?
Oh
Camino.
Camino.
Oh, El Camino.
Cool.
That's what we need.
Those were cool.
That's a good looking car.
Let me see that again.
That's a good looking car.
Yeah, okay. Next story.
All right, Brown.
Scott wanted me to bring this one up, fellas. So Abdul Carter, the 3rd overall pick in the draft, is struggling to be assigned a number. So he reached out to Lawrence Taylor about wearing number 56.
Yeah.
Lawrence Taylor told him to kick rocks. He does not want to give up his number. Also, Phil Simms says he was open to letting Carter wear number 11, which the Penn State pass rusher wore at Penn State. But apparently Phil Simms was overruled by his family, guys. So Abdul Carter said on X, it's just going to be his last name on his jersey with no number.
All I know is this is like
what? Wait,
he was making a joke that he can't get a number, so it's just gonna be his last name.
Okay, sorry, it's a joke. Gotcha.
All I know is this feels like a giant red flag about this dude to me. Seriously, you got to go after 56. Like, who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? And then that doesn't work out. And you're like, okay, well, let me go after another retired number. Who do you think you are? Like, this guy is a little too big for his britches.
Yeah, man, the number thing to me was always like a head shaking, like, I don't know, man. I guess numbers mean something to some guys, but I don't know. This is not complicated. You walk into the Giants and you say, what's an available number? They'll give you something. You make your own legacy. Who cares? Have other people wear your number. Well, why the hell would you want to? And have a sense of history for any organization that you join.
Am I overreacting there, though? Like, it legitimately feels like a red flag about this guy to me.
It tells you he does not probably have the sense of respect or history of the organization that he just joined. Now, does that matter or not?
Welcome to this era of players in all sport. They know zero history.
Right.
They've never thought of any history. No one cares about their history.
You might not even know who Lawrence Taylor is.
Yeah, this is just this era of player.
I mean, do you think he knows who even Lawrence? Do you think he's gone back and like watched film?
Well, I don't
Lawrence
know.
Taylor?
I don't know about that, and probably not, to be honest. But I would be shocked if he doesn't know who he is.
I don't know, man. I don't know if a lot of these young players are sports fans. They like playing sports, but that doesn't mean you're a sports fan.
Yeah.
So sounds like he doesn't know who Lawrence Taylor was. Because why the hell would he ask for his number?
And probably not Phil Simms either.
If he's sleeping on Phil Simms, okay. But, like, you know, that might be just bad luck. But to Tyler's point, I mean, Lawrence Taylor is arguably the greatest linebacker of all time, which is essentially the same position you play. That is a weirder one. Next story, Dan.
All right, lastly, fellas, 1 week after agreeing to a deal to lure the Commanders back into Washington, D.C., it was announced today that they will host the 2027 NFL Draft. So, cool story there. Good for the Commanders. Do you guys care if the city of Denver gets an NFL Draft? And if so, where would you like to see it happen?
I think the draft at Red Rocks would be unbelievable, but that's not where they talked about doing it. They were talking about doing it like at the Belco Theater, which is it's an inside place. That's where supposedly Brittany Bolin was on she got Woody to write a big article about how she was doing a great job. That's when there was a PR campaign to, Brittany's going to own the team. And that was the big push. They put her with Woody, and they made a big deal about that, and supposedly it was going to be the Belco Theater. I think that would be okay, but I think the draft in April
Civic Center.
Yeah, you could use all of
Civic
that.
Center Park, I mean.
I just think Red Rocks would be so unbelievably iconic. But it's April. It's risky,
Is it big enough?
They did just do it in Green Bay.
It's not big enough. Actually, Red Rocks is not big enough. It's not. It's only 10,000, and they would get.
No, I mean they've got like 500,000 that show up for this.
I know. So it actually isn't big enough. It would just be the coolest
Civic
location.
Center Park.
Civic Center Park would be
where they have the parades and stuff.
Yeah,
that feels like the most logical to me.
Yeah, that'd be all right, I guess. There really isn't a great place. I mean,
to answer Dan's question, though, no, I couldn't care less.
Oh, okay. You don't care if the draft's here?
No.
Oh, I think the draft would be awesome being here.
Why?
Oh, it'd just be fun.
You might have to pay attention to it, though.
Oh, geez, Scott. It's going to matter at some point.
No, not for the next 10 years, it ain't.
Well, I can't argue with you. Not quite the same.
Scott, are you interested in a 2031 mock draft by chance?
No, not at all.
A 2031 mock draft. I don't know. Here's when the Nuggs, the Avalanche, Broncos. Wow, really?
Wow,
seriously.
go down again.
You got
What is
there.
wrong with me?
Just keep
Rockies.
Did the Rapids win yesterday? Didn't they play yesterday afternoon?
The Rapids?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. They played.
Did we lose that one too?
No.
Wow.
There was a result.
I have an excuse. I was working.
I can't know all the sports. By the way, we bumped into the Joker energy drink in the because my wife felt so bad about the Avs losing that I had to go grocery shopping with her.
There's 100 of them in that fridge right there.
Yeah. And
they have it locked up, though, don't they?
The display case of Jokic with the energy drinks is pretty funny. It's look at him. It's not like the most flattering of photos on the display case. And it's just sitting right there. I mean, it's cool, I guess. Like, who's going for the Joker energy drinks?
They lost 2-1 to DC United.
Of course they did. It's not Chris Armas's fault.
No.
My wife was like, "Do you want to pick up a Jokic energy drink?"
Did you do it, though?
I said, "I
I tried one. Pretty good.
Are they?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if Nathan McKinnon would have had it, she'd have bought a case of them.
If it's Cale Makar
or Jared Bednar energy drink.
Jared Bednar, if there was a display of Jared Bednar,
She'd have tried to buy it.
She would have stolen it and run out of the store. You can't buy the display things, like the cardboard.
She would have stolen the sign for sure.
The sign is what I'm talking about. She would have left the goods there. She just had the big Bedsy sign. Listen, man, I understand with Avs fans being down. I could feel it. I could feel it in the town yesterday. I can feel it today. And it's not that Nuggets fans aren't happy. Of course they're thrilled, but it's the way the Nuggets lost. It's tough. It's really tough.
Part of it might also be the way the Nuggets won. The way the Nuggets won was anticlimactic because they just dominated so much.
Yeah.
You didn't have anything like emotionally invested in the entire second half.
That's true. Well, after the 24-4 run, third, with like 5 minutes to go, the game was over, right? Scott, when they were up by 30-something in the third, you must have thought this game's over.
Yeah, it's over, but I still get a little nervous, Nelly.
You realize there was a point that the Nuggets led by more points than the Clippers had scored in any quarter. I mean, it was like that. It was like kind of absurd.
I will say this. I know it's Let's Talk Football Go, whatever.
We have transitioned.
That second and third quarter was as well as they played all year, I thought. That second and third quarter. If they can put 4, 8, 12, 16 of those quarters, rolling there, they'll beat Oklahoma City. That's how good they were in that second and third quarter.
Yeah. I don't know about beating them, but I got every reason to believe they've got a chance.
Well, like I said, you play like you did in that second, third quarter, you'll win a bunch of games.
I would love to see it. I can't honestly. I mean, fan, rah, you can pick the Nuggets. But, I mean, is there an X's and O's reason to pick the Nuggets in this one?
I think matchups. I think Denver matches up better. I think they match up better with Oklahoma City than this guy. Key is now, did you fatigue yourself out, and do you feel you've done enough and are satisfied with getting the second round again? Or do you want to win? I've said this all year long. Their starting five is as good as any starting five in the league.
They did not look satisfied with being up 20 points, so that gives me a lot of reason to believe they're not just satisfied with getting there.
Well, I'll tell you this. Russell Westbrook went third person calling himself a force of nature.
I think a lot, as much as people may not think. I'm very smart, and I understand the game. I understand what's going on. So I am thinking. And I also, just a force, man. I think it's, my ability to be able to be a force of nature on the floor is what I pride myself on. So whatever that looks like, it may be a turnover, it may be a missed shot, but it may be a steal, it may be a dunk, it may be a missed three, maybe a made three. It's gonna be all of that. It's gonna be everything. So you just take it for how it comes, and whatever happens, you go with it. And I've always been like that. As long as I leave it on the floor, and God willing, to be able to go out and continue to compete, I'm grateful for it.
He had tumultuous moments this season. That's fair to say, right?
Of course.
But would you say, and you're in that room, the Muggles love him?
When he gets on the podium, he's as good as anybody. When he gets moody, and one-on-one or in the locker room, it can be a little different.
Right.
But
when he's third person, Russ.
When he's like that, it's a delight. And there have been a lot of moments like that. But you know what? He could be good on the podium. He could be bad on the podium. He can be upset a little bit. He could be in a bad mood. He could be happy. He could be this. He could be that. He is the same way personality as he is on the basketball court.
Yeah.
So as long as we understand all of that, then he's a pretty cool guy to be around. Because you just got to appreciate this dude's it's gonna be all over the place. Whereas some guys are kind of the same sort of thing. Jamal Murray is kind of the same dude, period. He really is. It's who he is. Nicole is the same dude. He really is. He doesn't really change. Actually, they're all kind of the same, up or down. Really, the only guy that's kind of weird and you don't know is Russ. The rest of them are kind of just, they're kind of who they are. Good dudes. Good dudes. It's a good dude team, and it's a competitive team. And we'll see if Oklahoma City, deep in their hearts, is as competitive as the Denver Nuggets. Because they got some skins on the wall. Those walls are bare in Oklahoma City right now.
And I will say this. And I know Oklahoma City is a really good defense team. Ain't no way they're going to be more physical than what you just went through.
That was physical.
So
yeah,
you're ready for that, aren't you?
And don't forget, Oklahoma City hasn't played a tough game in 3 months? When was the last tough game Oklahoma City had?
Maybe Denver.
Maybe in that back-to-back. Serious. They cruised the rest of the regular season. They didn't even have to try hard. They weren't even trying to win games, and they were winning games in the regular season.
And they won 68.
They played a Memphis team that was garbage. When they win the first game by 50, 60 points, something like that?
I think their average margin of victory, I don't remember if it was, I think Cleveland's margin of victory was 33, and these guys were right at 20.
Game 1 is hard to determine anything out of Game 1. Game 2 on Wednesday night will tell you what this series is all about. Even if they lose, the Nuggets would still be in it if it's a battle. But if it's a battle and Oklahoma City comes out in a battle in Game 2, all right, I'll give them a little props on that one. But get ready, because the Nuggets, hey man, nobody's expecting nothing. Game tonight, 7:30, pregame at 7 o'clock. It is PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's DMac, and when you're dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. Every case is different, and finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. It's almost a given that better medical practice leads to better outcomes. Okay, well, ED, it stinks, all right? Causes stress in relationships, anxiety, undue hardships on men, and often their partner as well. So now you can get over that with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Their treatments have success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. So schedule a consult today. The initial visit's only $99. Get a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff. If you're like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So call them today, 720-440-7900, or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. You got something you want to pass along?
Well, hey, making last-minute arrangements here. But it's the warden's birthday today, so I
happy birthday,
the
Julia.
warden a shout out. Now, she called me and reminded me I haven't said happy birthday today. So I mean, it's one of those.
Well, Julia,
it's like
how'd you cover that one up?
Forced gift, kind of. Well, no, I just told her, listen, I'll play for you now.
Well, Julia, happy birthday. I've known Julia since she was much younger than everybody thought she was.
Yeah. She always credits you for getting her fired there.
I had nothing to do with it.
Hey, me too.
All right, with the guilt on that.
Anyway, happy birthday, honey.
All right, please.
Yeah.
Julia, she was an intern, if we're really going in the Wayback Machine, when she was in high school with me at KBPI. And we thought she was 18.
Nope.
Jeez. True story. It's a small world, man. It's crazy. But in our time over in that building, you guys didn't know each other, and then we have, I don't know. It's a small world, man. You end up here in Denver, you run into some of the same people over and over again. But that's wonderful. It's her birthday, and we'll leave the number. Do we care about the number, or we just we just move on from the number?
Well, it's a lady thing.
Okay. All right. Yeah. All right. Good. Happy birthday to Julia. What's the Can you share what the last minute?
Well, no,
we're working on things.
I'm working on.
You're trying to figure it out.
I'm trying to figure something out. Yeah.
Is she a? No, don't worry about it.
No,
she's not.
No. I was informed. It's the entire month of May.
Oh,
first of all, and my
because
daughter,
mother's also she gets the birthday.
Mother's
and then
Day
the
next
mother's,
weekend.
she gets the week of Julia, the week of the warden. Warden week.
Bigger.
The month?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
She gets the whole month.
In fact, I was informed after my daughter's birthday, which was April 20th, it started the 21st. So, yeah, no, it's
a month. Wow.
Yeah, I've had some readjusting plans. So,
yeah,
I got some catching up to do, if you will.
Okay.
So,
well, she is like our number one listener, so
she is a P1.
Shout out to Julia.
Yeah, she is a P1.
You ever go to Sierra over here? Kind of.
The Sierra Club?
No, Sierra, the restaurant near Cabela's over here.
No, it's too far away.
It is? Oh yeah, you're on the other side. That's right. It's a nice place though.
Georgetown might be closer to me. And I'm not even close to Georgetown.
It's all right. It's funny. Like the distance I will go now to like go out is it's like 1 mile max. Like Arn Anderson goes to me, there's a great restaurant in Parker. And I go, I'll never be there.
Yeah.
He goes, no, it's really good. And I go, Do you know how many other good restaurants I'd have to pass by to go to that one?
Yeah. And for if you're like me, if you got one or two that you like, then I'm okay eating one or two.
Yeah, we have figured that out.
Yeah.
We're good. Well,
so
happy birthday.
Maybe Angie's tonight, maybe
Okay.
Robert's Deli.
Yeah, I'll never know these places.
Which is really not a deli, but it's really good.
I will never, ever go nor know.
Robert's is where it's at, Scott.
Isn't that a good, good food?
So good.
Oh, great food.
Take a picture for me.
Great food.
Mm-hmm.
Got a lot of wine selection. Italian family.
Yeah, I got wine selection.
Make their bread fresh daily.
It's in my kitchen.
The guy is
drunk. How's that sourdough going? Still got that thing rolling?
People come to them to buy their sourdough.
No, I was asking about yours.
No, we don't.
Hey, are you still selling Girl Scout cookies, or is that done?
We might have some extras.
You guys win?
Oh, do you ever really win?
I don't know, man. I don't know how it works.
Do you really ever win?
I really don't know how it works.
What do you win?
Like a stuffed doll if you sell like 1,300.
Okay.
Yeah, which I think she did.
I'll just buy you the doll.
Yeah. Where do you think Andy's mood's going to be in today? You have to guess.
Well, he's had 48 hours or close to, right?
Yeah.
44 hours. Oh, I think it'll be easy for you to get him going.
Okay.
That usually doesn't require a whole lot.
What do you think the trigger would be?
Where was killed this series?
Ooh, okay. Just go there.
Yeah. That's a good one. I mean, it's a good starting point.
Seems pretty innocuous,
Yeah.
but do you think that'll be it?
Or what's the Hex DeVore got over the Avalanche? That's a good one too.
Yeah.
So Dallas coach.
That's what I want to know, and I really want to know that. Like what is it about that scheme that it just feels so insurmountable to us?
Dallas coach and scheme. Avs overpassing most of the series. And I'm trying to think of
Power
what would be a
plays.
good one. What happened to your special teams?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, it'll light a fire.
That'll be it.
It won't take much.
All right.
It won't take much.
What do you got tonight for the Nuggets? Score. What do you think?
I have no idea. Like I said, I think the Pacers winning game 1 in Cleveland will wake Oklahoma City up.
Mm-hmm.
I do think there is some rust from not playing. This will be 9th day since they played. The last played was April 26th.
Yeah, this is a tough one to predict.
Yeah, April 26th was their last game. I mean, think about that. That's a long time.
So, yeah, at the end of the day, the rest is still amazing.
Yeah, it still is.
We might try to talk ourselves into it that's a bad thing for Oklahoma City. It's not a bad thing.
No, but you're also resting the youngest team, or one of the top 3 youngest teams in the league.
You think the Nuggets are exhausted?
I think they're tired.
There's an emotional There's an emotional take that they'll have to go through because I mean it's been 2 weeks of just battling the same dudes hard, and now you got to turn it off. It's a completely different scheme. Your hands are going to be full. I will say this: Joker's not going to get pounded on like he was pounded on in Dallas or against the Clippers. I think he'll have a bigger series, and he's the first guy, by the way, in a 7-game series to average a triple-double.
Who sticks with Holmgren for the most part?
I'll bet you. Here's how I would start. Williams, I would put with Gordon. KCP, or not KCP, but Christian Browns would get Shea Gilgeous.
Okay.
Dort would get Jamal. I would then probably put Holmgren with Porter, and Hardenstein will be Joker.
Hi, Andy's here.
Hi, Andy. Come on in. You want a little something? Bring it on in.
Here. Come on. Are you going over there?
Oh, you want me to hear you?
No, I don't want any.
Lots of
Go
hugs.
ahead. No, come here. All right, go over there.
Why you got to be afraid? Is this on?
Yeah.
That thing's on.
Yeah. That light's kind of burned out.
Cale McCarr. What's
power play?
I don't know, man. Look, man, he's got a rap on his hand. I know we got a million texts saying that Jesse Montana reported that he's had it all year. Well, some's wrong. Some did not look right with him. But look, they had 2 guys hurt too, so that's not an excuse. I'll answer your question that I've heard you ask a couple of times.
Okay.
The reason why I think Avs fans, why that loss devastated the town is, who made the moves at the deadline? It wasn't the Nuggets.
Sure wasn't.
The Avs went all in on this thing, and you gave up your top prospect to get a center that all of a sudden looked old in the playoffs. And now, judging by some of the tweets
Who are you talking about? You talking about Coyle?
No, Nelson. Brock Nelson. You gave up Callum Ritchie, your top prospect, who might be the sniper you needed to replace Mikko, and now that's done. You don't have any cap room because if Gabe's back in the mix, which I hope he is.
How many you could count on one hand the amount of Avs fans that were upset about giving up Cal Ritchie so you could make a run at it this year?
I know you're deep in draft Twitter, but I think if you expand it, you'll see the Avs fans that were not happy about him being the guy that they gave up.
That is some serious revisionist history, but okay.
No, it isn't. For Avs fans, no, it isn't.
All right, keep going. Sorry.
There's plenty of them that are out there.
I interrupted.
No, I'm just telling you. Look, I still think the trade was the right move. I think you did the right thing. You'd have been a one-line team. Otherwise, you'd have been one line, right?
Well, they were going to get healthy, right?
But you would have still been one line. And I mean,
you would have dealt Middlestat at some point.
Okay, but that would have got you Coyle. That would not have gotten you Nelson. That would not have gotten you Drury. That would not have gotten you. You know what I mean?
But you would have had Rantanen.
Okay, but yeah.
But whoever you had, it sure seemed like you were overpassing on the special team.
Yeah. Well, and again, it goes back to what frustrates me is I would like to see a shift in some philosophy. I'd like to see some bigger players added. I'd like to see bigger defensemen. You know, it's fine to have some offensive defensemen. What's that? Lindgren was fine, but then Lindgren got hurt. And look, every guy you traded for was not as noticeable in the playoffs as they were as you came down the stretch. Now I'm wondering with Nelson, you didn't. And again, this is what you did. I'm just reminding you what you did. Is it the right thing? I don't know.
Well,
I don't want
lost,
Nate McKinnon hurt, but Nate didn't
right.
play a lot down the stretch. Guess who had to take up those minutes? Brock Nelson. Did you wear the 33-year-old out trying to get more?
Hold on a second. Was the trade a good deal or not a good deal then?
Well, if you just go off the playoff results, not a great deal, I guess. So,
So you wouldn't have done it. You just said you
no,
wouldn't
I'd have
do
done
it.
the Nico trade, but remember, or the Miko trade. The Miko was for Natchez. Was Natchez and Drury the Miko trade?
Yeah,
I liked the deal at the time. I'm not going to sit here and tell you I didn't like any of it, but I'm just telling you, you want to know why Avs fans are so down in the dump? It did not work. You pushed all your chips in, and guess what? It was like in the Solo movie where Homeboy's got his little fake card, Lando Calrissian, just took your whole pot. What do you think of that?
Who you mad at?
Well, I'm not mad at anybody. It's over. It's done. What are you going to be mad about? But now you better figure something out. Look, I think this team is going to have to trade somebody, a name you're familiar with, to try to get some money going again.
Chris McFarland and Joe Sakic are talking tomorrow at 1 o'clock. We'll have it right here. What would you ask them?
I would ask, I think the fun question would be if you could go back and do it again, would you still do that trade?
I think that's
a good question.
Listen, Chris McFarland's allowed to have second guesses about it. Now, again, I don't think you're near as deep a team.
Does it matter if Brock Nelson comes back for the
Well,
overall
you gave
trade?
up your top prospect for him. You probably should keep him. But right now, I mean, looking at some of the tweets from Adrian Dater and the guys that know stuff, it doesn't seem like you got a lot of money to spend. I saw one that said
Which I thought that was kind of the whole
cap.
point of it, right? To free up the money.
Well, you did, but if Gabe is the guy, if Gabe's back in the fold the whole time,
that was awesome, by the way.
Then that changes your cap structure. And I thought it was interesting. If you remember what McFarland said at the deadline, and I think you were there, we all heard it. He said, "We all know where this is going with Gabe, right?" And I took that to mean he didn't think he was going to be back at some point. And so that's why we were doing the deal. But now he is back, and he looks like he's probably going to be a healthy go for next year. So now you got to factor that money back in.
Now that money's big.
Yeah, now there's no LTIR there. So,
although in theory, I guess you could play the game if you really wanted to.
No, the NHL's cracking down on that. I don't think they're going to be so cool about that now. So
Yeah.
I just think all I'm trying to do is answer your question. When you want to know, we'll find out what the offseason brings. And again, I'm not going to sit here and talk about how deep I thought it made him and how tougher up the middle I thought it made him. It didn't work out. That's how it goes sometimes. But I think that's why some fans are like, man, this sucks because, you went all in and you didn't win the hand. You didn't win the pot.
Do you guys feel just a little deeper sadness? Not that we're not thrilled with the Nuggets, of course. It's awesome what the Nuggets did. But the expectation for the Avalanche was just a deeper run than the expectation for the run for the Nuggets.
Yeah, for me, there's that because I truly believe the Avs, with the way they played at points, I really thought they could have made the run to the Cup.
Do you think the Stars will make a run to the Cup?
I don't know. With Winnipeg getting him, and now they have to go up to Winnipeg. If Hellebuck found himself in whatever that crazy overtime was, it's going to be a heck of a series. And I still wouldn't count out the forces in the East necessarily, but I'm not rooting for it. I'm not the guy that roots for the team that takes you out to go win something. I don't look at things that way.
How
I
about
hope
the
they
possibility
get knocked out next?
That Mikko could get Carolina in the finals?
Yeah, how about that?
Isn't that nuts?
Because your guy Stankoven is helping him out.
Old Stankoven out there. That's a fun
You like
name.
that name, Stankoven?
You like the Canes against the Caps?
Yeah. Hey, I'm here for the theater of it all. Okay, that's all I care about when it comes to hockey is entertain me and give me theater. And yeah, if Mikko Rantanen, who got traded to Carolina, goes to Tobacco Road, and he's like, "What the hell is this place? I don't want to be here. I'm not signing a long-term contract with you people."
That must have been quite the culture shock. Seriously,
it had to be, right?
Yeah, get me back
so
to
different.
the Western Conference. I don't want to be here. And then he goes to Dallas, and it's not important.
He
what
agreed to go
happened
to
the other
Florida.
night.
He apparently wanted some warmer weather.
Yes.
I think what Mikko was
I'll tell
seeking.
you that Dallas, like Metro Dallas and Denver, it's kind of like the same deal. Like it's the same sort of vibe. It's a big city and there's suburbs all over the place. You go to Carolina. Guys, have you ever spent time in Carolina?
I have not.
Oh, I have. I was offered a job in Greensboro. That was an interesting interview. I had to arm wrestle the producer for a job.
Did you win?
I lost on purpose because I spent, it was the only time I was hungover for a job interview. It was a 2-day on-air interview.
Okay.
And after the first day, I was like, ain't no way I'm coming to this joint. And the Hurricanes were playing in Greensboro at the time, and the arena wasn't locked up. I literally went in there, I pried my fingers there, and I just walked in.
So
this was back in the day.
You basically had the same reaction to Carolina that Mikko Rantanen did.
Kind of. It was just like this weird place, man. Like, I'm like, I cannot be here. And there was some guy who was talking like this and that. And so I told the morning show guy, I go, listen, you're a nice guy, but there's no way I'm going to take a job here. And he goes, okay, what about this? What if you arm wrestle the guy who everybody liked? Everybody liked the producer guy. Like, I was like, why don't you just hire this guy? Everybody likes him. So we arm wrestled for the job, and I lost. I was at a strip club that night, too, the night before the second day.
The
Really
experience I
single guy
had,
on
like
the
what
road.
you're describing, was the first time I went to Jacksonville with the Broncos.
That's another great place.
Everybody was just like, you're really in southern Georgia. You're not really in Florida.
And the whole time you're
they were all talking like that.
Yeah.
And the humidity, you get out to the humidity, and I'm like, I think I might just die on the sidelines tomorrow. I can't do this.
There's no way Miko got to Carolina and felt like this is my spot.
Yeah.
But this is
There's
also,
no way.
if you're Chris McFarland, you traded the guy to the Eastern Conference.
Right.
Like
You tried.
You unloaded him.
You
did,
thought they were going to give him his
right.
money.
You did the right thing.
Yes.
It just came back and
All right.
bit you. And yes, the Avalanche's power play was god-awful this entire series, but after the trade, from the day that Natchez showed up on the power play for the rest of the regular season, that was the best power play in the NHL.
All right.
And then they get into a playoff series and it just goes to crap.
Give me the trickle-down impact, in your opinions, if they keep Miko. If they do a deal,
Well,
and
I
they
mean,
keep, what's the trickle down after
If they
that?
keep Miko, I don't know. They are probably trading Middlestat and maybe pick up a Coyle.
So he goes,
but that's it.
Middlestat goes no matter what, right?
Yeah, because he wasn't fit. And I was reading that all around that time. That and look, I'm not going to claim to be a hockey expert guy to understand what Middlestat was doing or not doing that was annoying Bednar, but I had read pieces that said he's not fitting in the way they hope.
Who?
Middlestat.
Oh,
So
yeah.
that's
No,
why
he
they
was-
were
oh, yeah,
motivated
yeah, yeah.
to move him.
Yeah, it was a odd vibe.
It wasn't
with him.
going.
Yeah.
It wasn't, and it
But
was.
that's the only move that I think you make, and I don't think you get a Lindgren, and I don't think you get now you get Coyle, but
Okay.
you don't get
Do you bring
Nelson.
in Eric? Do you bring in Eric Johnson?
I don't know, maybe, but
Maybe. Of course, you could have brought in Eric Johnson.
yeah, what did they end up paying the freight on that? Probably.
So
yeah,
you don't
that's
get
fine.
Natchez,
but
but who-
again, you
who
didn't play him in the
cares?
playoffs. We didn't. Did he get hurt? Did I miss something? Did he get hurt? He didn't play after game 2.
Well,
I kind of would have brought him back for one of those games.
Okay.
This is such a tremendous kick in the nads.
It
though.
is.
Because the Avalanche went for it, all right? First off, they did think long term. They thought, okay, if we pay a third massive salary, we're going to be hamstrung for the remainder of that deal because we're going to have to pay Cale in a couple of years, and he's already making good money. So the Avalanche did the cap math and said, essentially, they don't want to end up like the Nuggets. We don't want to have basically the equivalent of 3 max deals. We don't want to have 3 $10 million plus guys on our team. Does it sting losing Mikko Rantanen? Of course it does. But in the NHL, with the hard cap, you can only afford to have so many stars, and it eventually will start to wane on you, especially as those players age and don't produce at that same level. They made the decision not to do that. There was long-term and short-term thinking. The short-term, man, just it bit you so. I can't think of anything in sports that I've ever seen that was like this.
Well, you know what bothers me, it won't match like this, like you're talking about, Nate. This is an epic fail, and whatever. There's no other thing it's an epic fail. But I would tell you this: what worries me, because I've seen it before during the first Grey Cup teams, right?
Mm-hmm.
They once traded a great defensive prospect named Robin Regeer to Calgary for Theo Fleury. He was part of the Theo Fleury deal. Fleury ended up being a rental. And this is exactly kind of,
like
they
Nelson.
may be doing this again like Nelson, where you gave up Callum Ritchie. You know what Regeer went on to be? One of the best defensemen in Calgary history.
In semi-pro, the Flint Tropics did trade Coffee Black to the Spurs, and he came back to bite him on the butt.
Halfway through, he was like, I don't want to be here.
That's right, and he went back to the Flint
So
Tropics.
you're saying we should have tried to get Miko to switch locker rooms during the second intermission?
Amazing if Miko
it would have been.
just said between the second and the second intermission, I was just meant to be back here. And then we could have let go of Nelson then.
Did you guys realize, by the way, Drury, Natchez, Nelson, Coyle combined for the same amount of points in this series that Miko had?
That ain't what you want.
That's the 4 guys, the 4 forwards that you brought in, and they combined.
That's a good stat.
For what Miko
Is
Rantanen
it?
It's a terrible stat.
did
But
in that series.
it's a good stat.
I don't think your wife would tell you that's a good stat. His wife's a big Avs fan.
She
so
was
no.
so
That isn't a wife
depressed.
joke.
I told you she was so depressed. I went food shopping with her, and usually I try to pawn that off of my kid. But I'm like, okay, Sam's Club, every row. I don't care. I'm not even going to complain about it. And then we're going to bounce over to the grocery store and hit every row there. I mean, every row. Every freaking row. We're going down hosiery. We're looking at like makeup. We're looking at
You're looking at 50-pound dog food. You don't have a dog.
I mean, when you do every row in Sam's Club, and you have like 6 things in your cart, you get your steps in and don't complain. And it was like
You're
that.
just wandering aimlessly.
No, she was like the Walking Dead herself. She was emotionally destroyed.
You guys, like you know me, like I am a Nuggets diehard and I'm very hockey casual. Even I, like, by the time that thing ended and the Nuggets game was a freaking party.
Yeah.
Oh, we were whooping and hollering in the Kreckman household.
Yeah.
It was a great time.
Yeah.
And then, so it ended with nothing but the third period of the Avalanche game right in front of us. And for most of it, I was just like, this is rad.
Right.
This is awesome. This is looking great. Avs are in great shape right now. The way that it ended, I like, it was a punch to the gut.
Yeah.
Even I, as happy as I was with the way the Nuggets game ended on Saturday, was just like, I can't believe what I just saw.
It was just real quick. The locker room opened for the Nuggets, and they had
the game on.
Right, so I'm sitting there like, how cool is this? Like, I'm about to watch the Avs beat the Stars inside of the Nuggets locker room watching the game with the Joker. Like, this is cool. And then Joker was head down in his phone, and Miko scoring goals, and I'm like, and then they just turned the TV off, and I'm like, well, that sucked.
Hey, you want to know the worst? So, by the way, to the management up there, putting me and Raj together on a watch party for the Avs, probably a little too. That's too much intensity.
Too much emotion.
We probably need to be. We're cut a little too much of the same cloth. He and I could tell.
What was that vibe?
When they got the tying goal? No, when they got the winning goal. We had a lot of people just back away from the table based off the looks on both of our faces. Raj was coaching them the whole time. I was talking to Spring about it. He wanted the dumps. It was like he was a coach on the bench. Dump it in. And, so I was like, good, someone matches my energy here. And then, so I was like, when they got the winning goal, the go-ahead goal, I was like, I'm out of here. He goes, yeah, I get it. And I felt bad he had to stay there. And then, of course, I jumped right into all that Nuggets traffic that was watching the end of the game at Bowl Arena as I crawled down
Cool move,
25
though, right?
and listened to the anger of Connor McGahey on the end of the call.
Ooh.
Cool move, though. It was
a cool move
theory,
until it wasn't.
Until it wasn't.
It was a really cool night until it wasn't.
Drury decided he'd, I don't know, tackle somebody.
Why is everybody complaining about that call, by the way? He tackled the guy.
That is the obvious call.
He
You cannot
tackled the
have.
guy.
You tackled him.
And I know it's
You
like
tackled him.
oh, who are you to call a penalty late in a game 7?
You got to call that one.
You tackled him. All right, my guy. Jack Drury was big mad about it. And at first when I saw the replay, I was like, wait, who's that going to be on? Because I saw 2 guys tumble to the ice, when I first saw it. And then they re-showed it. I was just like, oh, yeah, no, he did that.
I looked at Alex like,
blatant.
what are you going to do? And Alex is like, that is a penalty every time all day. I was like, yeah.
As well
there's
it
nothing
should
you
be.
can do. Bro, you had his jersey as you were falling to the ice, man.
As well it should be. We got so much to do today on this show. We're going to check in with Kaz in Oklahoma City coming up here in about 10 minutes. Get Kaz's thoughts ahead of a really weird Game 1 situation. That's how I'm viewing this game right now, and I'll expand on the weirdness of it all. Legwald's going to swing by for some football talk today, obviously. We're going to do playoff playback. We're going to do the Nuggets at 5:20.